original ending of Thelma and Louise, as they went over the edge of the Grand Canyon, they drive off the cliff. They were supposed to follow through, and they land on Bobby and Cindy.
Whoa!
At the bottom.
That's where they were the
And they
whole
cut
time?
that?
Oh, my God.
Bobby!
Would have been so amazing.
Guess it didn't work well with test audiences. Wow. So we're going to start with the fact that Tiffany Haddish addressed her DUI address over the weekend while speaking with Entertainment Tonight on Monday. The Girls Trip actor said she intends to, quote, get some help following the incident. She said, I'm going to get some help so I can learn balance and boundaries. She also declared this will never happen again.
I like Tiffany Haddish.
Her arrest in Beverly Hills on Friday marked her second DUI arrest in 2 years. She was arrested on similar charges in Atlanta in January of 2022, having reportedly fallen asleep behind the wheel on both occasions. I just think of celebrities being able to, they make enough money to
hire
I'll
someone.
get an Uber. Well, or get an Uber.
Do you know who did it? You know he actually hired a driver? It was Kiefer Sutherland.
Yeah.
He'd had a couple. Yeah, I need a driver.
Yep. So some people get a driver. Some people fly their own aircraft. And at a recent screening of The Shepherd, John Travolta detailed how he had also experienced a total electrical failure while flying a plane in 1992, just like Ben Radcliffe's character experiences in the Disney Plus short. It's called The Shepherd.
Yeah.
So he said, I actually experienced a total electrical failure, but I was in a corporate jet over Washington, D.C. So when I read this book of the same name, it resonated even more because of this experience I had personally. He said, I knew what it felt like to absolutely think you are going to die. I had 2 good jet engines, but I had no instruments, no electric, nothing, and I thought that it was over. And he said, and I had my family on board.
His whole family was on board.
And I said, this is it. I can't believe that I'm going to die in this plane. He said, and then as if by miracle, we descended as per the rules to a lower altitude. I saw that Washington, D.C. monument and identified that Washington National Airport was right next to it. And I made a landing just like pilot Freddie Hook does in the film.
But when they came through the clouds, it was 1951, Preston.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
I didn't know
They had
that.
gone back in time.
Pretty
It's like, oh my God.
pretty wild that he, that he had to make an emergency landing, and they just happened to be in the right place when the malfunction happened.
Yeah, and that's always my fear. Anything like that. I know my limitations, and I would just fold. But he has clocked so many air miles. I think, Kathy, you asked him what his favorite jet was to fly when he was here.
Yeah, we talked about
and
flying.
maybe he said, I forget exactly what he said, but he flies commercial jets.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
he has like
he has
big,
them.
huge-
Yeah,
Yeah, he's rated to fly the big
jets.
aircraft.
Yeah.
Love that guy.
Yeah, he's awesome.
Oh, and the Santa Claus ad now for Capital One. Is that what it is for?
The best.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah.
It's tremendous.
He gets into the Saturday Night Fever
Yeah.
bit at the end. I love it. So Kylie Jenner and Jennifer Lawrence spoke about being scrutinized as people in the public eye for a new piece published in Interview magazine on Monday. Both celebrities addressed the speculation that they've gotten plastic surgery. So Jennifer said, I think it's incredible what makeup can do because I work with Hung, referring to her makeup artist Hung Vango. And she said, who overlines the lip. And I call him a plastic surgeon because everybody in the last few months since I've been working with him is convinced that I had eye surgery. And she said, I'm like, I didn't have eye surgery. I do makeup. Apparently, I've had full plastic surgery. She also said people comparing before and after pictures from when she said, I'm 19 to 30 doesn't make sense since her face has changed due to aging.
Which is true.
Yeah. This resonated with Kylie. She said, I did end up getting lip fillers, but it's also the same with me. I'll see the before and after photos when I'm 12 years old versus 26, and my eyebrows are filled differently.
I
Wait,
think
she-
Kylie's a different story,
Yeah.
right?
Oh, wait, she's the one with the lip stuff.
Yeah, the one who
Oh, wait.
lied about her lips, the lip kit making her lips plumper when it was in fact filler that she
Okay,
had.
so she is saying she had filler, though.
Yeah, she said, I did
Okay.
end up getting lip filler.
yeah, about
got
30
more
pounds of
than
filler.
that.
Yeah.
We know,
I think
Kylie.
so. Yeah.
She's got. Listen, look at she was not unattractive as a younger lady. She was just looked different.
God.
Okay.
This is like a femme fatale that she is now.
The best ever.
I
and
think I
we've,
have my Kylie lip stuff here.
you do?
I
think so.
Put it on. Let's see if it
We've
feels-
referenced this many, many times over the years, but that Michael Jackson interview where he was, no plastic surgery.
Oh, my
God.
It's actually it's lasso though. It's lasso though. You're telling me, you're looking at me saying this guy had plastic surgery? Come on!
And he does admit though, as Oprah, he goes, I've had no plastic surgery renovation. He's like, well, I had my nose done.
I did have my nose,
One
my
time.
chin, my cheeks, my eyes, my forehead, my ears were rotated. I had my neck removed and then replaced. My rib cage was thrown around, and my spine was replaced with a curtain rod.
It's
But other than that, I had no plastic surgery. It's ridiculous that you say that.
I remember watching.
Do you hear how you're unable to
Yeah.
articulate,
You
Michael?
can't even speak. You've had
It's
so much.
ridiculous. Wait, can you get that? That's my nose.
His nose was like caving in
Yeah.
on his face.
It's crazy.
One surgery.
So
Let me get that. That's my nose on your face.
Kylie added, I have contour on. I'm like, how can you compare my 12-year-old face and say that I've gotten my jaw shaved, my eyelids removed? What are we talking about, she says.
Oh.
There's less contouring on the Conshohocken curve.
Also, she's just saying it's
Yeah.
contouring that
What-
changes her face.
What is contour?
Contouring is like putting makeup on to accentuate like your cheekbone,
Okay.
your jawbone, you
Yeah.
know.
There's a video of her doing it where basically, Preston, you're basically painting, she's painting like shadows along the ridge of her nose
Yeah, Right.
and painting around and then blending it in. Honestly, it's an art, and that's what she originally became famous for, but it does create that perception of, pronounced jawline and everything, or whatever you want or don't want.
Yeah, I contour. I learned how to contour because I was seeing all videos like that of people like putting it all on, and
I
so
can see it up here on you right here.
I contoured this
She had
morning.
no plastic surgery. Hi, I'm Kathy Romano, and I had no plastic surgery.
Did you see the movie No Hard Feelings yet, Kathy?
No, I want to see it.
It's a Jennifer Lawrence film, Preston. It's the most recent one. It's funny.
I wanna see it.
Her and this kid that she's with is great, but she does full frontal, unabashed, comes out of the ocean, gets into a fist fight where she gets punched in the...
Yes, I did see it.
Yeah.
Full frontal
I did,
nudity?
I did
full
see it.
frontal nudity, has a brawl on the beach, and I'm like, more power to her, man. It was pretty amazing that she would do that.
That was a cute movie.
Yeah,
I really
yeah,
liked it. Yeah.
What made you think of that?
Her, Jennifer Lawrence, is in that.
Yeah, she's
movie.
in this story that we're talking
Oh, I
about.
thought we were talking about the Jenners.
Both of them. So
Yeah.
and
Yeah, I
Kylie
had
Jenner
no plastic surgery.
Oh, I
were
lost
both
that part.
being interviewed. Okay. Does she have pubic hair? Do we see that in the...
I don't
the full
recall.
frontal nudity?
It was all wet because she comes out of the water. So,
Okay.
but she, not a
just
lot, if
surprised.
so. Yeah, and everyone was surprised that she would do it.
Okay.
Yeah.
It was, and then-
Right? She's full frontal nudity, correct?
Yeah, when she comes. Yeah, I do
Yeah.
remember that scene of her coming out of the
I
ocean.
love her.
Yeah, she's
think
great.
she's great.
In this movie, she is not afraid to appear unpleasant looking.
But but I kind of liked it. Like it was a little bit of a different role for
Yes.
her to do this, and
I dug it, yeah.
yeah.
All right. Linda Evangelista spoke with the Sunday Times over the weekend and explained why she is not interested in dating anymore. And her reasoning has since gone viral. She said, quote, I don't want to sleep with anybody anymore, meaning I don't want to hear somebody breathing. So she doesn't want someone in the same bed with her. You don't have to do that.
No.
Rochelle and I haven't slept in the same bed in decades.
I don't like it either. I don't like
I
the
don't like it
wrapped up
either.
with someone else.
Yeah.
And it's
I love
okay
that
to say
woman
that.
more than anything
Yeah.
in the world, but I
love Rochelle more than anybody in the world.
So, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Do you want to
you sleep with me.
Let me ask you a
Give
question.
me a break. I'll be over smoking cigars.
When you are sharing a bed and you're not doing that stuff, but you are spooning, how long can you spoon?
Oh, not long.
Yeah?
Not long at all. A little cuddle. This is nice. I'm starting to get warm. I'm going to move.
I'm hot. My arm hurts.
Hot. Yeah. My neck is in a weird position.
Yeah.
All right,
You're crushing me.
you're in the most comfortable possible spooning position.
Okay.
All right?
Yeah.
Temperature's okay for, but you're under the covers. 5 minutes?
Do you know?
Max.
Yeah.
Okay.
Something like that.
Do you know what I love? Sitting
Yeah.
side by side on the couch, like his arms tucked in and stroking and petting. All that is nice. I think I find I feel very. I don't sleep under the sheets, so I sleep under a blanket, so I don't like that crushed in sort of feeling.
I think of a phrase that Kathy might use. I have never heard her use this, but I think Kathy might use this, which is off me.
Yeah.
Off. I just say off.
Off. Not even the me.
Are you
Off.
done? Then get off.
Go.
All right.
Go
love
get
you.
some Windex.
Thank you so much.
You're the best.
CBS's Late Show will be on unplanned post-Thanksgiving hiatus after Stephen Colbert says he is recovering after surgery from a ruptured appendix.
How about that?
Oh.
Yeah, he shared the news on Instagram, and of course, he wrote a great caption. He said, "Sorry to say that I have to cancel our shows this week. I'm sure you're thinking turkey overdose, Steve, gravy boat capsize. Actually, I'm recovering from surgery for ruptured appendix. I'm grateful to my doctors for their care and even to the kids for putting up with me. Going forward, all emails to my appendix will be handled by my pancreas."
So think about this. COVID, SAG.
Yes.
He got COVID.
It's been tough for him.
Appendix.
Yeah. The Late Show was scheduled to return tonight with new episodes. Jennifer Garner, Boz Lerman, Sir Patrick Stewart, Barbara Streisand, and Kelsey Grammer were among the guest slated to appear. I don't know if Chris had gone these.
I'd like to apologize to Jennifer Garner and her pool boy, Ben Affleck, for incorporating them into my fantasy.
Ladies and gentlemen, Chris Sagan and the Skull Sealer. Thank you, folks. You know, I was sealing up a skull last night. You're going to like this.
So anyhow, yeah, they hit another stumbling block. But that's, we talked about that before. That's serious pain. And Nick, you know that all too well.
They're the new Rowan and Martin, Chris Sagan and these.
And the Skull Sealer? Yeah. Mark Cuban says he plans to leave Shark Tank after nearly 15 years as a regular on the program.
I have a question about this because I do find myself watching the show. I like it. I like the show a lot. The one thing I don't like is the, hey, sharks, when you're down in the mouth.
Yeah, the pitch.
But they are basically what they are doing is they're investing. Those are all business opportunities for the sharks, correct?
Almost definitely.
And so, I mean, I don't know why you'd walk away from that.
Maybe just tired of it.
I'll explain in a second. Yeah.
That show divides our household. I really like it. My son loves it. Andrea hates it.
Really?
And we have not gotten to the bottom of why she hates it so much, but she can't stand it. So there are like Friday nights. I think it's Fridays.
Yeah, it's Friday night, yeah.
And she'll be like, fine, I'm going upstairs. Like, she gets mad that we like watching it.
What that show has taught me is that you can have a great idea, but it doesn't mean squat if you don't know what to do with it. It doesn't mean anything if you don't know what to do with
sharks
it.
know how to dissect what makes it viable and what makes it not. It's very rare that they miss an opportunity or make a bad call on a product.
I try to guess, like, while they're giving their pitch, if, one of the sharks is going to take it or not. And, like, as something I thought was, like, a great idea, they were like, no way, we're passing on this.
And that's why we're not in business.
We've been wanting to do something for a long time called Shark Tank, which would be similar, but
Shark Tank, where you come in and pitch your ideas to us.
Yeah.
And I eventually do. I think we can still do it. But it's got to have the right tone to it.
Yeah.
And we have to have the right kind of prize as well. But hey, if you have an idea for Shark Tank, let us know.
Here's what we'll do, Preston.
Yeah.
Everyone sitting there will be a failed businessman.
Okay.
So they don't have any knowledge what to do.
That's great.
Yeah.
I love it.
Of Gary Lauer.
So anyhow, the billionaire owner of the Mavericks said, I just want to have a couple of summers with my teens before they go off on their own. That's what this is all about. He said, nothing to do with the show. I love it. I love being on it. I love what it represents and how it motivates entrepreneurs around the world. He previously told Forbes that he has invested $29 million in at least 85 companies since joining Shark Tank.
I wonder what his return has been.
He said, on the one hand, I understand that nobody should have this much wealth, but it is what it is. He said, you make the best of it, and I don't feel guilty about it at all. I busted my ass to get here.
Think about so Mark Cuban his original money was made off of the Real Audio, right? That was him.
Yeah.
I've forgotten that, huh?
Yeah.
Shark Tank's been an ABC staple since 2009. He was a guest shark in season 2 and has been a regular since the third season in 2012.
Who's your favorite shark on that collective?
I like the gal from QVC.
Yes, me too.
I think she's sexy, too.
I love her. And she's smart. I like the things that she goes in on. Yeah, I really like her.
I've forgotten her name, but she's definitely my favorite one. What's her name?
Lori.
Lori
Greiner.
Yeah. I like her a lot.
Yeah. I do like her. You know what though? With him leaving, I feel like they change
him in and out.
They change him in and out. So I bet if he wanted to come back, they would let him come back.
I'm sure he's popular on that show. People love him, so he'll always have a spot, most likely. Then we'll do one more quick story, and I thought this was pretty interesting. Taika Waititi appeared on a recent episode of the Smartless podcast and shared that he that, he directed 2017's Thor Ragnarok, but he did it solely for the money. He said, you know what? I had no interest in doing one of those films. He said it wasn't on my plan for my career as an auteur, but I was poor and I just had a second child, and I thought, you know what? This would be a great opportunity to feed these children. He said, in Thor, let's face it, he said it was probably the least popular franchise. He said, I never read Thor comics as a kid. That was a comic I'd pick up and I'd be like, and then I did some research on it, and I read one Thor comic, or 18 pages or however long they are, and I was still baffled by this character. And he ended up making a great movie.
I love Thor Ragnarok. I don't love Thor Love and Thunder.
Right. Did he do that one too?
Yeah.
Okay. But it managed to become a huge cash cow for him.
And you remember that was a pivotal movie because that was reeling all those characters in and making you believe that mixture would work for the final 2 installments. So, it was great.
All right. And then we will move on to the clips. Christmas in Tahoe is about a talent booker who must ask for help from her ex-boyfriend, the lead guitarist of a now famous band that fired her as its manager years ago to save the family's hotel.
It's crazy.
The Hotel Christmas Show. And here, actor Laura Osnes, I believe is how you say her name, reveals an exciting surprise about the movie. Here we go.
The movie is centered around Train's Christmas album called Christmas in Tahoe. And all of the songs are being featured throughout the movie, including and culminating in a live performance at the end featuring some of their greatest hits. There's even a brand new song that is being premiered that Pat Monahan wrote for this movie. I can't wait.
You suck my and shut the up, huh?
Christmas in Tahoe is now streaming on the Hallmark Channel.
She's one of my more favored actresses in the Hallmark pantheon. Yeah, she's good.
You haven't seen this one yet, though?
No, it's debuting, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
This is now streaming on Hallmark.
Okay.
I'm not a Hallmark movie guy, Christmas movie, but this one, I'm like, okay, I'm in.
Well, when you're done drinking, smoking cigars and watching Fandango, come over to my house. We'll get into our jammies and watch Hallmark movies.
She was talking about Pat Monahan.
Steve said I could come over.
That's the lead singer from Train.
Yeah.
She's talking about.
Yeah. She said the whole episode is filled with, I know you weren't really listening to all of it. It's a beautiful sunrise. But she said the whole thing's featured with Train music. And the band, I guess is he going to play, I don't know, this guitarist that was fired from the band? Or I
think he appears as himself, but they have one of their Hallmark studly actors playing the romantic interest.
Okay. Here is our next clip. Faster Purple Worm Kill Kill is about celebrity players pit first-level Dungeons and Dragons characters against the game's mightiest monsters. What? In this clip, executive producer Matthew Lillard talks about things that he learned while creating this show. Here we go.
That Red Bull works. That we should be sponsored by Red Bull. No, two things, I think. The idea of like putting a dream into the world and sort of chasing it. And number two, the thing that we discovered throughout the process is that we thought we were making a comedy show, but I think the thing we were surprised about is the amount of humanity that was discovered through it.
I don't give a
Remember, he was on the show promoting his wine that caters to the
whiskey, wasn't it?
Or whiskey that caters to the Dungeons and Dragons set.
Yeah.
And so he is very much tied up into this group. So, and they're actually creating their own games as well.
Yeah, we're looking at Nick pulled up his IMDb, but I don't see it on there anywhere, Nick.
I think you have to, because that's under actor, so you have to go to self to see his.
I wanted to see who else was in this. It's called Faster Purple Worm Kill Kill.
Patton Oswalt appears to be in it.
Yeah, I saw some people that looked familiar, but I don't see it on his
I'll find it.
All right, anyway.
You look at the sunrise for a second. I'm going to find this.
Find Faster Purple Worm Kill Kill on the D&D Adventures channel on Amazon, Freevee, and Plex.
What?
I don't know.
If you have a ham radio.
Freevee and Plex.
You said Amazon. You can do it.
I guess so, right? Yeah, I should be able to find it. All right, that's it. That's what I have for
Done.
you. Thank you. All right. We're happy. We're happy now. All right. And we'll want to keep that applause going because this morning, folks, in the not too distant future, about an hour from now, Kathy's holiday activities list will be revealed for all to partake upon. And you need to jump on this stuff because as we found out from the last fall activities,
exactly,
some of these things filled up while we were doing the segment. So if
3 of them.
Yeah, they like the 2 capacity before we were even done with that particular segment. And we have a brand new jingle to go along with it, an extra long jingle from Kyle.
It's a fugue.
To usher in the holiday season. All right, so let's take a break. Let's all go look at the sunrise because it's beautiful. Nick's taking pictures, and we'll come back in a second. And we also, it's 13 days of the Rolling Stones. We've got a bunch of stuff to tell you about. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
Okay. He played his heart out, and it just wasn't enough. It's hard to have 4 cameras on you in that moment. And he and the other contestants have a great camaraderie. I don't think it had anything to do with Veronica. I think it's hard to be processing that on camera. I think that different people have different, like I had a very happy-go-lucky, win-lose, whatever attitude. Not everybody's like that, and I don't think we need to expect that from.
The dude made it to the Tournament of Champions semifinals, and I'm sitting there on my couch, and so it's I have no place to judge. I'm a viewer. I'm not a contestant, so I don't want to be harsh on the guy, but it's just got to be. You see people rooting for or against particular contestants, and it makes it difficult for somebody like that, I'm sure, to have to go through.
Yeah, and for me, I was like, to be honest, when I saw I think the feeling in the studio was I think a little different than what it came across at home when he missed that daily double and then was trying so hard to come back. I think everybody suddenly was like, oh man, you got to feel for this guy.
Well, and that to me read that even at that point that read his passion. I got it. I'm like, damn it, I'm off my game. Or I just happened to a couple of days ago we were at a golf charity and I'm seeing people respond who are hitting bad shots. Like you see that same frustration. I got that. Yeah. At the end, you would like to think though. And again, you're right. It's a unique circumstance. Everything's on the line, and I get it because I think he's normally a likable guy. It just seemed like there was it was her moment. You lost, and he's. I think that's what a lot of people read and saw. I was like, wow, man, you not even an acknowledgement or something, and that's what it is.
And also you have to remember there's editing, those after. True. That after game chat is much longer than what you get on TV. So I think everyone's got to give game show contestants a lot more. I mean, people thought I was an arrogant asshole when I was on the show. Am I allowed to say that?
No. We'll let it go.
You can say ass. Arrogant ass.
Yeah,
but but you were.
But I was just having fun. You know what I mean? Yeah. So I think that it's very easy for us to project a lot of stuff. The other thing to remember too is this is very different. The experience of taping because of COVID, the studio is very empty. It's just other players and a couple of producers in the audience. So I think you're less self-conscious, right, about how you are presenting yourself when you're up there.
Buzzy, I wanted to ask from a contestant's perspective, and one who especially gets on a roll like you and wins multiple nights. Because you don't know what the categories are going to be. How do you bone up? How do you prepare for that? Do you dive into? Do you research the things that you're weakest at, or do you take the history of categories and what likely might be on there? I don't know any. Shakespeare is my Achilles heel. It's terrible. So if I were to head into the show, would it be a good idea to bone up on my Shakespeare?
Yes, it would. Shakespeare, rivers, capitals, classical music. But the thing to remember is I actually wrote an audiobook called Get Ready, available on Audible. Sorry for the plug.
No, absolutely.
That is about kind of how I got ready for the show. And what you realize is that Jeopardy has certain subjects it likes to cover, and it is a piece of mass market entertainment. So they're not going to pick something completely obscure, right? So there's sort of a depth of information that they're going to go for. And so for me on that stuff, I really looked at not just what the show has asked before, but the types of things that they've asked before. So for instance, if there's Pulitzer Prize winners, you don't have to know every book ever published, but there's notable books to know.
Yes,
right?
No, that's absolutely true.
With Shakespeare, you don't need to know every single plot point, but it would be good to be able to connect either a place or the main characters to the show, because every Shakespeare clue is going to have a character's name in it. So if you know that Cordelia is King Lear, that's all you need to know. You know what I mean? You don't need to know you don't need to read King Lear. And so there's all these different pieces of information. In the Jeopardy world, they call them Pavlovs, right? So like if the year is 1927, we're talking about Lindbergh or the Yankees. You know, it's like
no, but that's a skill set.
Right.
To know a little about a lot. Is what, and it sort of works in radio as well. Like I say, I can go about a minute and a half into any conversation and then tap out. But you guys are on another level. Preston, tell what you guys do on the final Jeopardy question.
Oh yeah, okay. So
and you might get a kick out of this,
Nick
Buzzy.
and
This is
Casey
a thing that they all do.
Nick and Casey and I, when the category comes up, and there's a commercial break right after that, we will text each other what we think the answer is, what we think the clue is, without even hearing the answer. So just on subject alone, if it will be, American authors.
Right.
Well, Nick got it the last time. The last correct answer before the question was, what was the category, Nick, and what was...
man, I'm blanking on it.
Okay, I said Roald Dahl, and you said it was like children's literature or something like that.
Yes.
Okay.
And
so this is a game we play, and every now and then,
you guys can join in. There's a Twitter account that's just for that, Jeopardy Blind Guesser.
That's great. But that speaks to what you were saying, though, to know what the go-tos. We watch the show enough.
Exactly. Like if they're, John Updike comes up a lot. Do people read a lot of John Updike? I don't know, but John Updike comes up a lot, know. So it's exactly that. And they're not going to ask about some author that nobody's heard of, because watching at home, you're completely lost.
Yep.
Even if you don't know it, even if you don't know that Eugene O'Neill wrote Moon for the Misbegotten, you hear Eugene O'Neill and you're like, I should have known that.
Wait, Buzzy, I have one for you, Buzzy. I'll just Chinese-born American architect.
That would be I.M. Pei.
Every time.
If that ever shows up.
Yeah.
Totally. Yeah. I mean, and that's kind of what when you're playing Jeopardy, you're not, a lot of the clue information is sort of superfluous. Last night there was a clue about during the Eid festival, you eat this thing with this food that has another name for its worm-like appearance. All you need to know is worm-like noodle, and it's vermicelli.
That's
any
it.
of the other information. Right?
That's what makes it such a great game, is that there are tactics that can be employed that are, it's not just happenstance. I mean, there certainly is a level of that, but there is a way to play the game and have different methodologies that can get you across the line. And then, of course, there's also luck.
Tons of luck.
Yeah. And that's it.
And then that clue I just mentioned is a great example of, as a viewer, you might know vermicelli, but then you learned all of this stuff about the Eid festival and another quote. Like, you can learn, like, of course there's the game aspect, but then there's all the other information which may not help you get the answer. It's like, oh, I didn't realize that,
Yeah.
When I host trivia night at my kid's school. We brought it to the school. It's Quizzo night, and I'm the one who comes up with the questions. And I take a page out of Jeopardy's notebook. Like, I will ask a question where the audience will be like, how am I supposed to know the answer to this? And then you're supposed to ask yourself, how am I supposed to know the answer to this? The answer is in the question. Like, why would you think that any of us would even know this answer? Well, what's the question and how is it asked?
You're right, because
great riddles are done that way.
And that's it.
Exactly.
If you watch like a straight up college bowl type of game where they don't do that, you'll get slaughtered, because it's as dry and un-border collie-ish, in the way that you can be directed a little bit. It's just antiseptically, what is this? And I find I have to tap out, but I can do better at Jeopardy because of just a little bit of prodding will get you there.
There's usually like 3 clues in each clue, and I think I got a chance to finally meet the writers. As a contestant, you've no contact with the writers. So as the host, I finally got to meet them, and I was just like singing their praises, because I think the format of the show, having so many clues, like if there's a category about, some pop artist or some subject you don't know, it's only a couple questions and there's a bunch of other stuff. That's one thing. But the writing of the clues is so masterful. And I was like, I'm not worthy, because it's exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah.
There's always a way, even if you don't know the information, to find, like, except for maybe the $2,000 clues, which sometimes you got to know it or you don't.
It's true.
90% of the clues, you can figure it out. And that is as much fun as knowing something cold.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, no, you're right.
Buzzy, I wanted to ask you about another book. It's called Answers in the Form of Questions. Claire McNear wrote it. I don't know if you had a chance to read it or even.
Yeah.
And she goes into the production of the show and where the contestants stay and what they bring to the set and how many different pairs of clothes they have to wear and all that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Do you think that was an accurate representation of what your time as a contestant on Jeopardy was like?
Absolutely. Claire is fabulous. Like, we joke that if Jeopardy is Harry Potter, she's our, like, Rita Skeeter or whatever. She's like,
the Daily Quiddler or whatever.
Yeah. Or what, I don't know if she likes that, but I actually, I interviewed her. I actually invited her out to, there's like an ex-Jeopardy trivia night here in LA, which is like known as one of the hardest bar trivia nights in the country. So I made her come out and play to have that experience. She's incredible, and she really knows her stuff, and she's a fan. And she, like, I think that's I really recommend that book to people who are fans of the show, because you start to see all these different sides of the experience, whether it's, being a contestant, sort of community afterwards. I think she did a great job of sort of giving everyone a taste of the experience, and not everyone's experience is the same. Some people have, not a great experience when they come to taping because of whatever reason. But I think she did an amazing job.
That's cool.
I love that book.
I knew about the filming schedule and 5 a day, but what I didn't consider is, say, when you had your 9-game run, you were doing all those, you had to have knocked out 5 in one day as a contestant as well, correct?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
Wow.
so my first game was a Monday game. So I did 2 consecutive tape days, and I lost in the 10th game. I lost on the last game of the second day. And I think that's part of what, once you're a contestant, when you see someone go on a long streak, the endurance of, just shot nerves coming in to do it again. I mean, it's not, you usually only tape 2 or 3 days a week. So it's not like you're doing 5 days of 5 shows a day.
Right.
But it's still just such an impressive feat of endurance. And getting ready to host, I knew I needed to have endurance and bring the same energy to a Thursday or Friday game that I bring to a Monday game.
Yeah.
So for that month where I knew I was going to be guest hosting, I was doing a ton of training. I would do strength training in the morning.
Yeah.
And then I would do like cardio 2 times throughout the day just to make sure I could still summon the energy.
To have the pheromones released. Yeah. I can absolutely see that, to be sharp. I wanted to ask you, just you in your personal life, we know you were in the music industry, or may actively still be, went to school for communications, and so
music. I studied music.
Music. Okay. So what do you do? We had a little bit of a hint here and there.
Yeah.
But specifically, what are you mostly involved with, Buzzy?
I do music for commercials, actually.
Okay.
Yeah, so I do. I find music for commercials, or I, hire composers to write music for commercials.
Do you yourself play or write, or?
Yeah, I do. I mean, I don't really do anything professionally, but for fun, I play and write a lot. Yeah.
So for specific campaigns, you'll choose the music.
Absolutely. So I'm sure everybody is gonna give me a hard time for this, but like the Airbnb campaign.
And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
By the way, I do need to mention that Kathy's Holiday Activities is presented by our very good friends at Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors, and we appreciate that support.
That's where I'm going to get my rotisserie chicken today.
Very good.
Yeah.
So we'll get to that in a little bit. But I want to talk about Kathy right now. I want to talk about Marissa Magnata.
Hey, Mocha Magnata.
Marissa had a little issue recently, and fortunately, things have turned around. But Marissa lost the keys to her car for days on end.
You lost the keys to your car for days.
And I asked her this morning, I'm like, did you find your keys? And she just kind of smiled and nodded. And so I think there's a story to go along with it as well.
My house is not huge, all right? It's a condo in the city. I was locked inside of it for 4 days while my husband had the flu.
Right.
Suddenly on Saturday, I went to pick up some tailgate stuff from some friends, and I was like, I don't know where my keys are. Like, they're just gone. I checked every coat. I checked in the fridge, in the bathroom, like every room. There's
In
just
the
not.
car, you walk down to the garage to make sure that
I did.
you didn't leave them running.
Exactly. I was like, was it around there anywhere?
And the car, you have a newer car. The car would not lock if you had left the keys in the car.
I think it does lock itself. It's a bit older car. It's
All right,
2017.
okay.
So
All right.
I don't know if it has that feature. I was able to, I used my husband's car. I went out because I was like, look, I was determined not to leave. And on top of this, my backup key is in the office, which was locked and closed for the holiday. In the office of the building.
Why do you keep it here?
No.
In the office of her building.
the office of the building.
With the manager building, because there was some work getting done on the garage. So they had collected everyone's spare keys because they needed to move around cars to like repave the lot.
Well, that adds an element to it I was unaware of. So you do have a backup key and you just simply could not access it.
Yep.
All right. How many days missing and when did you finally, or where did you finally find it?
Saturday, Sunday, Monday. My whole plan yesterday was to like go home, at least get the backup key. I didn't even get home until after the office is closed.
I mean,
So
technically, it would be from Tuesday. You said you got home from work I'm sorry, Wednesday. So it would be missing since Wednesday if you didn't even.
Yeah, we went to Dr. Mike, so we drove up there.
Okay.
So Wednesday afternoon on.
Okay.
Just gone, missing.
All right.
So when I got home yesterday, the office was closed too. So I walked in the house so frustrated and I was so mad. And I look at Matt and he's like, we're going to find this. We're going to find this. And he actually at some point, I don't know if his idea was to like literally search from like the bottom up, but he like got down on the floor and was like checking the floor and looking around. And I was like, I don't know what you're doing. And then he picks,
I want a divorce.
we probably could get it annulled at this point, right? It's only been a couple months.
Right,
So he picks up shoes. He picks up the shoes that I had just taken off. And I was like, a little frustrated. I was like, why the hell is he looking in those shoes? I just took them off.
Okay.
And then I look to my left.
Okay.
In another pair of shoes, and the key was sitting in there.
Oh my God!
It had fallen into a pair of shoes that were under my dishwasher. They were just like sitting there. That's kind of the spot when I walk in, I'll slide them off.
Yeah.
It fell down.
Fell
in
into
there
your
for
shoes.
4
days.
Oh, man.
And these are
pair
shoes.
Of Keith Haring high tops, just sitting there with a little keychain just hanging over the edge that I didn't notice for 4 days.
Matt's thoroughness paid off. Sometimes you just have to say, screw it. I'm looking everywhere. I'm not
hard
giving up on
target
this.
search.
Yes. But it kills me, man. I'm the loser of things. I just, and I'm the loser of things like I'll notice 10 minutes later that something, I've just walked in here and I set something down. How is it possible that it's not right where I thought I put it? You know what I mean?
It's the way your mind processes things a lot of times, and it is ultimately frustrating.
But I want to throw this out there to people listening. What is something that you have misplaced or lost, and then the longest stretch of time before you found it again? Because there can be something like Kathy or like Marissa. So it's your car keys, man. 4 days, that's a long-ass time to be missing
You
your
need
car
your car.
keys.
Yeah.
But there are other things that might not be that essential at that point in time that you have found a month later, weeks later, years later.
Pisses you off. My best advice, by the way, if you lose something and it's been gone for a while, buy another one of the same thing, and you will find the
You'll find
original.
it.
Yeah.
It happened to us recently.
Yeah.
By the way, 215-263 WMMR if you have a story to share. Caroline had a pair of bone induction wireless headphones. And they're small, they're not like regular over the ear headphones. They wrap around the back, they're thin and everything. And we've had them for a while now, but all of a sudden misplaced, can't find them. And I'm like, and my family, all the kids use them and they use them a lot. And so I'm like, eventually, I'm like, okay, I'll get you a new pair. It served us well. These pairs, they've been great. Blah,
Goodbye,
blah,
old
blah.
friend.
Well, so get a new pair.
Yeah.
2 days later. They're in the back seat of my car somewhere. In my car. I don't know how they ended up in my car, but they were back there. I'm like, oh, I think I found something.
So we have this dog that we adopted, this Snoofy. This has beautiful coat that has to be brushed every day. My wife has this brush that haven't used in a long time. She loses the brush, can't find it. And so we're going, 1, 2, 3 days, 4 days. just when she started mentioning Preston, I'm gonna buy another one from Amazon. I'm gonna get, or at least go to Monster Pets or whatever, and go pick up another one. In her mind, she was framed that way. When she put those vibes out, I found the brush.
No.
Like immediately.
Okay.
Like minutes after she said she was going to buy a new one.
When I find myself frustrated in finding something, I swear I learned it from the Brady Bunch.
Yeah.
And I hear Mr. Brady's voice saying, retrace your steps.
Retrace your steps.
And I try to go backwards or to the beginning of, okay, when I got home, I went in here, I went there, I did this, and I walked through. And several times, most of the time, you can find.
I have been very successful. Do you know what I have used actually a couple of times, twice specifically, to locate things? We have cameras in the house. And I've actually run back the tape.
Okay.
Gone back digitally. And my wife had lost a pair of keys, and she swore it was in a pair of shorts that she was wearing at one point. And I said, look at the Zapruder film here. You were wearing different shorts.
Wow.
And it worked.
All right, let me go do some calls. I have Ed on the phone. Yo, Ed, good morning, brother.
I went to I had a banquet for my fire department, and I came home a little drunk, and my wife had given me this fossil for my birthday or Christmas or something because they're right close to each other, and I put it in the shoes so I didn't lose it.
Yeah,
like I didn't want to get damaged. I didn't want to wear it because I fell asleep on the couch, and I don't wear those shoes because I only wear them when I wear my brown suit,
Right.
and I don't wear that very often. So I put it in there, completely forgot, put the shoes away in my closet. It was like, then I go look for this watch, and I'm like, oh my God, I lost it. Like I thought, well, maybe I was drunk and I lost it at the bank or something, whatever. I'm going crazy. So like around 2 years later, some formal event, probably a wedding or whatever, I go to put the shoes on and I go, hey, oh my God. And I completely flash back to the moment I realized that that's why I did that. That's why I put it in my shoe, was because I didn't want it to get damaged because it's a really nice watch. And when I got up the next morning, I forgot I put it in my shoe and put my shoes away.
Yeah, the elusive formal wear conundrum. I will find lost.
Yes.
Lipsticks that I've been asked to hold.
In the inside breast pocket, right?
Inside breast pocket.
Mm-hmm.
Constantly finding stuff.
So, Ed, that was what, 2 years after?
It was almost 2 years after. I mean, and I searched the couch cushions. I tore the couch apart. I lifted it up. I went, oh, maybe, I was like, oh, maybe because my kids were like, my son was like 3 at the time. I'm like, maybe he took it off and he was like, oh, I want to wear daddy's watch or, something along those lines. And I'm like, come on, dude. I tore his room apart. Never once thought to go, oh, maybe I put it somewhere safe, stupid.
What did your wife say?
She's just like, just pray about it. Eventually, you'll find it. So I guess eventually I did.
I used to be the rule used to be, Casey, you'd remember this. You pray to St. Anthony to find lost things. It worked once. I found a box turtle, but it has not helped me since.
Oh no, works all the time.
Works for you, yeah.
Yep. I just had my friend do it, and she was looking for a necklace that her father passed away, and it was some necklace of his or that he had given her, and we were like, you have to pray to St. Anthony, and sure enough,
I don't know where it is.
No, she found it.
I don't. Is it in your shoes?
Do you know the actual prayer? It's not just like, hey, is St.
Anthony,
help
please
a brother
come
out.
around. Something is lost and cannot be found.
Okay, you got it.
That's it?
Yeah.
Say it again.
St. Anthony, please come around. Something is lost and cannot be found.
Okay, all right.
Over the lips.
Through the gums. Look out,
stomach, here it comes.
There it is.
No. Wait, quick side note about things like that, St. Anthony. I'm taking out my planters, my fall stuff, and putting in my Christmas stuff, and I find a wooden cross stuck in my planter. I know it's my mother. I know
she's going around doing this unbeknownst to you, bearing crucifixes?
Preston, there's on my front door, if you open, I don't know when she did it, in like the dust on my front door is a cross.
She wrote a cross.
In the dust.
Do you have any crosses hanging in your house?
She just like, I'll see it on the side of my car sometimes. Like she just blesses
That's kind of creepy.
to keep us safe.
She's like the nun.
No, she puts the blood of Jesus over us so that we're safe.
Oh, I love when people put blood on me.
Spiritu Sancto Matos. Hey.
Let me go to...
Protect my daughter. She does activities.
We're going to go to Jamie on the line next. Hey, Jamie, good morning.
Good morning.
What's up, Jamie?
So my husband's leaving for work one morning and looks down and can't find his wedding ring, and he swears he put it on. So we look everywhere. We look in his car. He asks at work. Weeks go by. He's just about to put a claim into the insurance company. He's getting ready for work, goes into the fridge to take out clementines for his lunch. And it was the last clementine. So he takes the bag the clementines were in to throw them out, and something hits the floor. It was the wedding ring.
So what was it?
Well, those are like mesh bags.
Yeah, is that what happened?
So it might have caught on the mesh and slipped into the bag?
That must be what happened. We were just dumbfounded that that's where it ended up, because he's like, I swear I put it on this morning. I don't know where it could be.
It always freaks you out because you see that commercial where the guy is, the senior couple, and the guy, the guy finds his wife's keys in the refrigerator. And he's like, oh no, she's slipping down that.
Right.
Oh no.
Thanks, Jamie. Here's a text. A number of wedding ring stories. This says, my wedding band came off when I was in the shower, went down the drain. We tore apart all the pipes, try and find it. It was gone. But about 4 years later, we had to renovate our bathroom.
Oh, my
And we
gosh.
found it in the main sewer pipe in the basement.
Wow.
Yeah, that was a stroke of luck.
Preston, did your friend ever find his wedding ring that he tossed into
That
the
he threw in the ocean? No.
He didn't? Oh.
He
You
didn't
never
find
found
his
that one?
phone either after his wife was pissed off at him that he lost it in the ocean. He threw that in the ocean.
Preston, he was eating some mahi-mahi.
Never found it.
He rocketed it off a balcony into the ocean.
One of my favorite moments ever.
It was a great throw.
What about his phone? Did he do his phone too?
That's what I said.
I thought it was a wedding ring.
No. So the wedding ring came off on the catamaran.
Oh.
And then when we got back to the hotel, he called his wife to tell her, and it was he was on the cell phone, and she was not having it.
Right.
And we were our suite was overlooking a cliff over the ocean, and he rocketed that thing through the room, out the sliding glass door into the.
He was
ocean.
a shortstop, right? Or
He was
a
a pitcher.
third pitcher.
He was a
Okay,
pitcher,
yeah, he's
yeah.
got good aim and stuff.
Yep.
My younger brother, same thing happened to him with his wedding ring. It fell off at an Eagles tailgate, and it just went missing. Like it fell out into because the FDR Park. It was in the grass. A year later, he wasn't even there. A year later, these people that we tailgate with found the ring in the grass.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Hi, this is Donovan McNabb. I found something in my poop.
By the way, if you're just tuning in, Marissa lost her keys for 4 days, her car keys, and hence we're taking calls on this. I'm going to go to Angie next. Hi, Angie. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, what's up, Angie?
Hi. I lost all of my wedding rings for like a year, and I have this big pin that I just threw all my extra change in, and I was like, oh, let me just count the change and everything, and I'm sifting through, and there were my wedding rings.
How many wedding rings do you have?
Well, two. Just
The band and the engagement.
I got
ring.
you. Okay, all right. Yeah.
But I think what had happened was the last time I counted my change,
Yeah.
I took my rings off so they wouldn't get dirty, and whatever leftover change was there, I scooped it up and just threw it back in.
Oh, there you go.
There you go. There you go.
How quickly, Angie, did you realize they were missing? Like the next day, and then you began the search?
Yeah, kind of like the next day, because I take them off when I like wash dishes or whatnot.
Yeah,
I felt
happens all the
cat had knocked them in the trash can, but Cassie, I said that St. Anthony prayer 25,000 times a day until I actually found them.
There you go.
Look at that. It only took him a year.
It only
It
took a
worked.
year.
Yeah.
I'm working on it.
He's got a list, all right, man. Dude's got things to do. All right, thank you,
For
Angie.
Christ's sake, and he's right here.
I'm going to go.
Listen, I do have to like take a deep breath. Like when you misplace something or you lose something and how frustrating it can be, you have to like calm yourself down. And whether St. Anthony works or not, like I feel like that prayer
That's
just
probably
calms
part
me
of what
down
it
a little
does.
bit.
It calms you down.
It takes a moment to focus and get your mind on something else and clear your mind. I have a feeling that's what that does. I'm going to go to Jordan, who's on the line. Jordan, good morning.
Hi, how are you?
Good. What's up, Jordan?
Okay, so my husband likes to work on Jeeps.
Okay.
And his first wedding band had shattered, so I got him a nice wedding band to replace it with our wedding song engraved on the inside. And I got him, the rubber wedding band to wear when he was working on the Jeep. So he was working on the Jeep, and he took off his wedding band, not the rubber one, the nice new one that had our wedding song engraved. And he had it on the back of his tailgate. Well, after he finished working on the Jeep, he drove off, not putting his wedding band back on.
Okay.
The wedding band was gone. He searched the driveway. He searched all around, couldn't find it. So months later, I'm walking up the street to meet him at a restaurant to get some food and a drink. And I look down on the side of the road 3 blocks up from my house, and I say, oh, there's something shiny here.
No way.
I pick it up, and I was like, oh, my God.
Yeah.
It's the wedding band. So I walk in, and he's sitting at the bar, and he's having some food and a drink, and I go, hey, hon, guess what I just found?
Wow.
And
It's amazing.
there it was, the wedding band, 3 months later, found on the side of the road.
The odds are so staggeringly against that.
And he was so happy. And now he doesn't wear it on his finger anymore because of working on Jeeps and
Right.
stuff. Now he just wears it
His
on
penis.
a chain around his neck. So he doesn't.
A chain on his penis.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me ask you, what's your wedding song?
Casey, you'll like this. It's Waste by Fish.
Oh, my
She's
God.
a fish fan.
Yeah, I
Ah.
love you guys. You guys are the best.
All right.
And Preston just said "Clear Your Mind" 2 seconds ago, and that was the last Fish song that I listened to this morning before the show started. That's crazy.
Should we do an hour-long fish
We
marathon? this
probably
morning
should,
on the
yeah.
show?
Don't pray to St. Anthony, pray to fish.
By the way, if you are living in the Collegeville area and you have a metal detector, you might want to go take that over to the Berman Museum of Art on Ursinus College's campus. You might find a diamond earring there that my mom lost on my graduation day.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
She had gotten her ears pierced just for those. It was an anniversary gift.
For those earrings.
Just for those earrings.
Wow.
And then she lost one.
That sucks.
All right. Somebody has also a car key story along the lines of Marissa. I'm going to go to Jen. Hi, Jen. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, what's up, Jen?
Good. Long time listener, first time caller.
Oh, we're happy for you, Jen. Thank you. Hang on. We'll give you There's a woo doggy for you.
Thank you.
What's up, Jen?
So I've lost my car keys. We were, oh my gosh, it was my kids were little. I had a minivan. It was back when you actually had a key to start your car. And it was filled with all of those, like, grocery store tags and keychains and, like, so much bigger. And I lost it, couldn't find it. We looked everywhere. I mean, had the house torn apart. It was Christmas time. Just forgot about it. Luckily, had the spare key and went about my way. And a year later, getting out the Christmas stuff the next year, open up a box, and there are my car keys.
You had packed it away with the Christmas stuff.
Exactly.
I bet you that happens a lot to missing items because you put these things away.
Yeah, you open up, it's right next to that cat you were missing.
And there's no way you're going to go back through all that crap.
No. Yes. I mean, stuff
I
that...
did not find a cat. I did not find a cat.
But you know what?
I did find my car keys.
Did you, I'm sorry to interrupt,
No.
Steve. Did you still have the car?
No. Oh, I did, yes. No,
Oh, you did? Okay.
All right.
I
So,
thought you meant now. I'm like, oh, God, no. Yes, we did.
all right.
Decorations
Thanks, Jen.
or like formal wear that you know,
Yeah,
all
stuff
of that
you don't
stuff.
use that
yeah, you
often.
put it away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But Steve, you're right. Sometimes I'll put away a suit.
Yeah.
And I will think that I've gotten everything out of the pockets.
Right.
And then the next time I put it on, I'm like, oh yeah, I remember that person
Lipstick,
died. I've
yeah.
got their little memorial
Right.
card
Yeah.
in my
Oh, he
suit
died
coat.
again?
Yeah. Oh, he died again.
That's the same thing like winter jackets. You kind of, it's like, like you never know when.
It's kind of a surprise.
When the last time you're going to pick your child up, you never know the last time you're going to put your winter jacket on for the season. So sometimes you end up leaving stuff in your pockets.
Hey, it looks like I went skiing a few months ago.
Nick, after Chelsea, you had our dog, and we had to put her down a while ago. I took out one of my winter coats, and the one pocket was filled with dog treats.
Hey, here's something to do for yourself, okay? When we start to get towards spring and things start to warm up, your winter coat, before you put it away, slip a $10 bill in one of those pockets.
And elude.
You will completely forget about it.
Yeah, a little surprise.
When you pop it back on, you're like, hey!
Or like it'll, wow.
What?
No, I'll remember, right? I'll remember that there's $10 in there, and then I'll need $10, and I'll be like, oh, I know where to get
Do you know
$10.
what Claire does? She does what she calls hidden 20s.
Yeah.
So just in case. So she has her little areas. The trick is sometimes you might forget where those hidden 20s are. Yeah.
But then it becomes bonus 20
Found money.
later on, yeah. All right, let me go to Anthony. Anthony, good morning.
Yo, what's up, guys?
Yo, buddy. Thanks for calling in. What's up?
All right, so I had 2 different bachelor parties, 2 different groups of friends, and down in AC. And I drove down there, I had my nice clothes for the night, to get dressed. So the day, like the one group was during the day, so we start drinking early. And long story short, later on, I went to park my car at a different casino, and I must have valeted it. So then the next morning I wake up, I go to the first casino. That's where I thought I parked. and I couldn't find it. I reported it stolen to the Atlantic City Police.
Yes. You know how many calls they probably get like that?
And I had to go. I had my girlfriend come get me. I drove home. I had to get a new car. I had to get new tools because I'm in the carpenters union, and all my tools were in the trunk. And about a year later, I checked my voicemail, and it's the whoever tows your cars in Atlantic City. He had my car, so I called my dad to take me down, and he said some curse words at me, and he's like, "I bet you forgot it down there, you whatever." Yeah. So we go down there, and the valet sticker's over the mirror. My clothes are still hung up in the back seat from like a year ago.
Oh my God!
So
you got a new car.
You got a new car.
You got a new car.
Long story short, I stopped drinking.
Yeah, probably. So you replaced your car, your tools, everything. You reported it stolen. Yeah.
Okay, let me ask this, Anthony. Once you got back to that car, did you have to go through the police and?
Well, I had. Yeah, they wanted thousands of dollars because it was there for so long, like X amount a day.
Keep it.
And then I started arguing with the guy. My dad kind of pulled me away because he's much more
level-headed. Yeah.
And we only had to end up paying a couple of dollars, and then we had to go get a battery because it wouldn't start, and it was just a whole
Did you sell it?
situation.
Did you end up selling it?
Oh yeah. I kept the new car I got. I sold that one because obviously in my mind at the time.
Did you leave it reported as stolen?
Did you leave it reported as stolen, or did you have that corrected?
Oh, hey, I had to have that. I had that corrected.
All right.
But,
Yeah. All right.
I'm in the police station swearing it was stolen. Meanwhile, my drunk butt was just stupid and totally forgot I valeted it.
So, Anthony, let me throw this out to everyone. Here's what you do.
It's the best.
Put an Apple AirTag in your car.
Yes.
I have a couple in my car. Just throw it in your car.
Yeah.
Easy.
It's a good idea. Definitely. Let me see. We have time for just a couple more. This one sounds interesting. I'm going to go to Bill. Hey, Bill, good morning to you.
Gadzooks, guys.
Gadzooks, buddy. What's up?
Hey, so when I was 17, we got a summer shore house for the year, and it was one of the first times I had ever partaken in the devil's lettuce.
Okay, the devil's lettuce.
We had some other guys that were friends with girls we knew that didn't like us very much, and they were banging on our door, and I thought they were going to, come in. So in my paranoid state, I hid my wallet in a box of Captain Crunch. No one would ever look there.
Okay.
It stayed there for probably 2.5 months. I had a cash job down there, so I didn't need it, and I just kind of hoped it would turn up.
Mm-hmm.
And then when we were cleaning up the shore house at the end of the summer, I put my hand on the box, and it all came back to me.
I guess nobody was a fan of Captain Crunch and didn't want to have that for breakfast.
Yeah, there was about $250 cash in there.
Wow. So someone could have clearly thought that was the prize that came with Captain Crunch.
Yeah.
$250 in pot.
The best prize I ever got.
That's classic. All right. Thanks,
Wow.
Bill. Appreciate it, man.
I got a kazoo last time.
All right. Let me go to one more, and then we'll take a break. I have Betsy, who will get on next. Hi, Betsy. Good morning.
Morning it.
Morning to see you, Betsy. What's up?
So when my daughter was it was 7-8 years ago, she lost a ring that her father had given her that he had made when he was in college.
Wow. Okay.
And we had been packing up clothes in bags to donate in one of those bins.
Mm-hmm.
And we thought for sure it fell off when she was doing that. But we searched our entire, the living room, her bedroom, everywhere. Could not find it anywhere. And we were like, it had to have fallen off in the bags. And we kind of gave up on it.
Okay.
About a year ago, I took her on a college visit. And while we were on the college visit, my younger child lost an AirPod in the car.
Okay.
So we're searching. I said, when we get back from the college visit, I'll look in the car. It's got to be there. Where else could it be? I'm searching all around the car underneath the seat. And I find the ring.
So here you are searching for something else, and you find something that was lost for 7 years.
Yep.
Oh, my God.
You never thought to look under the seats?
We never thought it was in the car.
I guess it makes total sense because you're doing this motion where you're packing this stuff. It's going in bags. This thing turns up missing. clearly we donated this and it's gone, that you didn't even think to look elsewhere.
Oh, that fear of when you think you've thrown something in, and we've had stories about that where people have inadvertently donated brand new things or donated stuff that I remember, this is tangential to it, but I just bought a bow, an archer's bow, and it was in the closet. It was actually in the garage. My father decided to have a half-assed yard sale, sold my brand new bow. I'm like, what?
Yeah, I threw away my ex-wife's engagement ring one time. So there's that story.
Yeah, but also where she kept it was a little odd.
Yeah.
Well,
where was it? In the garbage.
It was in the tampon box.
It was in a box. Yeah, she had gone away, and it was like a strange place to store it for a stretch. And I thought I was doing the whole family a favor by cleaning out the closet. Oh, this box is empty, and but it took several months for her to realize that it was gone because she just didn't wear it that often. And somewhere in some landfill. Go digging through a tampon box.
All right, go get a metal detector.
Right,
Just go to a landfill.
Yeah. Well, anyhow, I'm happy that Marissa got her keys back.
Yes.
We thought they may have been gone for good, but no, in her shoes. Fell into a pair of shoes that she normally doesn't wear.
Thanks to the smarts of your husband.
Matt was meticulous and said, let's go through everything. And sometimes you have to do that, unfortunately, and it's an arduous process, but it yields on occasion. All right, a couple of things. Tattoos Day. Text the word tattoo to 39333 if you're interested in winning a Floating World Tattoo and Piercing gift certificate for a Preston and Steve Show themed tattoo. And at a little bit after 8 o'clock, Kathy's holiday activities. Courtesy of Acme Markets. Do not miss it. New jingle and everything. We'll be back in a moment.
Thought was the In Memoriam films.
Right.
I did all those, so I did all the music for those.
Very nice. Very nice.
I do, yeah.
I mean, that can be very lucrative. Now, obviously, you get a quicker hit from a win on Jeopardy. And correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know if this is true. We have big discussions about nicknames on the show and how one earns a nickname. Were you appointed your nickname while still in in utero?
Yeah,
you were.
Yes.
How did that happen?
Well, I'm 36, and I think when I was in my mom's stomach, we didn't have sexing of babies yet. It wasn't quite as advanced as it is now.
Right.
And so they didn't know if I was a boy or a girl. And I have an older sister, and she needed something to call the bump, right? Because it was like, oh, there's a baby in there. And my dad had gone to high school with a guy named Buzzy, and he thought it was a cool name. To be honest, I think the original nickname was Bozo. And my mom was like, we're not calling this baby Bozo.
You dodged a bullet.
We switched to Buzzy. They gave me my real name, Austin, after Steve Austin, the $6 Million Man.
Cool.
My sister's name is Lindsay, like Lindsay Wagner, the Bionic Woman. So
no way.
Big fans of
Bionics.
Sci-fi.
That's funny.
But the funny thing is, like, my great-grandmother, who was alive when I was born, my mom was like, all right, I'm going to let her decide, because my dad kept calling me Buzzy. And my mom's like, there's no way she's going to let this kid be called Buzzy. And my great-grandmother, like, spent some time with me, and she goes, Austin's much too big a name for such a little person. I'm going to call him Buzzy. And so that's how I've been Buzzy for my whole life.
There you go. Nice. It works, though.
Well, listen, you've done a great job. The hosting continues through to Friday, and Tournament of Champions. And, of course, you can see that at 7 o'clock on ABC here locally in Philadelphia. Buzzy, great talking with you, man. Thanks so much for coming on this morning. We appreciate it.
Go Birds. Trust the process.
There you go. Love it. He knows it all. Take care, brother. We'll see you later. Oh, my God, that's great.
Terrific. He's actually from Jersey.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Well, if I had the confidence, that's the show I'd love to be on. I just don't have the confidence to be on something that wide ranging. Every now and then I'll get, man, I can run like 2 categories and feel like, I'm the champ. Okay. To show us?
Well, I have a couple of things. I have another audio thing, something I had told you about off the air, and then I got this thing that I learned about yesterday. So I want everybody to take your iPhones out real quick and pull up an iTunes.
Now take your tops off.
Pull up an iTunes?
Pull up your iTunes. Pick out any song in your iTunes. I don't care which song it is.
I haven't used iTunes.
I had to delete my iTunes.
No.
Really? Why?
Storage concerns on my phone. I moved it on. Well, we don't need to hear about it on air.
Gotcha.
It's a porn thing.
Yeah, way too much porn on my phone.
Pull up anything you're saying?
Anything, and also take your headphones off real quick. Well, just in a second, you're going to have to take your headphones off.
Okay. Does it matter what song I choose?
No, it does not matter.
Song?
Whatever song you want to hear.
Well, now I got to go through and find a song I want to
Took the
hear.
first one that came up.
All right, I got one.
All right, you got one? All right, so take your headphones off.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, now press play on your iTunes and stick the speaker part of your iPhone in your mouth like this.
Okay.
And close your lips over it.
What the hell is going on?
Seriously.
And we're all doing this at the same
All
time?
do it at the same time. Everybody press play. All right, all the way. No. All right, now cover your ears, both your ears.
I refuse to do this.
Well, you can't hear it?
Yeah, I can hear it.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like bone phones, earphones.
Kathy, why are you not doing it?
It won't fit in my mouth.
Yes, it will. Oh my God, yes, it will.
Say that again, real. Say that again.
Okay, so I see what you're saying. You can hear it a little bit more. I could hear it even without putting my hands over my ears.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So what is if you're driving? Is there a way to listen to it without having the phone in your mouth?
Right. It's like bone induction.
Yeah.
That's what it's called. Bone induction speakers.
We have a couple of the earphones my wife uses when she swims.
Yeah. Well,
She
how much
loves
did
them.
those cost? This is for
You
free,
can
bro.
just stick her phone in her mouth and look like an imbecile. You know what? You know how you have that keep warm function on your oven?
Yeah.
Try putting the dinner rolls in your ass.
Kathy, why did you not do it?
As this was all going on, I just hear, because we had to take our headphones off, I just hear Steve go, I refuse to do this.
Yeah.
Thanks for playing along, bro.
Well, I couldn't get my Asia song to play, which would have been so cool.
I did do it, Casey.
Isn't that wild?
Yeah.
Put it in your mouth?
Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't see it.
I did.
You didn't
Preston.
do it.
All right,
No.
here's
I
the
just
thing.
did it.
Try this when you get home, Kathy.
Okay.
Draw a nice bath. Get in it.
Yeah.
Take your electric hair dryer. Dip it in the water. You'll be able to hear Prince.
While it's plugged
Yeah.
in.
The speakers have gotten much better on these phones. My son was listening to, he was watching a YouTube video or something like that, and he was in the other room, and I was almost like, turn that damn music down.
I'm trying to listen to my story on my Stephen King story.
But it's gotten, you remember the old phones, like if you, for some reason, didn't have a Bluetooth speaker or something to hook it into, and you tried valiantly, yes, exactly, to listen to something. It was terrible. It's gotten much better. They're definitely a lot louder.
I'm listening to Pearl Jam. Listen.
It won't fit in my mouth.
Yes, it will. Oh my God, yes, it will.
It won't fit in my mouth.
All right. Let's see here. Amazon has renewed. I don't know why I just went, but I did.
Sounded cool.
Amazon has
And
renewed.
now the news focuses on Iraq. We go down to Jim Iglesiasky at the Pentagon. I'm trying to throw it back to you, Tom, but I can't do a chicken fart.
I'm having a hard time today.
Chicken fart. Amazon has renewed The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel for a 4th season run. That's good news. The show, which has won multiple Emmys and Golden Globes, just received 2 more Golden Globes nominations for Best Television Series and Best Actress for Rachel Brosnahan.
I'm watching season 3 right now, and it really is. It's a great show, but it's tiring watching that show, the amount of dialogue that they jam in.
It's rapid fire.
It's so rapid fire.
And
It's like an Aaron Sorkin.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
She speaks so quickly.
Oh my God!
And I will miss stuff. I do have to back it up from time to time just to catch all the dialogue. It's great.
It's done in that sort of period piece dialogue delivery way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, exactly. So, Black Christmas opens this weekend. It's a horror film directed by Sophia Takal.
I love Christmas horror movies.
It stars Imogen Poots, Carrie Elways, Brittany O'Grady, Lily Donghue, and Elise Shannon. It's about a killer terrorizing sorority sisters during Christmas time. PG-13, hour and 32 minutes, no score on Rotten Tomatoes.
Imogene Poots. I mean, you're picking a stage name.
I know.
You know,
Change that one. That's like Kelly Queef. Unless you're a porn star, right? Bella Balloon Knot. I thought the same thing, Case.
Imogene Poots. Okay, we're going to sit down here for a second. We've got a whole bunch of names that we can pick.
Yeah.
It's a real name.
I narrowed it down to 5. Well, then change it.
Yeah, there are stage names available.
It says here your name is Poop Dribble.
Oh, my God, Casey. Her middle name is Gay.
No!
Yeah, Jean Gay Poots.
Uh-huh.
Wow.
Dude, what is wrong with her parents?
Nick, has she been in anything? Pull up her.
She has striking blue eyes, according to IMDb.
Well, was she in the?
Oh yeah.
She was in 28 Weeks Later.
Yes,
she was in Green Room.
And she's also in. She's in.
That Awkward Moment and A Long Way Down are her notable.
She's in Never Stopping.
Is she?
Pop star.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is she in that, right?
Yes.
Yeah. She's got beautiful eyes.
Imogene Gay Poots. Yeah. Imogene Poots.
She pootsed.
She's beautiful. Yeah, we just pulled up a photo of her, and she stars in Black Christmas. In celebration of its 125th anniversary, the New York Public Library, which is the second largest in the U.S. after the Library of Congress, has
throwing out the books?
No. They released its list of the top 10 checked out books of all time. And in
Is
first
one of them Goldfinger?
place, no.
Mr. Goldfinger!
No.
One of the most popular books at the New York Library. It's on the list.
In first place, I'll just start right at the top here, is the children's picture book, The Snowy Day by Ezra Jack Keats.
I don't even know that.
It's about a child enjoying his city's first snowfall.
I don't know that book. Yeah.
Oh, I know this book. I love this book when I was
terrible.
a kid. Absolutely.
Get the Caldecott Award. Yeah, the Caldecott medal. I remember that. You remember the little imprint on the front of it?
Gold sticker that would be a gold
sticker on this crappy book about a kid walking in the snow.
Gold
sticker.
It's not. It is on the list?
Yeah.
It's on the list.
It's number 1 on the list.
Number 1.
So, I think, you'd find that on Where the Wild Things Are and maybe The Hungry Caterpillar, those classic ones. Another book, Dr. Seuss's The Cat in the Hat, was in second place.
Okay.
Were you a Seuss fan as a kid?
Oh, yeah. Very much so. And in fact, I've been going through a cleaning out process at our house, and
Great purge.
I found we found way too many books that we need to get rid of, and so I did, and I donated them to the Laurel House thrift shop that raises money for the Laurel House. But we kept all of our Dr. Seuss books. And I had to stop and flip through Go Dog Go, and I had to look through the birthday book, and
Two Girls in a Cup.
2 Girls in a Cup.
It was the most wonderful cup it was.
There are a lot of Dr. Seuss books, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
I see two girls in a cup.
Dozens.
I say to you, girls, can you tell me what's up?
I'll tell you what's up. Just look in the cup.
You'll know
After
this.
watching that, you won't be able to sup.
It's full of throw up.
And upchuck.
Okay.
It's full of throw up.
Come on, man.
Maybe you want to consider the shortest commercial flight in the world.
Really?
Yes. How long would you guys think the shortest commercial flight in the world is?
I'm going to say, because I've been on some super short ones, 20 minutes. I'm going to say 6 minutes.
Okay. Anybody else?
That's probably a good guess. The shortest I ever did was Philly to JFK, and it was a part of an international flight. So we started in Philly, went to JFK, picked up a whole bunch more people, and then went from JFK on.
And how long was that?
That was like 20.
Yeah, I've
25,
done
like
that flight before. Yeah.
We stayed on the same plane. It was a 747, and most of the passengers they picked up were in New York, but that was just our flight.
That's what Annabelle does.
Yes. Anybody else? Shortest
I have
flight.
no guess.
All right, you have no guess.
I think it's got to be about, because by the time you take off and you land, I'm going to say 15 minutes.
Okay. Shortest flight in the world is 90 seconds.
90 seconds.
Come on. Stop it.
Wow.
Tucked away in the Northern Isles of Scotland, Scottish regional airline Loganair operates the 1.7-mile flight between islands Westray and Papa Westray. While the flight is scheduled for 90 seconds, typically it runs closer to 60 seconds.
There you go. With the trade winds.
So I guess it's either that or a ferry, or maybe they don't have a ferry on that particular side of the island.
I mean, you can't, like, how high is the plane getting?
It's essentially, for the people who live there, but it's a legitimate flight that is necessary. They carry teachers and students and visiting.
In 10 seconds, we're going to turn off the seatbelt sign. The cabin. Then in 15 seconds after that.
On 93.3 WMMR.
All right, let's do this B-file thing.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by Helium Comedy Club, bringing the laughs to Philly for many years. Helium Comedy is the best comics of today and tomorrow, live every week. And tickets and lineup are available at heliumcomedy.com. All right, let's begin with this. Swedish cross-country skier Kalle Halfresson experienced an unusual but not unheard of consequence of competing in icy temperatures in Finland on the weekend. After taking part in the 20-kilometer World Cup event in Ruka, Halfresson said that he had to take shelter in the warmth after sustaining a frozen penis.
Oh. Frozen penis?
Yes. Temperatures dropped to a chilly 5 degrees Fahrenheit at the start of the race. He had said...
Are they replacing Fudgy Wudgy bars?
He said, I have frozen my penis for real. He said,
For real.
And he said, damn. I had to lie there in the athlete's tent for 10 minutes to warm up. It hurts so damn much, it's terrible.
Nurse, can you warm this up?
Halfresson has suffered the same injury before, but thankfully the 34-year-old was able to see the funny side of this time around, adding, it's lucky that I'm about to have my second child because it's going to be difficult in the future. I'm going to continue like this. Cross-country skiers who normally compete in skin-tight racing suits and thin underlayers can be particularly susceptible to chilly extremities. At the 2022 Winter Olympics in Beijing, Finland's Remi Lindholm suffered from a frozen penis and needed to apply a heat pack to the affected area at the end of a 50-kilometer mass start race.
Would you get pins and needles in your penis? Is it?
Yeah.
Right?
Lindholm, like Halfresson.
What about your nuts?
Had also previously experienced a frozen penis while competing in Ruka. There was no word on
the nuts.
Asked if he could describe the sensation, Halfresson said no. Those who know, they know. But here's a tip from me. Stay away from it because it is the worst thing you can experience.
I think you're part of a club now.
In fact, Prince Harry also revealed in his autobiography that he was suffering from a frostbitten penis at his brother William's wedding to Cape Middleton following an expedition to the North Pole in 2011.
Father, I have a frozen penis.
So it's happened on a number of occasions.
Jeeves, make sure this heats up.
All right, a shocked woman brought new meaning to Christmas prayers after a biblical plague of praying mantises infested her holiday pine ahead of the Yuletide.
Kathy, we were talking about this. Trees infested with bugs.
I know.
An accompanying photo compilation shows the woman's Christmas tree, whose branches are teeming with baby praying mantises.
Oh, my God.
In light of the infestation, Andrea had warned viewers to beware of the trees. One of the commenters in the post had recounted a chilling tale of venomous arachnids colonizing their tree. She said mine was filled with brown recluse spiders with a bunch of babies, and it's got a sad story to it. She said my whole house was covered, and my puppy was bitten on his nose and died within 2 hours.
Wait, Case, didn't you have spiders one year?
No, it was aphids.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, and we haven't had a real tree since, but it was infested.
Unfortunately, it's not uncommon for mantises to set up shop in people's Christmas trees, but the predatory bugs are known to lay their eggs on a variety of plants, including Christmas conifers, which could possibly shelter from the frigid winter weather and even predators. Due to the warm temperatures inside of the house, the mantids will think that it's springtime and start to hatch.
Well, that happened to my brother. My brother and sister-in-law.
Mantises?
Yep, they had the praying mantis, and she said there were baby praying mantis all over her ceiling, her window, the windowsill. She said it was awful. She made him take the tree out and obviously threw it out early.
Oh, man. Preston, you and I have a particular...
They freak me out.
They freak me out.
They're huge, and they're scary looking, and the females
deadly, and
eat
they
the
hate
males'
you.
heads when they make love, and
they catch birds out of the air.
Each egg sac, known as an uthake, can contain up to 200 eggs, by the way.
It's either the Uthake or the Digford.
The Uthake are generally light brown, about 1.5 inches long, and resemble a glob of drywall insulation foam. So they say look for that.
It actually looks like a brownie.
If you're getting a tree. So, an Australian crocodile egg hunter was killed after the helicopter he was dangling from ran out of fuel mid-flight.
So he's a crocodile egg hunter and he's hanging from a helicopter?
That is correct.
Because those are flying alligators?
No, that's how you go in to get the eggs from the...
I didn't realize that.
Yeah, so the pilot of the Robinson R-44 helicopter had apparently been using cocaine the days before the accident and likely failed to refuel as planned during the outing.
Give me a pilot. Make sure he's coked up.
The crocodile egg collector, Outback Wrangler television series personality Chris Wilson had been attached to the helicopter from a 100-foot line when the disaster struck. When the fuel ran out and the helicopter fell, the pilot released the egg collector above a likely survivable height, fatally injuring him.
So not so survivable.
I guess not, yeah. Soon after,
Yeah, misjudged.
the fatally injured egg collector was found on the ground, still wearing a harness and line, which had been disconnected from the aircraft. The pilot lay beside the helicopter with serious injuries. Investigators say the pilot had failed to notice dropping fuel before the tank ran dry.
God.
They found the pilot's exposure to cocaine within the previous few days increased the likelihood of fatigue, depression, and inattention. However, there was insufficient evidence to determine whether these effects occurred. 3 people have since been charged in relation to the incident. All right, then we'll do one more, and this involves an aircraft as well. An American Airlines plane had taken a U-turn mid-flight and landed abruptly due to a mechanical issue. One apparent customer claimed that the workers were holding a cracked door shut when the nightmarish flight returned to Los Angeles on Friday. She said, American Airlines had to deplane us, and my boss heard the flight attendant say that there was a crack in the door, and they had to physically hold the door closed while they turned the plane back. They had reached out, a publication reached out to American Airlines, confirmed that the flight to Mexico City returned due to a possible mechanical issue. Spokesperson said the aircraft landed safely, taxied to the gate before departing hours later.
Those things should stay on, right?
American Airlines did not comment on workers reportedly holding the plane door shut. I don't even know if that's possible or not because it's pressurized.
Right.
Who knows, but
we've heard stories of people opening up doors of planes in flight, and I thought that was something that was impossible.
Yeah, I don't know. All right, and there you go. That is what I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. All right, we'll take a break, and then it happens when we return. Brought to you by Acme Markets, Kathy Romano's holiday activities. It's coming up. Stay with us. We'll be right back with it.
Back on. Ask you to return to your seat.
Tourists and...
Welcome aboard Flight 414. Thank you for flying Flight 414.
And island residents traveling to and from mainland Orkney for a range of appointments.
I would have stewardess is going to turn on the hose and begin in-flight beverage service.
Open your mouth.
If I regularly did that flight, I would have to try and hold my breath for the duration.
Yeah,
of the,
see if
of
you
the
can
flight.
make it. Yeah.
It's kind of like whenever I go through the Lehigh Tunnel, I'm like, I got to hold my breath.
You know what? Next time you do that, sing the last line of Happy Birthday and see if you can hold it the whole way through. It's also Maude Adams' birthday today, Steve. You know her?
Yes. She's been in 2 Bond movies.
Only one actress to play a Bond girl twice.
Yeah.
2 different Bond girls?
2 different Bond girls.
Okay.
She's in The Man with the Golden Gun, and she's Octopussy.
She
has 8 vaginas.
Why didn't they just say that?
I don't know where to begin. Does anyone have a bookmark? I don't want to hit the same ones again.
If anybody could handle 8 vaginas.
I'm good, but I'm not that good. I tapped out after number 6. Q, why don't you get in on this?
Everybody, 007.
When she queefs, it must sound like the mothership in Close Encounters. Bah, bum, bah.
Right, Kathy?
Yeah.
Yeah, right?
It must sound like the Boston Pops, right, Preston? Think about it. That's the Tijuana Brass. Unbelievable.
When Octopussy queefs. Okay.
That was the song from that movie, When Octopus Queefs.
Great Bond song.
Pussy queefs.
Sung by Sheena Easton.
Really?
When Octopussy
She must have been a kid. Maud Adams is 70,
Happy birthday.
75 today. Happy birthday to Octopussy. A little light listening this morning on the Preston and Steve Show.
That's actually the new theme to 60 Minutes.
With Disturbed, and I just hear, no longer be your whore. All righty then. Mike Schmidt, Hall of Famer, baseball player, and just a god in this town, was in our studio one time, and the song that we were playing was, as we were getting ready to introduce him, was Godsmack, the song Crying Like a Bitch. And it's just like, crying like a bitch! Just screaming, and I look over at Mike Schmidt, who's just sitting there with his headphones on.
Where the hell am I?
And now we're playing Disturbed with this screaming, and I look over at Terry Crews is sitting right there with his headphones on, just pretending like he's having a good time.
No, I really liked it. No longer be your whore. Yeah, now I was getting into it, man.
Let's welcome Terry Crews. How you doing,
I was into it. I'm ready to do another workout.
Did you already get one in this morning?
Got one
Of
in.
course,
Wow, man.
of course.
Yeah,
I love it.
Terry, we were laughing this morning because you posted a picture of you on your Twitter page, Preston and I, and someone had said that you resembled a chewed up Tootsie Roll. And
That was so funny.
You posted the picture, and it was just hilarious.
Well, they said now that they put it down that they couldn't unsee it, and then what was weird is I couldn't unsee it either. I was like, that looks just like me, a chewed up Tootsie Roll. I'm trying to tell you.
It looks like, if you haven't seen the picture yet, it looks like if you were in with the Star Wars movie where they froze Han Solo. Carbonite. If you were to freeze Terry Crews in Carbonite.
Oh my God.
So we were thinking it's safe to say you are in the pantheon of favorite guests we've ever had on the show. Constantly referred to, and the career just keeps going along. Obviously, your AGT now is a big thing.
Yes.
I'll be honest, I was never that much into the AGT thing, but your zeal, your excitement for it is so infectious. And now we've known people like John Dorenbos and other people who've gone through the system. And it is, you will see some wild stuff on that show. So through you curated it, and I'm like, okay, I'll jump back in and check it out. So I watch it. What draws you to that show? What do you? Because you are clearly exhilarated by it.
This is the thing. First of all, when you look at what entertainment is, the 18 to 35-year-olds have gotten too much clout. I'll be honest with you. You're like, okay, man, there's a big world.
Yeah.
And, the 18 to 35, that's it. They determine what's hot, what's not. And you're like, no, not at all. If you have a family, you understand that your kids, the ones under 18 are the ones that's determining everything. And then the ones over 35 are the ones that are paying for everything. So I said, I have to serve all of them. And that is what I was determined to do. I started hosting a few years back when I was hosting Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. This is the deal too, because it really, really satisfies me, because I do not, when I perform now on movies and TV, I have no audience. There's nothing. And I need the adrenaline that comes from when I was in the NFL. It's really replaced by AGT. The crowd noise, the energy, the fact that anything can happen when it's live, man.
You get to go live.
No, it's live. Look, I get the keys to NBC for 2 hours, and they're like, "Look, bring it back in one piece. Don't break it. Don't dent it. And watch out when you're backing up with it. You know what I mean? And basically, you got to bring it back in the same condition or better. And it's so you realize anything can go wrong, and I love it.
So the other night, something went wrong with the guy with the crossbows and the levers, and so I found myself on the edge of the seat, watching this mistake, these flaws, because not everybody that comes on AGT does it perfectly.
No, they don't.
So for people who aren't watching, what happened?
Oh my God! Well, yeah. I mean, the guy thought he had set his trap, had set his arrows right, and the whole thing, and he realized he was nervous.
And he's strapped in.
Yes.
Yeah.
He was nervous, and he didn't do it right, dude.
Oh no!
But this was so wild, man. You start to realize, and my thing is always talking to the acts and trying to talk them through so that they can be relaxed.
Right.
Because the deal is
easier said than done, though, right?
It is because everyone makes you nervous. I had one guy. I'm gonna tell something right now. This is crazy. I was doing this movie Blended with Adam Sandler down in South Africa.
You were great at it as the singer and calypso guy.
It was awesome. But see, one person can mess up your whole world.
Right.
I remember I was about to do this scene, the whole thing, and we only had a few minutes to do the scene where we were losing light and the whole thing. And this director of photography, I don't want to mention his name, but he walked up to me and he said, "Don't F up." Now, when you said, I'm going, huh? Now, that's the worst thing you can say to anyone. But thank God I knew to counteract that. And I said, don't take it. Don't take it. In fact, use it as fuel.
Right.
In fact, focus. Get inside. Come inside more. And I jammed and the whole thing. And I did we did the thing with the choir and we were singing and doing the whole thing. And I looked at him and he was like, that was pretty amazing. And I was literally like, F you. Believe me, I could not believe he would have the nerve to do that. So I realized what I wanted to do for all these acts is be the anti-that. Come in there and tell them, you got this, man. You can do it. It's okay. But he just got so nervous.
He didn't turn the safeties off.
He didn't turn the safeties off. And you got real people, and he's standing there in front of it. And then you got Alicia. She's wondering whether should I press the button or not. She could have killed somebody.
Yeah.
Well,
it's really nuts.
The acts are like that. There have been some injuries, but that's the real deal. What sort of blows my mind is what they're using the theater. There was a dance act that was using projection or something like virtual dance, and I mean it was
Freckled Sky, yeah,
right. It was as theatrical and Broadway level that I've ever seen. How much time did they get? Because that had to be live. How much time do you get to set something like that up?
Oh my God! First of all, the crew on America's Got Talent has been underrated and not appreciated enough. This is literally like putting on the Oscars every week. It's the biggest live show on television, period. And it's the biggest talent show in the world.
Well,
so they're the best in the business, man. And any mistake, it could all go wrong. They do it so good. People, it's like people think that it's a given or whatever. But man, when you watch this crew and as well as they do it, you talk about roadies and all this stuff.
It's not like
one of the best thing in the world.
One act that's on for 2 hours. Because this guy, I don't know to explain it, Preston. The dancers at one point look like they're marionettes.
Yes.
Faux strings coming down, and there's a whole bunch of stuff going on, precision stuff.
Well, I feel like a circus master.
Right.
You know what I mean? And that's what I love because I come from also the days of the variety show.
Right.
Listen, Carol Burnett was one of my favorite shows of all time, and I miss that, man. I wanted to bring that back, and I'm not a comedian, but at the same time, this energy, this love, I want to be this guy. And it's to get this opportunity. It's the biggest thing in the world for me.
I think for the entertainers and like for John Dornbos has told us what the whole experience was like and the whole deal. And obviously there's the background story which plays into it and the emotion and all that stuff. So for some reason it works. It's the oldest Ted Max amateur hour that goes back for decades.
Ed Sullivan.
Yeah, Ed Sullivan. Where these people come out and spin dishes and all that stuff. What was talking about like the act with the arrows and all that stuff. What was the one act you thought, okay, this guy's gonna die?
Yeah.
What was the one where you thought this guy's coming out in a body bag?
Oh, there are several. I'm trying to say which one.
Yeah.
Some of these that are coming up. There was a guy who was in a water tank. And I thought, he was
What, like the Houdini thing?
It's just like he did a Houdini-ish deal, man. And I said, man, and then it didn't look like things were happening right. You could tell when his assistants start running. You're like, oh man. First of all, you don't want anything to go wrong because it ruins. It could, you don't want to watch anybody die on live TV. You just don't want to do it.
Would you want to be a judge? Do you think you could do it?
No, I don't. The judging thing is super, super hard, man.
I think so, especially with the appeal of AGT is the variety of acts you're going to get. You got dance, you got magic, comedians, song, all this different stuff. But how do you compare those things as far as talent goes? I'd have a really hard time.
And I think some of the judges have harder.
And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
It is like this was meant to be because we are getting reports of flurries in the western suburbs. And just in time to spread the holiday cheer and the activities for all to hear. There is a special song to begin this whole thing, but I just want to say thank you to Acme Markets Fresh Foods Flavors for sponsoring Kathy's holiday activities. And now, Kyle Mack with our new jingle. Here we go.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, I've done nothing. Longing for activities. Staring out the window, wondering of all the possibilities.
What a voice.
But now the time is finally here. At least to bring us all some cheer. So listen carefully. For Kathy Romano's holiday activities. Kathy's got a new list this year, and it's better than the rest. Fun things for the entire family, food and drinks you can digest. We can't promise you won't get drunk, so hopefully you won't spew chunks on your new upholstery. It's Kathy Romano's holiday activities. Bring the Scotch Guard. It's Kathy Romano's holiday activities. Bring the Scotch Guard. Kathy will show you something you've never seen before. No way you can't do one thing. There's so much to explore. Come on, let's go ice skating. I feel my pants inflating every time I think of the pretty lights that blink on the Christmas trees all over town. So come now as we get started. Kathy's got so much in store. Activities that we all wanted, what we've waited all year for. Sit back and enjoy our cheese log. Don't eat too much, you'll get a clog in your arteries. It's Kathy Romano's holiday activity.
A full minute longer than the last jingle that he put together. Kyle Mack. It's
beautiful.
Teeing this up, and we've got a lot of things to get to.
Wait, real quick. What was the inflating in the pants? I missed that
He's
line.
getting erect.
He's getting a
Right,
chub.
but what was after?
For the lights on the Christmas
The
trees.
lights on the
It's
Christmas
the
trees,
lights
okay.
on all the trees in the
Got it,
villages in the area.
okay.
So, all right, Kathy, how many items on our list this year?
So I keep it to 10.
Okay.
We have a few little bonuses at the end that I'll quickly go through, but it's 10 main things on the list
All
this
right.
year.
And a reminder again, brought to you by Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors. Let's get holiday. Oh, these are on the same thing, Case. Holiday activity number 1. I want to be able to hit this. Hang on a second. No, yeah, we can't do it.
All right,
okay.
I'll hook you up somewhere else.
All right, thank you. All
Okay,
right.
so we'll start. We'll start with the first one on the list. It was something that we tried in the fall, and it worked really well. So I brought it to the Christmas list, and it's an exclusive, a Kathy Romano holiday activities workshop exclusive. And the reason I do this is because a lot of times I'll find like awesome things that people can do, but they're very popular that they get sold out. So I don't want to put it on the list if it is going to be sold out before we even do the list.
So it's almost a non-starter.
So this is a workshop that we're going to do. It's just going to be for our listeners. The only way you can sign up is if you go to PrestonandSteve.com. The link is there, and you can sign up right there. Now, I can't say that it's not going to fill up quickly, but at least it's only open to our listeners. It's not open to the general public. And it's an ornament making workshop.
Ooh.
So we're going to make ornaments, but it's not just like decorating and putting the little hook on. We're actually going to do glass blowing and make ornaments.
Shut up.
Yes.
Blowing and hooking.
Dude.
Isn't that so cool?
Where is this taking place?
So the Neshaminy Brewing Company is hosting the Kathy's Holiday Activities exclusive glass blown ornament workshop.
I've always wanted to try that.
It's on Saturday, December 9th. We're going to use the prefabricated glass tubes and a torch. Now, so the woman who runs this is Leanne. She is from Magic Art Studio. She guides you through the whole process. She says you don't need to have experience. She will walk you through it. But she says if you've never done it before, don't expect to leave with like a perfectly round ornament.
Right.
We're going to have some funky shaped ornaments, but that's okay.
All right, I love that.
Yeah, it's going to take about an hour and a half, they said, from start to finish. There is time where the ornaments need to cool. So while it's cooling, you can, go get a flight. You can, have some beer. You can enjoy. And actually, that same day, the Neshaminy Brewing Company is having their holiday party. So there'll be a food truck there. Santa's going to be there. There's going to be music. There'll be, I think they're doing like a cookie decorating, some other activities as well. And that's going to be all day long. So even if you don't get in on this class, if you want to come out, they're having a full holiday party that day.
So that's awesome. So you get to make your own ornaments, but if you don't get in on this, you can just go and be a part of it.
Yeah, you can.
And how many spots are available?
So it's a decent amount of spots. She does it every hour, and we have each hour open. I think it starts at like noon and goes until the evening. So you can go to the link and sign up for whatever hour works best for you. And she kind of like staggers it so people's ornaments can cool and other people can start creating them.
There are people who love to. The whole glass blowing thing is their main hobby. They love doing it.
But it's a whole afternoon of ornament making. So you can check that out and sign up. But that's the ornament making workshop at Neshaminy Brewing Company.
Yeah.
All right.
Kathy Romano's holiday activities.
Activity number 2.
Activity number 2 is a grand holiday debut. This is the first time it's being done, and it's Yuletide at Devon. It's a whole holiday just extravaganza, and it's at the Devon Horse Show and Country Fairgrounds in Devon. The holiday festival will blend a traditional European Christmas. They're going to have live music. They're focusing a lot on the food, so it's farm-to-table food, and it's slated to run until December 31st. I went through this. It was not fully set up when I went through it, so I didn't get, I got enough of an experience to see what it was. I didn't get the full experience, but going through it like really brought the holiday cheer to me. And,
I love that.
And I was like, why has this not been done before? Like it's such a perfect setting. I couldn't believe that nobody thought of this before now.
Kathy, I drove past it last night on 30 right in Devon, and it looks awesome. I haven't been inside yet, but just the lights from the outside, it looks really, really cool. And it's nice that they're using the Devon Horse Show grounds for something like this in the wintertime.
Yep. So like
you walk around and it's all...
You walk around. All the little huts are occupied with small businesses. People have set up. 2 of my favorites that if you do go, all of them looked great, but 2 of my favorites were Studio Flora Shop and the Home for Hungry Hut. You'll find both of them. If you want to go there and get like your Instagram photo, those 2 are so beautifully decorated. You'll absolutely be able to get a great photo. They have trees that are lined up. There's real trees and artificial trees. It's kind of like a walkway. You walk through all of the trees that are lit. There's a fire pit off to the side. You can sit, relax, and then they have a ski chalet in the back, and the Santa is in there. They have it really nicely lit. It has like some old school toys. Like
really?
Yeah, like the toy chests are, really old school. But you can go, you get your picture with Santa. The picture with Santa is free, and then they'll give, your kids some candy canes before they leave. But this one is, I feel if you like this stuff, you want to get out, you want to do a holiday activity, this one is new, but I feel like you have to do this one. This is a must do.
The food you say is like
yeah, they're
top stuff.
They're really focusing on the food. So what we tasted when we were there was excellent.
Awesome.
All right, let's do another.
Holiday activities.
my God!
All right, number
excited.
three. Here we go. Number 3.
So this next one is screaming girls' night out. Okay.
Well, I'm on board.
So, known for their luxury and elegance, the Ritz-Carlton Philadelphia is creating this all-pink holiday activity. So it's a dazzling all-pink experience. It's inside the original bank vault at the Ritz-Carlton, and it's located Ritz-Carlton on Broad Street, 10 Avenue of the Arts. So it's an Instagram-worthy pop-up bar, but it sort of has like a speakeasy ambience to it. The unique holiday wonderland features floor-to-ceiling pink tinsel, glittering garland, and dazzling ornaments. So you have to make a reservation for this one. So this is one where you grab your girlfriends. We already made our reservation. You go for your reservations for 75 minutes, and the price that you pay comes with the drink, comes with some snacks, and obviously you can take tons and tons of photos. But it's just like girls' night out, all pink, wear your pink, come take photos. It's going to be all over Instagram. You must be 21 or older to go to this event, and you do have to purchase tickets ahead of time.
We're looking at this picture. It's like pink cocktails, pink cotton candy, pink macaroons, and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, everything is pink on this.
That's kind of a Barbie vibe to it, right?
Yes, very much so. And I think that's probably where, what inspired them to do it in a lot of these, pop-ups.
It's inside?
Yeah, it's inside.
Okay, so it's all pink on the inside.
It's all pink on the inside.
All right, here we go.
Holiday activities.
Number 4.
Number 4 is the Santa Claus special in Jim Thorpe. So this is this year's holiday train ride recommendation. This is the most scenic of the holiday train rides. You'll enjoy views of the gorgeous Lehigh Gorge while enjoying a festive atmosphere inside the cars. The train conductor, a lot of these holiday train rides, similar. The train conductor will come by, give treats to the kids. Santa will visit each car, so the kids will be able to talk to Santa, get a picture with Santa. The train ride goes for about 70 minutes. And then during the week between Christmas and New Year's, if you don't get to ride before Christmas, they are celebrating the last days of the year, and you can enjoy a ride with your favorite winter characters. So that's really cool too. If you're not going to get out there before Christmas, they are going to run that. It'll be slightly different.
These things are a blast.
Yeah,
They're so friggin' awesome.
So much fun. And you guys know, Steve and I talk about Colebrookdale Railroad. I found that a few years ago.
I'm doing it in 2 weeks.
I don't know how I didn't know about it before a few years ago. It's an absolutely gorgeous train ride, but there are other ones. There's the one in New Hope. There's one in Westchester. I believe that the Westchester one is completely sold out already. But this ride in Jim Thorpe is not sold out, and it's gorgeous. I mean, it is a gorgeous train ride.
We did one year that was it was like Glen Mills to Westchester. There was one over that way too.
Yeah, that's the Westchester Railroad.
That is the Westchester Railroad.
It was
Okay,
Seamus' birthday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's fun,
We
right?
did that a couple of times. That's a lot of fun. Love those events.
Have you guys been to Jim Thorpe before?
No.
Nick, I haven't been in years. I've been looking for a reason to get back to it.
And Steve, it's one of those year-round towns. You can visit in the fall. Obviously, you can visit this time of year. It's really quaint. And like if you're going to go up to the Poconos and do any skiing this winter, stop by Jim Thorpe. It's really fun.
And if you are going to take the ride to go to this Santa Claus special in the Poconos, like Nick said, you have to check out the town. They do have it completely decorated. It's sort of like a Victorian style and old time Christmas celebration. And they start their festivities on Friday, December 1st with a tree lighting. And then the festival will continue on the weekends of the 2nd and the 3rd, the 9th and the 10th, and the 16th and the 17th. They'll have strolling carolers and musicians, horse and carriage rides, plenty of family-friendly activities, and of course you can, go shopping through the town of Jim Thorpe. So if you're going to go out for the train ride, make it a day and visit the town.
So that's this Friday, right?
Well, this will go through the
tree
weekends
lighting is
in
this-
December, but the tree lighting is
Right.
on Friday. Yeah.
All right.
Kathy Romano's holiday activities.
We're on to the 5th one now.
That's right, and we're gonna go back to making some more crafts. Crafts with bespoke wreath making workshop.
Ooh, bespoke.
Bespoke, yes. So we're going to make wreaths, and there's 2 opportunities for you to do this. And this is another exclusive. So they sell out their workshops. Every time they post something, they sell out right away. So what they did was they secured 2 dates for us at 2 separate locations, and we're going to make wreaths. We can either do it in Ambler or in Lansdale.
So Kathy, you're there for these events, right?
Yeah, so this one, I'm going to be there for one event.
Okay.
I'm not going to be able to be at both because I'm going to be making ornaments on one day and a wreath on another day.
There you go. And Preston, you showed up for one of the events.
Yeah.
Great time, right?
Laurel and Hardy.
Yeah.
Had a good
did.
time with the gals.
Yep.
All right, so go ahead, Kathy.
All right, so we're making wreaths in the roasting room of the Wake Coffee Roasters in Ambler.
Mm-hmm.
So you'll get like the coffee aromas, all the senses while you're making the beautiful wreath. This year's wreath, the style they're featuring is cinnamon sticks, dried dried fruits, cotton, and berries, which is kind of on trend for this year. Nikki and Kelly, they're the owners of Bespoke, and they will walk us through creating the eye-catching wreath step by step. And that is on Saturday. Wait, that's on.
That's how you say it.
Yes, Saturday. Sorry, that's Saturday, December 9th at Wake Coffee Roasters. And then on Sunday, the next day, December 10th at 3:30 in the afternoon, we'll be at Well Crafted Brewery. And there you can enjoy delicious beer and you can create, they'll be doing the same wreath there. Now, no craft skills are required. All materials are provided. Like I said, the owners of Bespoke will walk us through the whole thing. I mean, I've done this a number of times, so, you know, I have a little experience in doing these type of crafts, but you don't need to have experience. If you've never done it before, it's easy, and they'll walk you through it, and you'll leave with a beautiful wreath for your door.
Kathy is listed as a Thaden, Preston. Thaden level, yeah.
In wreath making.
Yeah.
Hey, and listen, if you go to Wake Coffee Roasters or the Well Crafted Brewery, make sure that you tell them how much you love this Kathy's holiday activity exclusive, and they'll give you a free drink.
Oh!
It's a pretty sweet deal. All right, we're already halfway done.
Oh, my God!
Holiday activities.
Slur your words a little more.
Number 6, here we go.
Number 6 is the Tinseltown Holiday Spectacular. So I featured Tinseltown when they first opened. They started, I don't even think it was called Tinseltown, but they started in the parking lot of the Wells Fargo Center. And then during COVID, they moved out to Oaks, which I loved. I loved when it was out at Oaks. I thought it was great. But the reason I'm putting it back on the list again this year is because you have to see the new setup. They've moved to FDR Park, and it is absolutely beautiful. I mean, I didn't think
you were raving about it.
I didn't think it could get any better. It did. It got way better. There's 2.5 million lights, so they've been able. I think they went from 1 million to 2.5 million.
Wow.
They've been able to expand it because of the size of the park. I mean, it's 9 acres.
You went one night during campout, right?
I did,
Yeah.
yes. They had an opening, and I ran over there, and I checked it out, yeah. So you'll find larger-than-life sculptures, a 60-foot light tunnel, Santa's sleigh. They have all of, the Philadelphia sports teams and personalities lit up in lights. Plus, there's so the additions that they've added that they've been able to do because they are in the park, awesome. They have an ice skating trail. So it's not a rink where you go in a circle. It's a trail that you can skate through all of the holiday lights. Yeah, like that's what I'm most excited about is the ice trail.
That's really cool. So we were talking to some of the powers that be behind this, and obviously it was born out of, they just wanted something to do during COVID.
Yeah.
And then it became this thing that suddenly took off, and now in its current iteration, it sounds like it's going to be a perennial.
And listen, I really liked when it was at Oaks because I feel like there's a lot to do in the city, and I like when things are kind of sprinkled around. But moving it to FDR Park, I think really
good move?
was. Yeah, I think it was a good move. They also added a 160-foot long slide. There's 4 of them. People of all ages can ride them. They have the Tinsel Lodge where you can grab a treat, you can grab cocktails, and they actually have like a full bar outside, so you can go up, grab a drink.
They have like fire pits and stuff too, don't they? Yeah.
Yep, they've got fire pits. They have, they actually have a great Santa's workshop. So if you want a picture with Santa, do it at Tinseltown. They have a great one. And then they also have Mrs. Claus's reading room where you can go in and the kids can sit down. They have little benches set up. The kids can sit down and listen to Mrs. Claus while she reads you a story.
Nice. All right, next.
Holiday activities.
All right, this is number 7. Oh, I'm sorry.
I forgot. It's when people worry.
Code?
It's okay. People worry about parking when you go to the city. You'll be able to park in the NovaCare complex. It is $12 to park. However, I have a coupon code for you to save some money. You can save 20% off of tickets. Just use the coupon code Kathy20, and all of that information on PrestonandSteve.com if you forget it.
All right, let me hit this again.
Holiday activities.
Now number 7.
Okay, now number 7. It's the Brandywine Christmas Village. It's an outdoor oasis at the Riverside Seasonal Beer Garden Brothers on the Brandywine. The beer garden is completely transformed into, Steve, a Hallmark Christmas dream.
Oh, Steve.
A Hallmark!
That's right up your alley.
So it's
I'm gonna cry.
It's Christmas lights, fire pits, food trucks, activities. There's crafts for the kids. There's s'mores, hot chocolate. They're going to have bounce houses.
Coco?
You can take your own photo with Santa. So they have a whole setup. Santa sits there and you take your own photos.
Oh, well, that's nice because a lot of times
Yes.
you have to pay
Yeah.
for all the prints and everything, but you can take your own photo with Santa.
You
I
can
like
take
that.
your own photo with Santa.
All
Yeah,
right.
that's perfect. And for the adults, there's delicious craft beer, hard seltzers, wine, and cider. They'll have live music. And then they have a shopping experience there as well. So there'll be a number of local retail vendors that'll be there set up. You can get some, cool, unique gifts for people.
Steve, they've got seltzers and cider.
Seltzers and ciders and
Yes.
cocoa.
Yes.
Just like Hallmark.
It's
And there's love
It's $10 to enter, but once you're in there, you get all that they have to offer. It is outside, case this one's outdoor.
Kathy, I got to go there and find my Mr. Right.
And it's seriously, I know. Just the fact that they used a Hallmark Christmas dream, I was like, you guys are in.
That's it.
So this is the Brandywine Christmas Village. And just, if you get a nice day, it's, starting to get a little chilly, but if you get a nice day where it's not too cold, this will be perfect.
All right, on to the next.
Kathy Romano's holiday activities.
All right, we are now on to number 8.
Okay, so this is another one where you're going to visit, just sort of like an outdoor fun thing to do during the holidays. But the reason I included it is because it's a place that I used to love to go, and I saw it sort of like dip down over the years, and I cannot believe over the past few years how it has been brought back up and is such a cool place to go. But it's the holiday season at Suburban Square. So Ardmore's Suburban Square is one of the oldest shopping centers in the country, which I didn't know until they sent some information over to me.
It just looks so like new and upscale. Wow.
That's because they did all these renovations. They had, it started to go downhill. Like it wasn't great. It was started to, it was kind of dead.
Yeah.
And they've holidayed it up?
Not only did they holiday it up, they did renovations on their shops, their restaurants. They have a beautiful courtyard now. There's more parking. And yes, now they're adding a whole holiday aspect to it.
Shout out to Not Your Average Joe's. One of my favorite restaurants.
So this holiday season, they're celebrating Saturdays with Santa and then snow at the square. So every Saturday in December, you can visit with Santa in the Winter Wonderland. There'll be sweet treats. There's a letter writing station so the kids can write their letter and then drop it off to the Santa Express post office. You can browse handmade holiday gifts and local vendors. Plus, families can experience the magic of a snowy winter wonderland, which is an artificial snow show on the lawn at 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, and 3 o'clock. There'll be holiday music and just a lot happening in Suburban Square for the holiday season.
Have you guys seen the area that they've done? It's really nice. Well, we've done a couple of charity events there.
Yeah.
And it's really well set up.
My son is 17, Steve, and when I was in high school, we all liked hanging out at the King of Prussia Mall.
Right.
Now, high school kids like hanging out at Suburban Square. And so they're just there all the time, especially kids from, that area.
And by the way, since they put in that parking garage, parking's a lot easier.
Yeah, much easier. In exchange for not really in exchange for your photo, Santa. They said you can take a photo with Santa no matter what, but what I'm saying is in exchange for your photo with Santa, bring an unwrapped toy and donate it to Ardmore Avenue Community Center. So
That's wonderful.
Yeah, they're going to collect toys to donate this holiday season. So just bring a toy. In addition to the festivities on Saturday, on Wednesday, December 6th, from 6 to 9, you can enjoy an evening of live music and great food. The night will feature cocktails, wine, and food tasting from Rosa Mexicano, Lola's Garden, and DePaul's Table. Tickets have to be purchased ahead of time for that. And then on December 7th at dusk, they're going to celebrate the 8 days of Hanukkah with a menorah lighting.
Cool.
And while you're at these events at the square, another charity aspect, you can drop off gently used or new coats to Custom Ink from now until December 15th from 10:30 until 5:30 for Suburban Square's Coat Drive. And you can help spread the warmth of the season through one warm coat.
I didn't realize all this was going on there. I pass it all the time.
Right?
By the way, an update just in.
Oh, no.
The ornament making class is sold out.
Oh, my God.
All the hours?
I don't know. It's what somebody texted in and said.
Did we not warn? We warned.
we're gonna-
We warned ahead of time.
We'll look into it.
Yeah.
Okay, there's also wreath making on there, so don't forget about that.
Wait, just sold out. No.
Here we go.
Holiday activities.
All right, on to number 9.
Okay, so this one is actually in January. It's after Christmas, after New Year's, as the Christmas lights.
Wait, Kathy, I got word it just sold out.
Oh my God!
Wait, what?
Already?
This one that you haven't even mentioned yet.
Oh,
just
no, it didn't. No, it didn't. This one
okay.
can't sell out. No,
Okay.
no. As the Christmas lights turn off and the holiday season winds down, for me, anyway, things, you get a little like winter blues when it's all over, the
you get
lights
depressed.
turn off. Yeah. So
You end up like Travis Bickle in Taxi Driver.
yeah, so as a remedy, I did this event last year because I was like, I'm not done. I don't want to be depressed with nothing. So it's the, where's the name of it? It's the Fire and Frost Fun event in Peddler's Village.
Fire!
Peddler's Village.
Yes, the lights stay on in Peddler's Village for this event. So the event is held in the evenings for 2 weekends, Friday and Saturday. So January 5th and 6th, and then January 12th and 13th. 5th and 6th, and then the 12th and the 13th. And against the backdrop of the winter wonderland of Peddler's Village, you guys know the lights are beautiful there.
Gorgeous.
And again, they keep them on for this outdoor festival. But it also is going to feature dozens of ice sculptures. They have a DJ that'll play music. They have fire pits. They have a family-friendly scavenger hunt. They'll have live ice carvings, and then they have fire performers as well right in the center of their courtyard there. They have great shops that you can go to, and then they also have wonderful restaurants as well. So if you're going to go out there for the evening, maybe make a reservation ahead of time. You can get dinner, walk around, and see some of the performances.
This note was just handed to me. Marissa checked into this. The ornament making class is not sold out. There are sometimes sometimes are sold out, but there are still a few spots left.
Okay.
Do
All
that
right.
now.
All right.
Or
Get it
forever
on.
hold your peace.
Okay,
Yes.
great. So,
I'm sorry.
I was going to say, don't forget about this Peddler's Village, even though it's after the holidays. It really does. It's just a fun thing to do after everything seems to be all over, and you're like, wait a minute, not yet. One more
I
time.
want to wring the hell out of the holidays. I want to get every last bit of it. So I love that they do stuff after this.
After the holidays,
Yeah.
yes.
All right, here we go.
Holiday activities.
This is number 10.
This is number 10. So
I have the vapors.
I will be co-hosting the Westchester Parade with 6ABC's Adam Joseph. This Friday, December 1st at 6:30.
Stop it.
Yes. So if you are in Westchester or you want to travel to Westchester, whatever it is, they have really done an amazing thing with this parade. I mean, it started as a little parade years ago. This thing is huge. The whole town gets involved.
Do they do that for you?
No.
Oh.
Adam's been hosting it for years, and this is the first year that they've added a co-host, and they asked me to do it.
Wow, that is awesome.
Yeah, so we'll be out there this Friday. It starts-
Ladies and gentlemen, Kathy Romano.
Like co-host on TV or co-host at the event?
No, at the event.
Okay.
Yeah, Adam's going to be doing a couple of hits during the news, and then we're going to host it at the actual parade. So the ceremonial tree lighting will take place. That starts off everything at 7:00 or at 6:30, and then at 7:00 the parade will start, and it features Westchester University's marching band and just under 1,600 people in the parade, from marching bands, dance teams, cheer squads.
That's pretty big.
Right? Like the entire community, like I said, gets involved in this. And it's all part of 6 weekends of holiday festivities. There's thousands of lights from Thanksgiving through New Year's during the Chester County Hospital Lights Up holiday weekends in Westchester. So you can sip, you can have some cocktails, you can make dinner reservations, you can shop in downtown Westchester every weekend through the holiday season. And there's something different all month. And it includes outdoor holiday concerts. They have free photos with Santa. They have a professional gingerbread house competition, specials at the shops and businesses, and lots more. Westchester is a beautiful place to be. And so if you're available this Friday, come out, say hi. I'll be hosting the parade that's taking place.
What time does it start?
It starts at 6:30 with the tree lighting. 7:00 is the parade. If you can't come this weekend, all of the weekends in December, Westchester will be lit up beautifully, and there'll be lots to do.
There are only 6 spots left for the ornament making class.
Okay.
Yeah. And they may be sold out as of now. We'll have to refresh that
Preston,
page.
and they closed Westchester now.
Oh, my
Yeah,
God. Kathy
so many
is-
people.
now there's only 2 left.
They're getting chairs.
Yeah, now there's only 2 spots left.
Only two. Okay.
Any honorable mentions this year?
Yeah, I do.
Let me give you a jingle.
Okay.
Hang on.
Holiday activities.
Okay.
Honorable mentions.
I'll usually mention like things from past lists, and I did get an email from someone asking for previous lists saying, hey, I want to check those out too for things that I may not have done. So you can search. If you search Kathy's holiday activities and put in a year, the list will pop up.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it's
Right.
on PrestonandSteve.com. The list will pop up, and you will find them. But this year's honorable mention actually goes to another brand new event, and I had to do it because it is my town. It is the Conshohocken Winter Market. This is the first time they're doing this. It is this weekend. It's December 1st through the 3rd, and it's just they're celebrating the holiday season in downtown Conshohocken, right outside of the new Hotel Weston, Maine. There's like another.
Weston,
Yeah.
happy holidays.
There is a.
Oh, look, it's Annabelle.
There's this really nice courtyard in the Sora West building there. There's a courtyard, and that's where everything's going to be held. It's a 3-day market. They're going to have a variety of local shops come out to have gifts that you can shop. They're going to do live music, holiday cocktails, of course. They're going to do a holiday movie. They're going to do Quizzo. They're going to have a wreath-making workshop there as well that you need to sign up for. And they're saying there's going to be something for everybody. Bring the kids. Bring, anybody down, you'll find tons of stuff. It's again Friday through Sunday. So Friday from 5 in the evening until 9. Saturday goes all day, 11 a.m. until 9 at night. And then Sunday is 11 a.m. until 4 p.m.
Okay. So I two questions here. First, where in Conshohocken is this?
So, Case, it's right when you come over the Fayette Street Bridge, right? There used to be, there is still part of that old Washies Firehouse.
Yeah.
They built a huge hotel there and a restaurant, and there's some
Kathy, is that the one that has the colored lights on the side of it? Like the red and green, and you know what I'm talking about?
Oh, yes, I do know
It
what
has
you're
a
talking
rooftop
about.
bar, does it not?
I wasn't sure if that's the same building of the hotel or not.
I think it is, Preston. I do think it's the one side of that building.
Okay.
Steve, a lot of people think it's a rooftop. It is not rooftop. It is an outside bar.
Oh, okay.
But it's like
Right.
just a few floors up. It's
Right.
actually really cool.
If you're very tiny, it's a rooftop.
No, it overlooks the courtyard there where
Oh.
this event is taking place. So if you do go to the hotel or the restaurant that's there, you can probably have cocktails outside and you'll
Cool.
see the whole event.
Also, just got a text from Chuck. He says, "Hey, thanks a lot. I'm doing glass blowing this weekend because my wife just booked."
Oh, yay!
Yeah, he doesn't want to,
So
but
Chuck
that's
and
what
Leanne are coming? Awesome. I can't wait.
Looks like that's sold out completely, by the way. Now.
Okay.
Hold on. Marissa, you were gesturing. She was miming
the
something.
index finger through a circled finger.
No, it wasn't that.
Happy anniversary, Chuck and Leanne.
Oh, is today their anniversary?
20 years.
Wow. Congratulations, guys. Go blow some glass together.
Yeah.
That's
Let
a
it cool
20
down.
That's
Yeah.
a 20-year anniversary.
Yeah, hot
gift.
glass.
Yeah. All right. So is that today? Is that the full list this year?
That is the full list, and I just want to say thank you to Acme for sponsoring it. And I do this list because I genuinely love the season. I love the lights. I really do think it's a magical time of year, and I think that not everybody is as crazy as me and wants to do everything in the holiday season. So that's why I make the list. Here's a list. You can look at it, find something that's for you, and head out with the family, the kids, whoever.
Was your first list you did a fall activities list or a holiday activities list?
I think
Do you remember?
it was fall because remember my cousin and I would basically tour the farms in the area to like find different activities when our kids were smaller.
Right.
And so I'm pretty sure it was a fall.
Okay.
Again, I've incorporated a number of things from these lists into my annual activities. In fact, the whole family is involved. It's the Coldbrook,
Coldbrook-Dale Railroad. Yeah, I mean, that's a staple. That's a great one. And don't forget, I do love to see when you go to these activities that I suggest. So make sure you tag me. If you post anything on social media, you can email me, Kathy@WMMR.com. Or if you tag me, I'm on Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok at Kathy Romano.
Put the show on there
11.
too, all that
Yeah.
stuff. The radio station,
Yes,
we'd love to
please.
see all that.
Because when you tag me, then I can see the photo and I can see that you actually went out. And the full list is on PrestonandSteve.com. Filter through it, look at all the information at the bottom. If you're looking for those previous lists, they are all listed right there. You can just click on the year and it'll show you.
And Kathy, as you've been delivering your holiday activities, behind you through the window, snow falling down.
It is. Open up the windows, Nick. Oh my God.
It's a Christmas
It's
miracle.
a miracle. Oh my God. It is full on snowing here in Bala Cynwyd right now. That is, dude.
It's for my list.
That's unbelievable.
Thank
your
you,
list.
Jesus and St. Anthony.
Yes. It's St. Anthony
You
guy.
lost your snow, you
Please bring
prayed,
it back.
And
and
here
you
it
found it.
is.
It's a Christmas.
miracle! Yeah!
Don't freak out, by the way. It's only going to be a light dusting, but it's very nice.
No, this is perfect.
Oh, I love it.
It's the ambiance. All right, and with that, we're going to play it one more time in case you just tuned in and you missed Kyle's new song for Kathy's holiday activities. A full 1 minute longer just to get you in the spirit. We present this to you.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, I've done nothing. Longing for activities. Staring out the window, wondering of all the possibilities. But now the time is finally here. A list to bring us all some cheer. So listen carefully. For Kathy Romano's holiday activities. Kathy's got a new list this year, and it's better than the rest. Fun things for the entire family, food promise you won't get drunk. So hopefully you won't spew chunks on your new upholstery. It's Kathy Romano's holiday activities. Bring the Scotch Guard. Kathy will show you something you've never seen before. Know where you can't do one thing, there's so much to explore. Come on, let's go ice skating. I feel my pants inflating every time I think of the pretty lights that blink on the Christmas trees all over town. So come now as we get started. Kathy's got so much in store. Activities that we all wanted, what we've waited all year for. Sit back and enjoy a cheese log. Don't eat too much, you'll get a clog in your arteries. It's Kathy Romano's holiday activity.
And the full list available now for you to absorb and experience at PrestonandSteve.com. Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors, our sponsor for Kathy's Holiday Activities 2023. On that note, we are going to take a break, and we'll come back in just a moment, so stay with us.
I think Simon and Howie are probably the most well-rounded judges. I've seen Heidi not get jokes, and because she doesn't get a joke, she gets offended by it. It's
Right.
like, you know, it's hard.
But let me tell you one thing. I got to tell you this. The reason we have judges is because America wants blood.
Yeah.
I'm just telling you.
It's the Roman
First of all, how
Coliseum.
can you compare a singer to a dancer to a danger act?
Well, we know.
How can you do that?
The end result is, and this is the way I've always framed it. To me, you're looking for somebody who would be a successful Las Vegas act,
right?
And that's the context,
That's
correct?
the context,
Right.
But at the same time, this stuff is subjective,
right?
Yeah.
What show do you see in Vegas? It's the show you want to see,
Right, yeah.
So I mean, if you want to see singers, you love singers. If you want to go to a dance show, you go to a dance show. So the deal is that America wants someone to lose.
Yeah.
America wants you bleeding, and they don't care if you're under 10. And listen, first of all, I love it. I love America. But it's the sports mentality.
No,
it literally is. Someone has to go home, and that makes you tune in. But if they were like, "There's really no competition. It's all exhibition," they'd be like, nobody dying here. I'm not going to watch this."
Could you imagine your life without the foundation that you had in sports and all that's trained you for? I mean, it seems to provided you with a Swiss Army knife of capabilities that's gotten you through. I remember when I first saw you, I thought, and I have to be honest, who is this meathead? Who's this guy? Who's this guy? And then I go, why is this meathead so funny? And then I'm like, why is this guy? Why is this guy? And then I realized this guy's talented. But you said you weren't funny, or you weren't a comedian or so on and so forth. It seems to me you okay, this is something I got to take on and tackle and work through. Sports had to be just an absolute essential part of what made you you.
Yeah, first of all, it was.
Yeah.
Simply because in the locker room, it's like all versions of humanity.
Right.
You know what I mean? I was funnier in the locker room than I ever was on these shows. We had so much fun hanging in the locker room and just balling and hanging and talking and really doing our thing. The sport itself, however, a lot of that drama came with baggage.
Right.
You know what I mean? And my thing is, sports is good until it isn't.
Yeah.
It's literally one of those things where first of all, I love sports, I love entertainment, but I love people more. And when you use people in expense of the sport, like right now the NFL is going through a thing where all the older guys are going through it. And they're not helping them. There's so many guys that need help, man, mentally, physically. The NFL will literally deny that they cause these issues. You know what I mean? And that's my thing is just admit it, man, and let's just help them.
Right.
But My deal is, it's one of those things where I had to get rid of a lot of things that was bad and keep the good.
Yeah.
And sports can be very, very good, but if it's used in the wrong way, man, you will end up miserable.
I believe it. One of the things, speaking of being talented, that we really weren't aware of was your artistic ability, and it was one of the before even sports, right? I mean, you were you sketch and painting, and were you a court sketch artist?
Sketch artist, yes.
Get out of here!
I had an art scholarship before I had a football scholarship.
Wow.
I was looking at some of your stuff. It's really good.
Oh.
And why is it that court sketch room artists are usually so terrible?
Yes, they are. It's a lot of it is you have to be fast.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you have to understand too. For me, I would have went the whole art route. But no one was going to pay for that. Like, starving artists is a real thing. Starving goes right before artists. I mean, name an artist who actually got paid while he was alive.
Yeah.
It's very, very rare.
Right. They're celebrated after they found
Oh, yeah, you've been dead
somewhere.
30 years. They're like, well, now he gets the million.
Do you create every day?
Yeah.
Do you...
I sketch all the time.
Okay.
Sketch all the time.
What do you prefer? What is your favorite?
People. I love sketching faces.
Okay.
Faces.
But sketching
people.
over painting and all that?
Oh, yeah. I just sketch because I have time for it, but I'll take it all the way. I mean, I will go do a full painting if I have time to do that. But when I was get cut from an NFL team, I would go back in the locker room and ask the players if they want their portraits painted. That's what I would do. And that's how I survived.
Wow.
They would be like, man, you pretty good, man. Here's $5,000. But you know what? I would
Were you self-taught?
No, I'm self-taught.
Wow.
But I would literally trick the guys. I would be like, man, you need a painting. Look at you. You one of the most amazing players ever. Look at you walking around here all muscular and beautiful. Let me immortalize you. Yeah, you're right, man. Here's $5,000. Like, thank you.
You're a lefty.
Marketing.
You're a lefty, too.
Oh, yeah. Left-handed, right-brained. I mean, very creative. It's just, it's my thing, man. It's always been my thing. I taught.
Your stuff's really.
I taught a class at Facebook. That was a photo from when I taught a class at Facebook. And you know what was wild? Some of the most talented people in the world. And they were sitting there, and these guys had degrees from everywhere. And I asked them to start drawing, and they wouldn't do it.
Yeah.
And I was like, dude, you know what's happening? What's happening is you're judging your work immediately. And what you got to know is all judgment stops creativity in its tracks. You have to just go.
Right.
And you have to do it. And you have to not care what people think. You have to not. But what happened was they were like, they wouldn't, before they started putting a pen down on the paper, they would look over at the other guy.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
But this is what we do in life.
Yeah, you're right.
This is the mistake we make all the time. The stuff you always wanted to do. All that things you wanted to go for. You're over there looking at everybody else. Well, I'm not going to try it. What will everybody say? You know what? I don't care. I realize don't think about what everybody else is saying. Right. Just go for your gut. Go for that intuition. Don't judge yourself.
There are two words I like to use when I find myself facing something I'm not sure I want to do, and it's just begin.
Oh, that's
just
good.
begin.
Yeah. Oh, that's good.
That's all you've got to do.
Dude,
throw
if you
yourself in.
start, all of a sudden things get done. And you know what? Because I'm a great starter. I am an excellent starter. But what I had to learn, too, is just and this is the thing, finish it.
Yeah.
Wait, just get it done, and then you can always change it. Because what happens is you get to start, and then it's not perfect. So you don't want to finish it. But no, finish it, and then you can change it. Dude, these are things you almost have to hypnotize yourself. You literally have to get out of your own brain and get out of your own way.
It's funny you say that because I like to sketch as well, and I'll sketch on the iPad, and the iPad allows you to undo. It's like, it almost sort of takes away that. Okay, I've got this now. I've got to work this. You know, you can correct mistakes all the time. And it's like, well, it's cool. It's also sort of a cheat. You know.
Listen, everything I do, I have a mantra. It's start small, think big.
Right.
Start small, think big. Okay, just do a little bit.
Right.
Just, I'm actually taking Mandarin Chinese lessons right now. I picked the hardest language to learn, but I'm getting it.
Okay.
Wait, I'm all of a sudden I'm like, wait a minute. I've been doing this for like a month. And I'm like, wait a minute, that I understood that. When I heard the lady, she was like, wuxia, and I was like, I know what wuxia means.
Yeah.
I know what that means, you know? And so I realized, okay, start small. First of all, I haven't mastered English. I had to literally look at myself like, have I mastered English? No. So if I get to a point where I can tell somebody I'm hungry, and I can tell somebody where's the bathroom in Chinese, I'm good. You know what I mean?
How is one human so talented?
No, because first of all, it's not even that. I just keep going. Like, just try everything you want to do, and I only do what I want. I don't do, if there's something I don't want to do, it's like, don't even worry about it. You know what I mean?
You're going to be good. I'm sorry, go ahead, Preston.
As I've aged, I've found that I need to be working on something. I need to be working on something that I can improve upon, something that's a bit of a challenge, and I'm loving it. I didn't realize this until just a few years ago, whether it be, working on a golf swing, or I'm a musician and I want to improve and to keep going on that. And I love having that.
It's so satisfying.
Yeah.
First of all, listen, you've been talked out of your creativity, man. You've been told you're not creative. First of all, like you said, I'm left-handed. The world is a right-handed world, which deals with math and science. So all the arts are given as hobbies, but just half your brain.
Yeah.
So you have to me, I'm literally telling everybody, be more creative, exercise it, because you've been talked out of it a long time ago, and it's so satisfying. I built Legos like crazy.
Yeah. So speaking of arts and stuff like that, so my daughter's in 8th grade. She's in school right now, so I can talk about her. What the arts has done for her has given her the confidence. So she's in 8th grade, and she's having the best year of her life, and it's all because of what she's been doing in the theater, and it's a very, very they just everybody nurturing, and everybody loves each other, and it's just so positive. But she's getting that from the arts.
That's right.
Yeah, and she's been playing sports ever since she was 4 years old too.
But look what at the schools they're taking the instruments out of schools. Art is given a short shrift. All this stuff is treated like music and art and whatever. They're like, do that on your own time. That's a hobby.
No,
but math and science, if you got that, you're good. And I think we're severely lacking right now, just as a society, because we're not creative enough. This is why we run to Avengers and we run to the movies, because we need it so bad. All the story, all the content, we need more.
Imagine the world without art. Imagine the world without creativity, without music, without paintings, and what we would be bereft of if we didn't have that. And to your point about all you have to do is create. It doesn't matter if it's good. Just do something, create that, and if it stinks, do the next one.
First of all, that's the world I grew up in. Factory life. Flint, Michigan. Everybody, they were like, "What you doing drawing? What's that? Hey, what kind of boy are you?" And you're like, "Hey, man, look, I like drawing. Okay, I like music. I play the flute. You know what they would call me? They were like, "Why you play the flute?" I was like, "I'm bigger than you. I can bitch more than you. So what? So now what?" And they were like, "Yeah, you're right."
Did you see the Equalizer, the second Equalizer movie?
Yes.
He's counseling a kid who's an artist.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that's it. That's right there. That's just,
It's going to come out. This is what the whole graffiti thing is about, man.
Yeah.
And it's like, put it on canvas and sell it.
Yeah, I just think of math and science. But you go to somebody's home now, they don't have microscopes hanging on the wall. You know what I mean? No. They got I play the guitar for So math and science. I don't necessarily. If that's not what you're gonna do, you're not gonna take that wherever you go, unless. My brother's a chemist. He's a scientist. My sister's a math teacher.
And that's fine.
You know what I mean? I'm not knocking it. But,
right.
Yeah.
But I'm saying make it more equal.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. And we would be remiss if we didn't throw some love to Brooklyn Nine-Nine.
Oh, yeah.
Which, Casey and I are huge fans of the show. NBC gave you the new home, which is very cool, which is wonderful. The show was on the brink of going away and came back, and it is I think one of the sharpest ensembles on television. You're a revelation on the show, as is Andre Braugher, who just unbelievable. So everything, you're up and running.
Yes. Season 7 starts February 6th. We already have been picked up for season 8.
Nice.
That's the vote of confidence, man.
Why do you think it works
8
so well?
seasons. It's crazy.
Why do you think it works so well?
Because we love each other, man. Yeah. And this is the greatest thing ever. One thing I'm gonna preach right now.
Yeah.
competition is the opposite of creativity. The opposite. We do not compete with each other as a cast.
Right.
When you see a show fall, it's usually because the actors or somebody within there is competing with each other, and it causes the thing to blow up out of nowhere. We literally are all operating on our own levels, creating and encouraging each other. We are a true family, man. I don't know what else to say.
And everyone gets their moment. And also, you allow the self-deprecation, the stuff that they have you doing is hilarious.
I love it.
And again, a lot of people forget, out of the gate, Brooklyn Nine-Nine was sort of the sweetheart. It won, I think, a Golden Globe for the best comedy series and so on and so forth. And then suddenly, I'm like, what the F? This show is great, and why are they getting rid of it for? Now, this far into it has got to be the ultimate, acknowledgement. And also that when you have a fan base, you talk about the connection to the fan base, that actually was vocally going after making sure the show came back.
Well, I got something to say. When you're talking about Nielsen ratings, that's that 18 to 35 and the whole thing. But just as the deal, and you want to talk about math and science, if you really want to get a good gauge on what people are watching, you need a bigger pie. But the Nielsen is literally only 5,000 homes.
Yeah.
And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, thanks, Kath. Reminder, today's Tattoo's-Day, $350 gift certificate for Floating World Tattoo and Piercing for your Preston and Steve Show themed tattoo. Just text the word tattoo right now to 39333. You'll be in the running for that. And then I wanted to add this to your list of activities, not necessarily Kathy's holiday activities, but
Preston's activities.
No, I'm not doing that. It's the big friggin' deal.
Yes.
At MMR, and you can get 2 Bear Creek Mountain Resort weekday lift tickets for $52. That is 2 for the price of 1, essentially.
Nice.
So nice, big, chunky savings. You can buy them for yourself. You can give them as a holiday gift, and Bear Creek offers tons of winter fun for skiers and snowboarders. Details available at WMMR.com. Use the keyword deal. Now, that is while supplies last, so those very well may sell out quickly, so make sure that you do that. And again, it's 2 Bear Creek Mountain Resort weekday lift tickets for $52.
That's a great idea.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people don't think of giving passes to things as opposed to.
Totally.
That's if you're someone who's into that or skiing, it'd be a wonderful gift.
Yeah, so go to WMMR.com and use the keyword deal, and you can find that. By the way, I never use the keywords. Is it just you do that in the search?
Yes.
Okay, in the search bar.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or you can just look for the, not the Rock Shop, the big freaking deal right on the front page.
Perfect. Real quick, if you guys don't mind, I got this interesting email from somebody. He says, a longtime listener. His name is Ryan. And he said, hey, as you've undoubtedly heard from other listeners, your show helped me through some bad times, breakups, deaths, financially unstable times. However, one specific episode stands out for me among all the others, and I've re-listened to it several times when I've been in need of laughter. Everything has been pretty good for the past couple of years, but life recently threw me a few stressful curveballs. So I decided to go back in search of this episode. To my surprise, I noticed it was turning 10 years old. Wow. It's a show from Tuesday, the 26th of November. So that was 2 days ago.
Sunday, yeah. 10 years, man! 10!
He said, and it features none other than Todd Glass. And he goes, this is back when you would let Todd stay for multiple segments. And in this particular episode, he basically hijacks the show. There's nonstop laugh-out-loud moments, Todd trying out new jokes for his act and commenting on the response, Steve egging him on, Preston desperately trying to keep the show on track. It features a phone call from Mike Birbiglia, the court reporter, and even Todd's impression of an angry Bill Weston.
Oh, that was when he wake and baked, and we had a court stenographer here, right?
Mm-hmm. He said, every time I listen to this, I'm transported to where I was when I first heard it. Down on my luck, worse than ever before, but miraculously still able to laugh. Everything was going to be okay. And he wrote this last week, said this upcoming Saturday, the 26th, is the 10-year anniversary of this episode, which now lives forever in a warm part of my heart. Aww. I implore each of you to go back and listen to and relive this gem. And he put a link to the the clip on there, which I thought was pretty cool. So good. Ryan, thank you so much. I appreciate it. And, maybe there are people who go back and listen to some moments of the show. I go back and watch Daily Rush videos. That's what I do.
I will
you
go down the rabbit hole.
I'll peruse sometimes, and I've created a folder of my favorite ones on my YouTube account just to have at the ready. And
share that.
there's like ones with, like the Bill Cosby blubber, drubber, scrubbers. And I
Blinded by the light.
howl at that one. And another one of my all-time favorites was when Stallone was trying to tell a knock-knock joke. And there's a bunch of them that I've saved. And actually, I have those saved for if I run into somebody who is not from the area. Like I remember one time I was playing golf with this guy and he wasn't familiar with us.
Right.
And I was like, oh yeah, I do this radio show. He was from out of town and he doesn't know anything about it. I'm like, well, here, let me send you this video and this will give you a little snapshot of what we're about.
Right.
So that's kind of why I started saving those.
Don't ever send me stuff again.
No, I really do think that we should, if we can, we should share that, your personal folder.
Yeah, we can do that.
And some of your banking information.
Yeah. And all my, yes, I will do that. All my investments. And I'll give you access to my 401k.
Why
too.
not? I mean, for God's sakes,
Yeah.
everyone has one.
He had mentioned in that email that Birbiglia called. Did you guys, anybody watch the Birbiglia special on Netflix yet?
There's a personal protest going on.
I know, but
I
it's
like Mike a
good.
lot.
Yeah. I don't.
I know it's good.
Yeah.
I know it's good.
Yeah.
I know he's good.
Okay.
I just have, you know what I'm saying?
I got you. I did. I fell asleep, but I watched.
You always
most
fall
of it.
asleep.
But that had nothing to do with how good
but
it
the
was.
first 4 minutes, killer.
But he does this thing, like it is stand-up comedy, but there are
It's a
these like
story.
really touching like moments,
Yeah.
you know, and so at that time, you talk about like 10 years ago, like listen, he comes in and he sells the ha-ha for a little bit, but like what's going on is he's got this other stuff going on underneath the surface of everything, you know what I mean?
He hasn't come in to sell the ha-ha in quite a while.
I know.
Yeah, we used to have him by pretty regularly, but yeah, he's a great storyteller.
Yeah,
I agree.
We're big fans. We just, I don't know.
I'll pull back the curtain if you want. He's my contact, and I've asked him to come on a number of times, and Mike always says, yes, I'll come on, and then he doesn't. And it bugs me. I really like Mike a lot. I think he's really talented. He's a good actor. He's funny as hell. And I saw his stand-up in Atlantic City a few years back. He started playing guitar. It was a terrific show. And so I miss having contacts like that on the show. And again, like Bert Kreischer's in selling out the Wells Fargo Center, and Bert's stopping by this week. He's coming in studio. Yeah. Bert doesn't forget that kind of thing. And Mike, I think, kind of has a little bit. And it bugs me because I miss having a friend like that who's done really well come on our show. And I don't mind saying that publicly.
Yeah.
Bert's our ride or die.
That's right.
Yeah, he is.
Absolutely.
Meredith just texted me. She said the show that we were talking about with Todd Glass was the same show where he said that Meredith was smoking in the car with the windows up while driving. And she said she got to school to drop her kid off, and all the people were like, "Are you smoking in the car?"
Oh, my God.
I love it.
That's great.
Here's another email that says, good morning, Presbo and gang. Long-time listener since I can't remember this October. This is all running together. But anyhow, my family and I.
A duck in the room.
No, this is sad. My family and I lost our dad to a motorcycle accident a day after his birthday. He was 68 and a day old. He was the man who introduced us to WMMR, Preston and Steve. Our favorite thing was to hear the Bizarre Files this year with the. Okay, so they don't have any punctuation. That's why it's hard to read. With the holidays, it's going to be hard for us all, and I was hoping if you could give us all a wet heavenly shout out to our angel above. Much love, bitches, sincerely, and that is from PJ Caruso. So here you go. PJ didn't include Dad's name, so PJ's dad. Sorry to hear about that.
Yes, that is very sad. And the holidays are definitely more difficult when you lose a loved one.
Hang on, I want to go to. Hang on, Justin's chiming in real quick. Hey, Justin, good morning, buddy.
Hey, Gadzooks, guys.
Gadzooks, man, what's up?
So, I got my wife into Preston and Steve when we first got married. And one of the things that we always quote, it's a Daily Rush video. I've watched it with her a bunch of times.
Okay.
One of the segments that Steve did that cracks us up is when he was being Bill Weston as a cunning linguist.
Bill Weston as a cunning linguist. Okay, I remember that.
The countdown out of order to of what he's going to do to her. And he says, number 4.
Oh, what are you going to do to your sexual partner?
Right, yeah.
That does it out of order because Bill hates things in order.
I chased her throughout the house yelling number 4, and she knows what it means.
Oh, that's great.
I forgot that.
You yell number 4 and she knows what it means. All right, I'm gonna jot
Thanks,
that down
Justin.
as one to go back to and watch. I appreciate it, man. Thank you, buddy. All right, so I'll look at the title of these,
And you don't know,
and
all
I
the
don't
time.
remember what
Hey,
it was.
We don't. A lot of times, again, the lesson learned from the show, we don't remember what happened, a couple hours ago. So,
yep,
our retention rate is horrific.
Yep, most definitely.
What is that Bill Weston Two-Face?
Oh, dude, that was when he had the dental stuff done, and you
right.
turned him into the Harry Knuckles character. That's one of my favorites.
Bill came in from the dentist. Casey, I thought it was great because you tell half his face was numb, and Casey, you go, "Hey, Bill, go like this," and he tries to. He couldn't do it at all. We're looking at video of him. Oh my God!
There was another one when I had the neck ache. And I couldn't turn my head, and Preston asked me a question, and I had to turn to him like this. And then you started going into your Igor.
Yeah.
Right now, sir.
And it hurt, like I was laughing, and it hurt so bad because my neck was just so stiff.
When you have your neck jammed up like that, it's just it's the worst. But you can't help but look. You're either Michael Keaton in Batman, or Igor.
All right, people are texting in. Harper Lee owning the laser tag is their favorite. That's one of mine. That's on my favorite list. Another one says when Steve lost his tooth.
Yeah, oh my God, that was
That
amazing.
was insane.
Yeah, it just fell out of his mouth.
Yeah.
That was hilarious.
And then, you know what I was doing? So remember, I wasn't punched in the face. I didn't bang it on the microphone. I was using a straw.
Yeah. And then somebody else texted in and says, oh my God, Steve, the Wigs, Dr. Chet Wainwright.
Oh my God.
Yeah, that was awesome.
That's excellent.
We got to do that again.
Why did we do that? What was that?
We wanted to see what Steve looked like with hair.
With hair. And we just got different wigs?
Yep.
We had like 6 or 7 of them, and we would do the whole break with me wearing one of the different wigs.
Yeah, if you recall, it was the day we came back from our vacation, so we kind of wanted to have something to do on the day because we had been off. I think it might have been like the first time we were off for 2 weeks straight.
Right,
yeah.
And
go ahead, guys.
No, I was going to say we got them at like a place that does real hair wigs.
So
Like, it wasn't
like
like a
top
party
quality.
store.
Yeah. I mean, it wasn't like a costume store. It was a wig store on Broad Street in Philadelphia.
Oh my God. Hang on. I just got a text from intern Ben. And he says the dildo techno rave was his favorite. I just recently went back and watched the intern Ben.
Oh
As you could imagine. Steve, you went to town on him.
As you can imagine.
In a loving way.
We love him.
It was so funny. It was goddamn ridiculous. Why is it outrage?
It started off gentle.
Right.
It really, and it ended gentle too. Don't get me wrong. But Steve, we were all kind of laughing, sort of under our breath, and I think it was like an intern featured segment, right? Like we were learning about them or something.
So
and then you started to bounce, and I think I might have had to leave the room. Like
It was actually, Nick, it was about cheating on exams.
That's it.
Right, using
And
Google.
Ben came in.
Yeah.
He kind of jogged in.
Right.
And he was out of breath. And he was like,
And then in the same room, we had, I guess, one of the dancers from
Delilah's. Yeah.
And
Victoria, I
she
think.
went to the same school.
Yeah.
And she says, well, I would just wear like a tight top or whatever, and we get it. And what? This is goddamn ridiculous.
That was the best.
I studied for hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was so mad at that. I forgot about that.
As you can imagine.
Casey, somebody had said you sang Like a Prayer one time. Do you remember that? I don't remember
So
that.
yeah, but it was.
These are texts I'm reading.
This was my friend Matt and I, the florist. By the way, we were on our way home from the mountains. It was me and Matt and Carolyn and this girl Christine, and then Carolyn's grandparents. And me and Matt were going back and forth on how you were supposed to sing the home part in the beginning of Like a Prayer.
Do it.
Well, it was like life is a mystery. I hear you call my name.
Oh, wait.
And it feels like home. But my buddy was you're gonna have to go back and listen to it because it was like no. You got to have more like
it's up behind you.
Home.
Oh, so you guys were you were going back and forth,
back and forth,
and it turned into a real
no. It's got to be like home. No. It's got to be like home. And my friend's grandparents are like, shut.
We got to get your friend on the show at some point.
We really do.
He's a florist to the stars.
He's going to be home around Christmas time. Maybe I can get him to fly home a little bit earlier.
What's the name of his place again?
The Pedal Workshop. Pedal Workshop on Instagram, but so he was home for a couple of days a few weeks ago.
I mean, this guy is a superstar in the world of floral design.
You should have seen his back and forth with Tiffany Amber Thies.
I know.
I'm like, you're friends with her.
But we had her on. She was like, oh my God,
I love him.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
but
did Jeffrey Bezos just get married because he was apparently the florist for his wedding?
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
That would have been a nice payday.
Yeah.
By the way, we may not be friends with all those super rich people, but we know intern Ben, who just texted back in, and he said, I'm happy to report that being intern Ben has earned me the respect of the folks at my new job. He said it's all paid off.
Ben is great.
Yes,
And Ben does his charity thing, does he not? He does a.
All right,
is it the video game?
Pituation
That's
does a game
Pituation.
show. No, Pituation does a game show marathon where they
Right.
do a whole bunch, and then he does video
game marathon. Yeah,
Oh,
video,
okay.
Yeah.
Number of people are texting him with the Frank Rizzo stuff. Those are their favorite.
Oh, yeah.
Do you know when I people reference a lot?
favorite daily rushes? What?
Preston, the woman with the remote insurance?
I love it.
Yeah.
That was the first one that Kyle edited. That was it wasn't.
No, he should.
Kyle
the
edited
exploding car.
No, that was Nick Murphy, but Kyle did a great one, which was the
Steam powered Sibian.
yes,
That one was great.
Right.
They shot women to another county
steam powered Sibian.
because they didn't know how powerful that steam. It was like steam engines in cars
builds
they
up.
first started with. They were very, very dangerous. Anyway, if you like, go to our YouTube account, PrestonandSteve.com, and all the Daily Rush videos. That we have obviously all of the daily streaming that takes place now, which has kind of replaced the Daily Rush.
It
videos,
really has. I
which
mean,
is too bad because I love the little snapshot of
Snippets,
just something that happened that day that really we had fun with. You know.
yeah, we listen. We'll work on it, which means we won't work on it.
Well, the cool thing for me anyway about the YouTube channel is that like every week, every month, it ticks up just a little bit more. There were a lot of people watching during Camp Out for Hunger, which was really cool. A bunch of people who are on the YouTube community came to Camp Out for Hunger. And so like Kyle and I talk about these numbers, and right now it's hovering around 655. But when it first started, it was in the 200 to 300 range. And every week, every month, it goes up just a little bit more. And it's this really cool community. They greet each other every day. They have conversations completely independent of us. They're talking about stuff that's going on in their lives. And we're like, it's sort of an afterthought some of the time. And I love that.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, well, this I saw was kind of interesting. I wanted to pass on.
Wait, Marissa.
Marissa's running in. She wants to say something.
A second here.
I just wanted to add, you guys may not know this, but on PrestonandSteve.com, we post the YouTube stream with a full rundown of everything that happened on the show that day, with like timestamps and everything. So
The
you
description
can go,
and then
You can
time
jump right in.
yeah.
Okay.
So
All
if
right.
there's a guest you're looking for, or a segment, or something like that,
I didn't know that.
PrestonandSteve.com, you'll see the live stream links every single day.
All right.
All right, wonderful.
You learn stuff.
We learned stuff about our own show.
Jinx.
Who knew?
Yeah. All right. A recent study of British and American texts have found that Star Wars lingo is a part of common speech. And for some people, it's every day.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sure
Every day
it's
there's a
annoying.
Star Wars reference of some sort.
Yeah, phrases like Jedi mind trick and the dark side seem to require little to no explanation. People also routinely use words like Yoda, Jedi, Padawan, and lightsaber, just as you don't even need to give it context at all.
I was talking about doing shrooms last night with a friend, and she used an analogy that I thought was fairly apt, which was it's kind of like having the Force, or at least you think like you have the Force for a little stretch. And I was like, yeah, that's a nice analogy.
Yeah, the Force is one you don't need to explain. People know what that is.
Yeah.
And you use it regularly. And I've tried to, I wouldn't doubt it if at one point, at least every other day, I may utter some kind of Star Wars reference
Within a week,
of
there's
sorts.
definitely a number of them. We do Uba a lot.
Yeah. I mean, but there was that thing that popped up a little while ago about the
Roman Empire?
about the Roman Empire and guys who think about it every day. I think this falls right into that. Not necessarily fantasizing about being in the Star Wars universe or something like that, but using some type of a reference to, you know, Han Solo or whatever it may be, the Millennium Falcon.
It's kind of like when I play golf. There will be at least one Caddyshack reference at some point during that round of golf. But for life, there's got to be some sort of Star Wars reference, whether I utter it or I witness it every single day of my life. It's got to be.
1/3 of these uses were found to be unrelated to the films, which means that even people who have never seen Star Wars understand the lingo.
That's something when something you don't even have to be aware specifically of the origin, but you know what it means.
Yeah.
It's pretty amazing.
Yeah, and you don't have to be deep into the culture. Like I bailed on it after I haven't watched I've watched a little bit of some of the shows, and I'm kind of done with it. But it still will forever be a part of my lexicon.
I agree, and I'm an OG. I saw the original movies when they first came out. I would say this though, Preston, I think we all have our movie references that we go to. What would you say is the movie you most include in your common vernacular?
Man,
wow.
One phrase that you use more often than any others.
That's a deep dive.
That's
man.
a deep dive, right?
No,
Yeah, that's a tough thing to
reference a lot of movies.
Like one throw off one. I do one. Okay, I had to explain to Casey. I do it all the time from Saturday Night Fever.
Okay,
which is not even a line. It's just a weird scene when Tony Manero is doing his big dance thing. One of his big is his solo, and there's a woman sitting off to the side, and she just looks up and goes, "Oh yeah," and so I will do that all the time, and I do it like almost every day.
Yeah, no kidding.
And it reflexive, right?
Well, I never knew what it was
where
from.
it was from. Yeah.
I do it with, there are different movies for different people. So when I'm chatting with my brothers, inevitably The Fugitive comes up. And it's the movie I've probably seen the most, and I can quote it back and forward like you could do with Tron, Preston. But like I know that movie so damn well that just any little clip from The Fugitive will just enter my brain and then work its way out of my mouth.
I think you're right. It is a person by person thing because Nick, you and I have a few. We have Good Will Hunting. We have Mrs. Doubtfire. Shawshank. Those are the ones we kind of go to regularly. Casey, what do you and I reference? About Better Off Dead.
Better Off Dead.
We do that
right
one
off.
a lot.
Right
yep,
off.
right
yeah.
off.
Yeah, ours is a lot of 80s stuff.
Yeah.
A lot of 80s stuff. I would say, though, probably Dumb and Dumber. I will
Dumb and Dumber,
quite
probably,
a bit,
yeah.
Quite a bit.
Yeah, because, I mean, like, it depends. I go through phases. Like I haven't thrown a Groundhog Day at you in a while, Nick, until it was on the other day.
I just watched it the other day.
Yeah, I saw it too. It's starting to make rounds. Which, by the way, so now, did they do 24 Hours of Elf last year?
I don't know.
Yes,
I think they're doing it this
did.
year.
Yes, they did.
Okay.
In fact, there are a couple of channels now that run they're doing similar marathons. There was one that does a Christmas Vacation.
Yes.
24 hours.
I saw that
right
maybe yesterday or the day before, little portions of it.
There was 24 hours of the House of Sand and Fog, Kathy.
Oh my God. Please don't.
I just
Most
watched that end
depressing
scene
movie ever.
over and over again. Yeah. Where they just tie the bags over their head and then they...
Most goddamn depressing movie ever.
What's it about?
Oh, it's just this...
I mean, don't give it away, but what's the
just
general idea?
if you want to be really, really depressed, then watch it.
Everyone is depressed. There's really no. I would say
The whole movie
just
is
misery.
like gray, and just their lives are depressing. They're depressed, and
Ben Kingsley, Jennifer Connelly.
there's an awful ending. Like it's just
Press, just to kind of reference it, the best part of the happiest part is the double suicide at the end of the movie.
Oh, okay.
You've been free to the misery as well.
Wow. Okay.
I went to the movie theater to see that.
Oh,
Yeah.
dude. So I took my mom to see The Judge in the movie theater.
That's a great movie.
It is a great movie, but
It's
we
a
watched
sad
it like
movie.
2 weeks after my father died.
Oh,
and we had
man.
no idea that it was about this guy who gets cancer. And I was like, oh my, why did we go see this? I just wanted this. I love
That is terrible when you go see a movie at the wrong time. Like something just happened and you weren't aware, and you're like, "Oh, you're kidding."
Oh, great.
That must have been.
Yeah.
Did you guys talk about it at all, or was it just yes?
No. In fact, that was worse than when I took her to see Django Unchained, and at one point, Jamie Foxx is completely buck naked upside down.
Yeah.
And I'm standing next to my mom. Like that was less awkward than.
And Walton Goggins comes in and grabs him by the
Just like any sex scene you ever watch. Like I saw Jerry Maguire with my mom in the movie theater, and there's that scene where Kelly Preston goes to Tom Cruise. Don't ever stop. effing me.
Yes.
And I'm sitting there I was like, this is a Cameron Crowe movie. Let's go see it in the theaters. And like, to this day, it still bothers me.
Nick, I can one up, but I was in the movie theater and my mother was in the sex scene. And I'm like,
my
oh
God.
my God.
Wow, that's
Oh my
Boy, did
God.
you have egg on your
What
face.
are you going to do with that cup?
You absolutely can one up me because you saw a Deep Throat with your father.
Yes, I did. Yeah.
In the theater.
Well, no, not in the theater.
Oh,
VHS.
VHS.
At home.
Worse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The two movies that we rented when we first got our VHS video player was very appropriate, Jaws and Deep Throat.
Yeah. By the way, so this particular study shows that Star Wars is inescapable, even if you haven't seen it. According to a professor from this university that did the study, you know about it, and it's in the language, and we can all understand what many of the words mean. Yoda has been in the dictionary since 2016, by the way.
Interesting. I wonder how many Star Trek isms end up as well.
Okay.
Isn't
it's a good
being
question.
a Jedi an actual religion in England? Like,
Yes.
You can
Is it?
Subscribe
It
to
is
the
a
Church
registered,
Church of George Lucas or whatever.
Really?
Yeah.
All right. Interesting. We're going to this caller, Casey?
I don't know. I just thought, Dog the Bear.
Oh, his name is Bear.
Oh.
Okay. You wrote down a note that said Dog de Bear. I didn't know what that exactly meant with our caller here. So when you get that ready, Steve, I'll go to our caller.
I got to find, there we go.
Dog, the bear.
All right. Hey, Bear, you're on the air. Good morning.
Monkey pick ass.
Yeah, that's old school. What's up, bud?
So, a buddy of mine from high school, and as of recently, I work as a bar DJ, and a completely different person, a bartender. Both these people and I are obsessed with Silence of the Lambs.
Yes.
Sure.
So, especially at the bar, my last song of the night is always Goodbye Horses when I work with this guy. And even throughout the night, we'll throw like lines at each other from Silence of the Lambs, more so all the Buffalo Bill stuff. So, especially at the end of the night when I'm playing Goodbye Horses.
Is that wait, hang on a second. Is that the song that he dances to?
Yeah, that's the tuck it back dance.
Oh, my God.
The tuck dance.
Yeah, okay.
So that's always the last song of the night at this bar. So I always sit on the microphone just doing that. Was she a great big fat person?
Oh, I bet they love that.
I'll do the whole, censored for radio. Would you love me? I'd love me.
What bar is this?
Yeah.
It's called Harrigan's Pub in Warminster, Pennsylvania.
Dude, you must freak out the patrons when you start quoting Buffalo Bill.
Well, some people are laughing their asses off. I mean, you see, like, a few people are like, "What is this?" Why,
Any larger ladies ever come over and say thanks?
Every once in a while, I'll get like a side eye after I do it. Are you about a size 14?
Oh, dear God. Yeah, you may not want to do that, Bear. All right. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate your sense of humor, though. All righty, then.
Doing the tuck.
All right. Something wholly unrelated. I saw this and I thought this was kind of interesting. I'm the seerer today.
The seer? No, you're...
I'm the theaker.
You're Totally Presbo or the stream of consciousness nerd.
Yeah. I like Totally Presbo.
Oh.
But I was the theaker at one point or something. It was a
The
joke.
seeker?
No, TH. Theaker.
Oh, the thinker. Okay.
No. It's a cross of the thinker and the seeker.
The theaker.
The theaker. No, I'm Totally Presbo.
So you're not the seer?
I'm whatever you want me to be.
Okay.
I like this song.
It is a great song. All right,
I know you can think me, now here's a surprise.
No, this is a story about, I never heard of this before, but it has to do with Frank Sinatra and George Michael.
Frank Sinatra and George Michael.
Yeah, and I just thought this was an interesting story. So you might not think that the old Blue Eyes and the leader of Wham were, had anything common or had any interaction. But in 1990...
Guilty feet got no rhythm.
27-year-old George Michael had experienced the intense trappings of fame as the leader of Wham. They were hugely successful. And as a solo artist for years as well. Despite being still so young, the musician expressed his yearning to escape the spotlight when speaking to Los Angeles Times Calendar magazine. Described as the reluctant pop star in the article's headline, this was one of the most significant moments where Michael outlined his discomfort at his position. He had said, it's quite simply, really, he said, it's quite simple, really. I decided that the thing I really enjoy, the thing I really needed was my songwriting. I didn't need the celebrity. Followed this agreeable point, Michael outlined how miserable his fame had made him and his desire to never feel like that again. Unfortunately, this would never come to fruition. His coming brushes with the invasive side of the media in his decade were to be some of the most difficult times of his life. Mike would also deal with those instances with comic brilliance and further cement his status as a cultural legend by doing so. Yet in 1990, they were still a long way off. His comments to Calendar weren't entirely adored, though, and prompted a response from Frank Sinatra, who was in his 7th decade on the planet. Displaying the grace that made him such a hero, Sinatra sent a written response to George Michael.
That's pretty wild.
Imploring him to carry on, which was published by the same newspaper.
I had this very same conversation with Boy George.
It makes for compelling reading to reflect how Frank had his finger on the pulse right to the end. So I thought
that is wild.
It's a nice little letter. So I thought you guys would like to hear this.
This is Frank Sinatra writing George Michael.
Yeah, so he's writing the magazine about the article.
An open letter, too.
But he addresses George in this. He says, "Dear friends, when I saw your calendar cover today about George Michael, the reluctant pop star, my first reaction was he should thank the good Lord every morning when he wakes up to have all that he has. And that'll make 2 of us thanking God every morning for all that we have." And he said, "I don't understand a guy who lives in, quote, hopes of reducing the strain of his celebrity status. Here's a kid who wanted to be a pop star since I was about 7 years old. And now that he's quoting him in that I was about 7 years old. And now that he's a smash performer and songwriter at 27, he wants to quit doing what tons of gifted youngsters all over the world would shoot grandma for. Just one crack at what he's complaining about." And then he writes, "Come on, George, loosen up. Swing, man. Dust off those gossamer wings and fly yourself to the moon of your choice and be grateful to carry the baggage that we've all had to carry since those lean nights of sleeping on buses and helping the driver unload the instruments."
Georgie, it could be worse. You could be in Kajagoogoo.
He said, "And no more that talk about the tragedy of fame." He said, "The tragedy of fame is when no one shows up and you're singing to the cleaning lady in some empty joint that hasn't seen a paying customer since St. Swithin's Day." I don't know what that means.
It's a very popular day amongst the Swithins family.
And he said, "And you're nowhere near that. You're top dog on the top rung of a tall ladder called stardom, which in Latin means thanks to the fans who were there when it was lonely." He then concluded by saying, "Talent must not be wasted. Those who have it, and you obviously do, or today's calendar cover article would have been about Rudy Valley. Those who have talent must hug it, embrace it, nurture it, and share it, lest it be taken away from you as fast as it was loaned to you." And he said, "Trust me, I've been there."
Very thoughtful on
Isn't that great?
The chairman's way that he would write that.
Yeah.
Very inspiring.
I thought that was put very well and very...
"Dear Mr. Sinatra, these nuts."
In response.
I thought that was a very gracious way for him to put it, because Frank could just say, "Hey, suck it up, kid."
Yeah.
You know?
Chili, break his legs.
Yeah, totally. But he gave it...
And break Andrew Ridgely's legs, too.
Wait, what did I do?
What did that guy? Shut up.
I'm going to teach you the meaning of wham.
Yeah. You won't be able to jitterbug for a year.
Did you guys watch the Wham documentary?
I did. I really liked it. It was more George Michael, but it was obviously, as you'd imagine. Yeah. But Andrew Ridgely's friendship. Yeah. So, and I think I told you this, Preston. George Michael was kind of the puffy kid in school who was getting his ass kicked. And George Michael sort of said to the teacher that he would be sort of the protector.
Yeah.
And so literally from elementary school on, they were the best of friends.
I just didn't realize. Yeah,
I'm gonna write that down, because I've been more interested. I'm reading the Geddy Lee book and I'm loving it. I'm more of a fiction guy, and I just can't get enough of listening to this audiobook right now. And it makes me want to go and find other definitive documentaries or memoirs from people that I admire or I'm interested in, like Stallone. But I also whenever I'm sorry.
You put the thing over on the other thing.
Did you say jitterbug?
Jitterbug.
All right, that's all right.
Oh, we don't have that song, do we?
No.
Damn it.
The hell's the name of that
Yeah,
song?
it is Jitterbug.
Wake Me Up.
Yeah. Wake me up before you go.
Me up before you go. Don't leave me hanging like a pogo.
No, it's not.
I don't know.
You sing,
I don't know. I'm not good with words.
sing what you want to sing. Oh, no.
Back from Vietnam, spit out me say I don't know the words to Wham songs. Hasn't even come out yet. Spinning until they have careless whispers.
The hell's a guilty feet?
Guilty feet? My feet aren't guilty. I'm loving this country. My feet are proud.
You don't even have legs.
My feet, I don't have any legs. But I did. They saluted the flag.
Yeah, that's true. I'm sorry. But anyway, so I've gone on YouTube a couple of I've gone on YouTube a couple of times to find, short documentaries and things about artists I like. Some of them suck. Some of them on YouTube are terrible, and I want to find the definitive good ones.
The George
you know
Michael
what I mean?
one, excellent.
Yeah, what's
the
that
one?
on?
It's called Wham. I think it's on Netflix.
It might be on Netflix or HBO Plus.
It might be
Or
Max. Yeah.
Also, Preston, one that I can recommend is the one that just came out recently, which was it's not musician, but it's the stunt double for Daniel Radcliffe.
Yeah,
and that is on Max. The Stallone documentary on Netflix.
Okay.
Really good.
Yeah, and then the Schwarzenegger,
Andrew Ridgely replaced me.
the Arnold one is like a 4-part docuseries.
Yeah,
pretty
that's
good as well.
I don't want to watch that whole thing.
Yeah,
but
it's too much. Too much Arnie.
You were going to say something about you didn't realize what?
I
about
didn't
Wham?
realize. So in the beginning of Wham's rise, Whamness, I'm like embarrassed for him, but he does like George Michael's a rapper.
Yeah,
and he's not great. You know what I mean? Like he can rap to the beat or whatever, but also rap in the early 80s is a lot different than what it is today. But
there's a David Spade joke about Wham, and I don't think I can say it on the radio.
No, you did one time.
Did I get
and
in
we were like,
trouble?
dude, you can't say that.
Okay, yeah. So it's David Spade's lyrics to that
Wake Me
song.
Up Before You Go.
Yeah, and
I know.
I never hear that song without thinking of David Spade's lyrics.
Yeah, I kind of think of that one too.
Yeah.
You put something in your mouth.
That's right.
I know what you're talking about.
You put the into my mouth. Yeah.
I'll tell you this though: you watch this Wham documentary, and it is really a story of friendship.
Okay.
Oh, and not only that, George Michael, voice, outstanding. What a wonderful vocalist.
That was better.
I mean, I know that "Wake Me Up Before You Go" goes a little bouncy and jumpy, but his ballads are fantastic. I'm sorry, I can't hear you. One more time.
Jitterbug. I came home from Vietnam. They call me baby killer and they spit in my face.
It's a good song.
It is just a fun tune, yeah.
I put this on my boombox when I do jazzercise at the LA Fitness.
I would give good money to see you jazzercise, Steve.
I'll do it. Walk in.
I would give good money.
Oh, they have like a whole. It's a
One more Zumba.
It's a little different than Zumba and jazzercise, but I mean, it's like the modern version of
What is it?
both. It's like it's dance fitness is basically what it is. I've been searching for a dance fit studio. There's none near me, and all of the ones that I can find are just a little too far for like a daily workout.
Well, then
but-
you got to start. You got to open your own.
Case, I swear, I thought of it. I was like, could I do this? Could I teach this? I'm like, I probably could, but no. It's it just seems fun. Like something that you find that you enjoy and you're getting exercise out of it. That's good.
On the weekend mornings in Wildwood Crest, there's a public one.
Yeah.
No
that
kidding.
happens in this park, and you just pay $5.
Yeah.
And there's an instructor, and they've got the audio, and it's like an hour-long class, and you just go up, and I would see these.
I love
It's
it.
all women. It's all ladies doing it, and I'm like, I'd totally get some
All
exercise
right,
out of
ladies,
that.
everybody ready?
Yeah. But there's a guy that. There's a guy that leads it, and he's actually overweight. No, he's kind of larger, overweight,
really?
but moves like nobody's business. Yeah.
Well, there's a guy. I believe he
Who's
comes.
like Jagger?
I think
Like that.
He comes up from, if I'm not mistaken, he comes up from Miami and he teaches classes in Doylestown. So he's not here all of the time, but when he is at this studio in Doylestown, his class books up kind of like something
I come
on my
from
holiday
Miami
activity
to
list.
teach you.
All right.
All right, Kathy, you should design. When you do it, I'll help promote it.
Okay, thanks.
Yep. There you go.
Jitterbug.
That's got to be the first song you guys dance to. Yep. All right. I think that we should take a break. So Totally Presbo is no go.
It's not totally Presbo.
We will take a break and come back with a bizarre file, though. Some great stories to share with you. And don't forget Kathy's holiday activities list up and running at PrestonandSteve.com. We'll be right back.
I'm going, hey. But let me tell you what happened. The internet.
Yeah.
The internet spoke for us. They literally went nuts. And they got like 100 million people saying, wait a minute, why did you cancel this show? And for NBC to pick us up, man, and to give us the love.
Yes, yeah.
To give us that kind of love. What can I say? And now you're talking about in an era where you get maybe 10 episodes, and they call it 2 seasons. You know what I mean? We're well over 170 episodes. I mean, literally in the can.
A good friend of the show, Kate Flannery, has appeared on the show as well.
Kate's great.
And everyone that goes through, it's just nothing. Just great things about the environment on the show. I also have to bring up the fact you were in Deadpool 2.
Yes. For a second.
For a second.
That was a big troll. We trolled everybody on that one.
What was that like? Because he is so talented, Ryan Reynolds.
Oh my God.
And we get the impression that there's just a lot of free lines going on right and left. What was the experience like working on that?
It was an amazing experience because I love Ryan, but the big thing was the trick was we were going to troll everybody.
Yeah, and you did.
Because I knew instantly that I was going to die right away. Okay, but so I went on a whole press tour. You got to, but see, this is the thing. Fanboys deserve that.
Yeah.
Because they go out of their way to figure it all out. I already know. You know what I mean? I got the spoiler.
Doesn't that take the enjoyment out of it?
Oh, they want to.
Yeah.
I'm like, hey, we got something for you. You should have seen at the premiere. They were like, hey, what is going on? No.
I mean, because everyone dies.
Oh, and Ryan knew that. And Ryan was like, he's the smartest guy ever. He's like, he actually gave them a real surprise.
Right, yeah.
Because they thought for sure that I was, Terry Crews is finally in a Marvel movie. He's gonna, what the hell's happening? And it was so good, dude.
Ryan's ahead of the game with, he's a few steps ahead of everybody else with the joke. You know?
He is.
He knows where the joke is going before you know where the joke is going.
He's amazing.
Well, he's a perfect example of taking, because the first appearance of Deadpool was in a substandard. I mean, listen, it was okay, but he knew that it should be something, and he stuck with the project for years.
Yes.
And would not relent.
Yep.
But you gotta listen. First of all, there's two people you can't imagine, as any other thing. There's Robert Downey Jr. as Iron Man.
Yeah.
And Ryan Reynolds as Deadpool. Dude, there's nobody else that can take that spot.
You're right.
You know what I mean? And that, to me, that's the ultimate. Like, this is where I want to be. I want to be irreplaceable.
Yeah.
I want to be like, you got to get Terry Crews, or you're missing it. And that's my goal. Like, in everything that I do, I want it to just be me. And that's what the ultimate in creativity is. You know what I mean? And when you got Ryan, when he created that character, he made it his. I can't even see it any other way. It was an honor.
Well, I think now you can say we need a Terry Crews type, and people know exactly what you're looking for. So you've reached that. Any shot of you returning? It has, because it's happened before, as in the Marvel universe or DC.
Ooh, I would love to. I would love to. In fact, when you look at Deadpool, I didn't die. I was literally on life support at the end. I was laying on the ground. They were pumping my chest.
It's true.
Beep, beep, beep. So anything can happen.
I'd love to see that.
I'm open to all of it because I can. My deal is to always keep people surprised. I like to pop out of your cereal box. You know what I mean? Like, what is he doing? What is this? I literally, because this is the thing. Everyone had me at this kind of career.
Yeah.
And my deal is, you can do anything. I want to show people I exist to show you what's possible. And that's for real.
Well, but the truth of the matter is whenever we see you, and this is the ultimate compliment, we know it's going to be a good time. You're in so many things that we enjoy. That, in our microcosm here, when people say, like, when they listen to the show and it gets into a tough time or something, that's the ultimate compliment. You're that exponentially with so much that you do in those projects. That's got to be, that's got to be so fulfilling.
But this is why, again, growing up in Flint, Michigan, and the whole log line was, you're going to hate your life. So, you got to get ready to make the sacrifice right now. And I was like, no. I am only going to do what I love.
Yeah.
If I make a little bit of money, fine. But I'm only going to do what I love. But you know what happens? Everything I'm doing now, I would do for free. I'll be honest with you. I'll do AGT for free. I would do Brooklyn Nine-Nine for free. But what happens is when you love it that much, they pay you a lot of money.
That is the advice I tell our interns. Or my father, both Preston and I fathers gave us the same advice. If you do what you love, you'll never work a day in your life.
Right.
And you will naturally excel at it because you will invest the time in it. And with that will come the reward.
Dude, I feel like I am playing all the time. I've just said play. And when I get there, it's like, my God, who gets this?
Yeah.
Who gets this? You know what I mean?
Well, you deserve it, man.
It's
You really
wonderful.
do.
Thank you, guys.
Absolutely. America's Got Talent, Mondays, 8 o'clock, and it's the Champions that's going on right now.
Yeah.
So make sure that you check out. Dude, we loved you here last time you were here. We absolutely loved it. You got to come back anytime you're in Philly. We love having you here.
I love coming
You're
here,
such a
guys.
positive energy force. So.
Anyway, first of all, when people talk about this stuff too, people kind of there's people who roll their eyes like, yeah, Mr. Positive. But first of all, it's true.
Yeah.
I'm not saying anything that's not true. No. And this is the deal. Because what's happening is your brain is like, it grows weeds. You know what I mean? And you constantly got to pluck that junk out.
Yeah.
All the crap, all the little stuff, all that mess. You got to always, this is why you have to clean your house. This is why you have to dust all the time. Because if you leave it there, it's going to get dirty and it's going to get messed up. So this is the part of being positive, is reminding myself what's true, what's real. Like, it is up to you. You can do it.
Yeah.
That's all it is. And it's not hyperbole. It's not, oh, man, we're pie in the sky. This is for real stuff, man. I don't want anybody to mix it up and think that I'm just like blah, blah.
No, we firmly believe in what you're saying, creative visualization, seeing the prize and going after it. People who dispense and dismiss it will pay the price for it. And there's so much to be gleaned if you allow yourself to buy into it and move forward, because ultimately everyone wants everyone to realize their optimum, their maximum, and that's something that you can achieve.
I'm with it, man.
It's not just crap.
I'm with it.
I love
Let's go. I'm pumped now. Let's work out again. I don't want to be your whore.
Perfect segue. Let's hear it for Terry Crews. Love you, man. Thanks for being here. Terry Crews.
TV, they have billboards in the city now, and they're promoting the Flintstones are on at like 6 or 6:30 every night.
I know, it's crazy.
I know, it's so stupid that we're watching recanned show, but MeTV does it well. They do the Flintstones into the Honeymooners. I always hated the Honeymooners, but I loved the Flintstones. And they're the same show, basically.
It's the same show, yeah.
But I didn't like the Honeymooners because Ralph Cramden was an a-hole.
Yeah.
He just,
Alice, I'm going to beat you to death with a hammer.
Right. That's kind of what the implication. I mean, to the moon.
If my dinner isn't on the table at 5:30, I'll punch you in the throat until you die.
Yeah. To the moon, essentially, was that. I'm going to punch you to the moon.
Yeah.
The good old days.
I'm going to throw you down the stairs and beat you with a sack of oranges. To the moon.
They love
but
it.
not before I strangle you and rub a hot iron across your face. Then I'm going to cover you in pork chop sauce and put you into a pit with rabid dogs.
Wow.
I'm going to cut you up so bad you'll never be able to have children.
Oh, my God.
I'll remove your breasts with a wood planer. To me, it was so depressing, too, because they had their clothing was in a bureau in the kitchen.
Well, they were poor. I mean, they were just making ends meet. But
I mean, there's
Desi Arnaz used to beat his wife too, because I remember she spent too much. She spent too much money on like hats or something like that. And there was an episode he bent her over his knee and spanked her.
Oh, and there was another episode one time, Casey. I kid you not. She had done something that was going to piss him off, so she decided to go and get a sunburn so that he wouldn't hit her. Jesus.
Oh my
That's
God.
what television programming was.
Lucy, I'm going to throw you down the elevator shaft. Lucy, I'm going to take you out back, tie you to the dumpster, and drive the car into you. Ricky.
1950s programming,
Wow.
man.
I'm going to cut your head off.
That's ridiculous.
Columbia necktie. Break your legs.
See, the audience ate it up, though.
They loved it.
You know?
There was an episode of Different Strokes where Arnold got in trouble, and Mr. Drummond, because he wasn't his actual father,
put him in a wood chipper?
No. They brought his uncle in to beat him with a belt. I'm not lying. That's that was a legit episode.
Storyline.
Yeah. Here, get the switch over here. Get your uncle.
I can't beat you. But fortunately, we found someone who can.
Got a
Do you
blood
remember
relative.
in the Dick Van Dyke Show when Dick Van Dyke slammed Mary Tyler Moore's head in the car door?
Oh, yeah.
Because the mashed potatoes were lumpy?
The audience loved it.
They were lumpy?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. I'm going to make your head lumpy.
Brought to you by Patient First Cold and flu season is here.
I've got a clode.
You do have a clode. Patient First is here to help. Hey, Harry. I can't speak
what's
to
You
that.
were traveling all day.
I was.
What's Harry, though?
I was just to say they handle everything.
They
And
Harry or clothes.
And I put handle and every and made it Harry.
At these times, you need someone who cares about your clothes, and Harry's it correctly.
I'm sorry. and I snorted too.
Middletown man pleaded guilty Monday in federal court to trafficking protected turtles. 62-year-old David Summers of Levittown struck a plea agreement with federal prosecutors and pleaded guilty to one felony count of violating the Lacey Act and agreed to forfeit nearly 3,500 diamondback terrapin hatchlings, according to the U.S. Attorney Office for the Eastern District of Pennsylvania. Prosecutors said Summers admitted that he falsely labeled the trafficked turtles taken from the New Jersey marsh habitat between August 2014 and October 2017. He acknowledged sending a package containing 11 of them to Canada and mislabeling the package as a book to undervalue its to underreport its value. Officials from the Environment and Climate Change Canada intercepted the package of turtles and alerted American authorities.
Today marks a major step forward in the
It's so
treatment and care of
bizarre.
turtles.
Do you know
Dude,
where
this guy was making a ton of money.
I had no idea they were worth that much.
He made $500,000 over 3 years.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Oh, I got to go
It's
ship
better than
turtles.
cocaine.
Shipping turtles.
Shipping turtles.
All right, so wait,
Do
what
you
did,
have my stuff?
what did he get pinched for? Lying about it or just
No, the
shipping it in general?
Yeah, the package. The Canadian government intercepted the package, and then they contacted the United States.
So, yes, some of these endangered exotic animals can draw incredible money.
All right, so I can't go do that as a cottage industry.
No.
As long as I ship it and package it correctly.
No, you can't.
Doesn't
you
matter.
can't.
It's just
It doesn't
straight up
matter.
illegal. Okay.
Yes. Summers' sentencing will take place on May 15th. The 62-year-old could be sentenced to as many as 5 years behind bars, 3 years of supervised release, a $250,000 fine, and restitution to New Jersey for the value of the turtles.
Imagine you end up in a cell and the guy with you said, triple homicide. What are you in for?
Turtles. I don't know where he's picking these things up at, but there is
Turtle City
when
in
you're
New
going,
Jersey.
All right, but when you're going into Wildwood, right?
Yeah.
Like North Wildwood.
WMMR.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, brought to you by Horizon Services. 0 down, 0 interest financing on select Energy Star rated systems, plus no payments for a year. Visit horizonservices.com/radio. Well, while Team SWAT team members were searching her backpack where they discovered methamphetamine and other narcotics, Ariella Messina had one request of law enforcement. Don't take my dildo, she said.
Don't.
The 27-year-old
I
Messina
cherish that thing.
made this plea after investigators found a blue vibrator in the backpack. The backpack also contained Messina's driver's license and a necklace with the name Ariella. By asking for her sex toy, police declared Messina made it apparent that the backpack was hers and that she was aware of the contents inside. During the execution of a search warrant At a residence in Jensen Beach, Florida, cops seized cocaine, meth, drug paraphernalia, and brass knuckles.
You can take all that, just not my dildo.
Messina was one of 5 individuals arrested at the scene. In addition to her adult toy, police found a substance that tested positive for meth and muscle relaxants, which she did not have a prescription for.
Someone's wound a little tightly.
At the time of her arrest, Messina was on probation in connection with a 2022 conviction for possession of cocaine, ecstasy, and marijuana. Those drugs were inside a locked safe. She was booked into the county jail on a pair of felony drug counts. The whereabouts of Messina's dildo are not known at this time.
Sheriff, what are you doing in the bathroom?
All right, how about this one? During a routine colonoscopy in Missouri, doctors made an unusual discovery. An intact fly was inside a 63-year-old patient's intestines.
An intact fly in the intestines during a colonoscopy, Kathy.
Like an insect?
Yeah, like an insect, a fly.
Despite the patient's adequate preparation and the absence of known family history of colon cancer, the fully intact fly was spotted in the transverse colon during the procedure. The patient was unsure how the fly ended in his colon, having consumed only liquids the day before and not recalling a fly in his food.
What's this fly doing in my colon?
Doctors deemed this occurrence very rare, with no apparent symptoms suggesting that the patient ingested the fly. Because I assume if he had ingested it, maybe it would have been
dissolved.
To some extent.
Yeah.
But it was a full intact fly.
And how could a fly make it intact up your butt all the way? No, it doesn't make any sense.
I do not
Like the spider that I swallowed.
Yeah, that is now living in your uterus.
Remember when I took a breath in and the freaking thing went down my throat?
Yep.
Kill me.
A grandmother was fined more than $3,000 for a chicken sandwich that she forgot was in her backpack when she arrived in Australia to visit family.
$3,000.
What?
June Armstrong arrived at Christchurch Airport at about 4 a.m. for an early morning flight to Brisbane. When she got to the airport, she bought a muffin and a gluten-free chicken and lettuce sandwich, which was sealed. She said, I sat down and I ate some of my muffin. I didn't really feel like I liked it, so I threw the rest away and I put the sandwich in my small backpack. I just clearly forgot, she said. Armstrong, who initially intended to eat the sandwich on the plane, fell asleep once on board. She then filled out a declaration form and said that she had some prescription medication.
Yeah, and a dildo.
Once in Australia, she went back through Border Patrol where her suitcase and backpack were checked. As the official went through her backpack, he found the chicken sandwich.
What's this?
She said, I forgot about that. I'm sorry. Could you throw it away for me? And she said he just kept going through my bag. She then emptied her bag on the table, and the man went away. A short while later, the man returned, and he said, 12 points, 3,300. And I said, what does that mean? He said,
Gryffindor.
He said 12 points, $3,300. Armstrong asked if he was joking. Once she realized he was not, she began to cry. She said, I was sobbing and said $3,300 for a little sandwich.
How much for tuna salad?
Another staffer went over and offered her some water and a chair to sit on. A short while later, Armstrong called her husband, who was waiting to pick her up. She began telling him what had happened when her phone was taken off of her, and the staffer told her husband that she would be out shortly.
Don't worry, honey. I know the best international chicken salad lawyer in the world.
Another staffer informed her that she could appeal the fine and strongly advised that she did. She said she tried to appeal within the 28-day payment period, only to get automatic replies. Before the fine, Armstrong paid the fine before the deadline. Her husband said, listen, just pay it and we'll get out of here. After paying, she sent another email asking why she was fined since it was her first infringement and why the fine was so high, and mentioned the sandwich was sealed. She sent an email a month later to say that the fine was having a significant impact on her life. They only have $30,000 in savings, so $3,000 is a whole lot of money.
So that seems absurd.
And Tuesday, there had been no response from the airport or anything.
What a jerk that guy
right?
is. I mean, clearly she wasn't trying to claim a freaking chicken sandwich that she brought on because she might have been hungry on the flight.
And I also hate
Was there celery in it?
Well, I also hate the attitude that he came back and just said 12 points, 3,300.
Yeah.
Like it's
Dick.
routine and you're supposed to know what that means. I hate people like that.
Hate it.
Who you're unaware
Explain.
of the way things go along, and they just throw something at you because you use it all day. You expect me to know what that is.
See, you've never been to Australia. We are not big fans of chicken salad. We like ambrosia, macaroni salad, and an occasional egg salad.
But not chicken salad?
No, never.
Yeah.
Press, I was recently working with somebody who was doing that, and I was not familiar with their industry or what they were. And I just looked at him. I said, I don't know what you're saying.
Yeah.
And he was like, well, this, and, and then somehow was able to find words that I could understand, in what we were dealing with.
Yeah, I hate
What I'm saying is we hate chicken salad.
So maybe there will be a follow-up. We will have to see on that. And then we'll do one more quick story, and we will wrap it up. Let's end with this one. A wanted woman in Tampa was apprehended after deputies found her hiding inside of her couch.
Inside her couch.
The sheriff's office began searching for Stacy Usher earlier this month. She was wanted on a parole violation for the sale of fentanyl.
She was in there with all the farts.
While searching Usher's home on Tuesday, deputies discovered she was hiding inside of her couch. There's a picture of them taking her out of there. It's pretty funny.
Great.
It's like Frank from, It's Always Sunny.
She was taken into custody, exactly. She has a history of fraud, grand theft, and obtaining property by a worthless check, so she is going to face some charges. And there you go. That's what I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. All right. One of the last reminders here. We got Tattoos Day, so text the word tattoo to 39333 and make sure you get in the running for a Preston and Steve Show themed tattoo from Floating World Tattoo and Piercing. We'll come back with lesson question, the trash, the music news as well. Stay with us.
There all the time. They have all these turtle crossing signs, which is great.
Yes.
But there's a huge wall barrier that is in the middle of the road. And I'm like,
how do they clear that?
They don't.
Yeah,
they don't. Like, so if you clearly know that turtles are crossing here, why did you put up a wall for them to just get smashed by cars?
There's no opening in the wall?
None.
There's no sign turtles go through here?
No, and I don't think they can read either.
That's
Case, so these turtles are protected under New Jersey law and by an international treaty. They are not found in the wild in Pennsylvania, but where Summers resided, but they have a dwindling habitat range in neighboring New Jersey. So there are some in New Jersey, but it's completely legal. And this guy apparently he worked for numerous Republican candidates in Bucks County in recent years and was previously a reporter. He previously covered news for the Trentonian, Bucks County Courier-Times, and the News Network, and also wrote for LevittownNow.com between 2013 and 2014.
Not another turtle story, please.
Seriously.
I like turtles. Love them. That's that little kid grew up to be.
That's him.
Oh my God, it's him.
I love turtles. All that comes across my desk are goddamn turtle stories.
I'm telling you for years.
Couldn't you see the signs?
You interviewed me when I was a kid.
It was a cry for help. I was dressed as a zombie, and I said I love turtles. Why was no one listening?
Looking good. Jonathan just got an awesome face paint job. What do you think?
I like turtles.
All right. You're a great zombie.
Oh my God. It's him. It's him later on in life. I love it.
It never stops.
But because my sons have been to dances, but without a date, and it's not odd. Like when I was in middle school, if you went by yourself, unless it was a dance where it's known, everybody just show up and we'll be at the school and we're having a party.
Right.
But for the most part, everybody went with a date.
Yeah, and you got, I mean, at least for me, you would get asked to go to the dance.
Your teacher would pick you up.
Stop it!
You ready to go, baby? Hey, look, I put some Tinker Toys in the back. Keep you occupied.
Let's go to Maureen. Hello, Maureen.
Our last song at our 8th grade dances was always Nights in White Satin.
Nights in White Satin? Yeah, a bunch of 8.
Yeah,
how old are you?
Breathe deep the gathering gloom.
Right.
Watch lights fade from every room.
Maureen, what did you do in the poetic portion of that song?
Bathroom break.
Sway back and forth.
They'd start crying.
Maureen, did you kiss anybody that night?
That's so long ago, I don't even remember.
All right. Well, thanks for your call. That means we appreciate it.
We did like the, the butthole.
Oh my God!
The butthole. Like if you were dating.
What did you do?
You said the butthole.
Butthole.
No. Oh my God!
We would do the butthole. Do the butthole.
Everybody, now it's time to do the stuff with your butts.
You guys.
We're talking about backside stuff.
Casey nearly spit out all the soup.
I don't understand why you
In the
jumped up.
punch bowls, we have a whole bunch of lubricant. This should make it easier.
Kathy?
Do we have the hustle anywhere?
Yes.
Do the butthole.
Hold. I said hold.
Not what it sounded like.
Butthole. One more butt.
You guys were advanced.
We did.
Butts in White Satin.
Do the butthole.
Oh my God.
Youngsters are really enjoying their buttholes.
Do the butthole. Do the butthole. Okay, so you do the butthole.
I mean, never mind at this point.
Oh.
No, yes, if you were dating the guy you were dancing with, the guy would put his hands
to do the butthole now.
To the butthole. And who's up for some old-fashioned finger blasting?
So wait a minute. Explain to me what the butthole is.
It's your
Yes,
Hang on, I
the
wanna
hands
hear
would
her.
be, instead of on the waist, they would just slide down a little bit and hold the girl's butt.
Grab the butt. Okay.
Were you constantly under the watchful eye of a proctor or somebody who was?
There was always teachers there, but I don't think it was as
They
strict.
couldn't see everything, right?
It wasn't as strict as the nuns watching at those dances.
Well, that's
no,
why-
seriously.
But that's why the St. Kevin's dances were so great because they were so crowded that, like, all right, you can't.
I'm too tired to worry about your buttholes.
The butthole.
You said the butthole. Somebody had sent me a listing for a home that's on sale in Maple Glen.
All the realtors are posting it on there.
Oh, they are?
Yeah.
Okay, so there's 48 photos, and if you get to photo 31, you have to stop and go, wait a minute.
What is that?
What is that? So it's a beautiful home, by the way.
Beautiful.
And for a decent price, too. It's 5,000 square feet.
Yeah.
And it's gorgeously laid out. It's $750,000 for a home that looks like this. That seems like a pretty good price to me.
It actually does seem like a really good price.
Yeah.
But when you get to photo number 31, you realize that they have a bit of an S&M dungeon in their house.
But it's in like a beautifully. It's almost like an executive dungeon.
But I mean, it's decorated that way. Like it's not just little things maybe in a box somewhere. No. They had things built in their basement.
Yes, and in fact, if you look at the bed, there are stocks.
Yes.
Like you would see when they would be punishing someone in the square where they have your head and your arms up in the stocks.
If you were a witch.
Yeah, exactly. And the bed has what appears to be, you can turn it into a cage if you want to.
It has bars.
There's also some sort of a rack in another picture that has all kinds of chains and leather and swinging things.
And is there
Wait a minute. You know what? Do we even know intern Mars's address? Is this her home, possibly?
Is the Star of David? Is that a?
I don't know what that is.
That might be.
No, it's just a regular star.
It's wooden. Maybe those are little links on there that you can chain someone up to.
But when you see the picture of the front of the house, it's a beautiful
Oh my
brick
God.
house with a pretty red door.
Suburbia galore.
And then you
Upper
get
end.
inside.
But even the chambers, it's like nice. It doesn't seem like a dungeon.
It's brightly
bright,
painted.
yeah.
It's well lit. It's very cozy. There's there it looks like recessed lighting.
Listen, I'm sure they took out the clutter for the pictures.
Well, it's called 50 Shades of, right? Isn't it 50 Shades of Maple Glen?
Maple Glen, yeah.
Yeah.
Real estate agents.
Oh my God.
You know they've seen a lot of stuff.
Absolutely.
Would I want that?
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Why not?
Well, I'm just saying because
what are you going to get? They knock a couple grand off and take the S&M stuff out. Nah, play around with it. You never know. It might open up a whole world that you never knew even existed to you.
yeah, I'm just
This
thinking.
is Rochelle. We're going to have the PTA meeting over here tonight. Bring your bull whips and butt plugs.
Have we talked about period parties before?
We have a while ago.
Okay.
Bert Kreischer.
Yes,
Really?
he brought them up.
Bert Kreischer had one for his daughter.
Oh,
Which was awkward.
But they're like really they're ascending now in popularity.
Well, so much so that they're starting to take off in the UK. So the British mothers are starting to throw period parties for their daughters when they first menstruate.
Yeah, remember there was like an old commercial where it was when the girl got her period for the first time. It was like, let's go for ice cream. I forget what the commercial was, but it was like, let's celebrate. This was like when I was
Why
a
didn't
kid.
you run alongside the car?
I remember thinking, this is the worst day of my life.
When that happened?
Yeah, like,
Really?
I mean, you know what? Because I was a little bit older, so I understood it. I knew what was going on. I knew what the other kids were going through, and I was like, you know what? Like, if it doesn't have to happen, like, I can wait.
You know how a good first one? Carrie. You remember that?
Yeah, of course.
She had. I think the whole idea. I think actually is a good one. If for something that could be traumatic, that you could turn it into a plus. I mean, I
think it's cool.
Right?
I mean, listen, if you
or not a plus, but something that is something to be okay.
Well, you can now bear children. I mean, it's not that you want to.
Yeah.
At 12 or 13 years old, or
Hey,
however
Daddy,
it is, but no. But as in the in Game of Thrones, they call it your moon blood.
Your moon blood.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, but honestly, it is, in one fell swoop, boom, you're a woman now.
Yeah.
Whammo. And so there is no equivalent for boys. You know what I mean? It's not like we go to sleep one night and then we wake up and boom, we have pubes.
Yeah.
It's
a pube party.
it's
a boner party.
Boner party.
But you're getting babies. I mean, it's the truth. It's a biological thing. It happens.
What did you just say?
I said I had, as if I'm the only guy here. No, we all got boners when we were
You can have boners in the womb.
Yeah.
Absolutely. You
can. Fetuses have boners.
Yes, there's proof. What? Picture proof.
Let's continue talking about hygiene.
Please.
But
we all need it.
In a different orifice, we'll talk about your mouth.
Oh, I thought you were going just on flipping us over.
Oh, the butt. No, we're not going to talk about
We'll go from butt to mouth.
We could. I mean, I'm sure we could find something.
I like that sense that the mouth, that the toothpaste and everything's been washed out, and whatever I've dislodged is out.
I haven't gone to the dentist in over a year.
Oh.
I knew you were going to find that repulsive, Kathy.
Oh,
I had
probably so gross.
I had an appointment, and then something came up.
Something suddenly came up.
And then I had to cancel the appointment, and I never rescheduled it, and I just got lazy.
And it usually they have a long wait usually.
And I
dentists.
don't like going to the dentist.
Even
I
just
like
for a
my
clean?
dentist a lot. He's a really nice guy. What's that?
Even just for a cleaning?
No, because it's never just a cleaning. It's always, what's this? Or, let me pick at that for a minute. Or here, we need to take some more pictures. Shove these uncomfortable things in your mouth and bite down for a little while.
Here, put these wax lips in.
I hate that. I hate that. I hate the x-rays. Ugh.
I love going because I don't have a lot of, no, but I don't have.
Because
Kathy,
they make
when
compliments.
she smiles.
She likes to go
Everyone,
anywhere.
come in here quickly. Look at these beautiful teeth. It's not enough that she has a perfect vagina.
No, I like the feeling that my teeth are that clean, as you can imagine.
No kidding. You have beautiful teeth.
Hey, Kathy has the perfect mouth, the perfect vagina. Do we assume that the other one is perfect too?
I can only assume that her proctologist is doing backflips.
Yeah, has anybody ever commented on your butthole? They've commented on every other orifice.
Oh, my
in your body.
God.
Look at this thing. It's unbelievable.
I like how you pointed at it when you told Red my butt.
Did she?
Yeah.
My butthole?
This? My butthole, Preston? Is that what you're talking about? My perfect butthole?
We have to do something now.
Oh.
All right. It's a little thing that we put together that's going to involve you having to put on a blindfold because we have a mystery guest.
Mystery guest!
Okay.
I love mystery
Perhaps
good.
the most mysterious mystery guest of ever.
Really?
Yes. We won't go any further than say that. You think you'll get it?
I think so, yeah.
All right. So we need you to put on your blindfold, please.
All right. Take those glasses off.
Yay. So,
all right. So.
Rolling Stones on 93.3 WMMR. It's everything that rocks. Don't forget that if you listen to MMR and you are interested in going to see the Rolling Stones, we are doing MMR's 13 Days of the Stones. And all you have to do, there's a little cheat sheet that we have at WMMR.com, and you can listen for the Stones song of the day. We go to WMMR.com, you can find out what hour that's going to be played in, and then you need to listen to be the 25th caller. Why? I think we might do that right now.
MMR's 13 Days of the Stones.
We were looking for the 25th caller because that song right there, Rockin' a Hard Place, was our Stones song of the day. And ladies and gentlemen, caller number 25 is on the line. It's John! Hey! John! You're on the air, buddy.
Thank you.
John, we're gonna give you tickets to see the Rolling Stones Tuesday, June 11th at Lincoln Financial Field, buddy. What do you think about that?
I think it's great.
Excellent.
First time I ever won anything on the radio.
First time! And you won a biggie. Nice job. Now, the other question is, have you seen the Rolling Stones live before?
I saw their last tour, and I saw them in '95.
Then you know what you're in for. A fantastic show. One of the most incredible live bands of all time, and MMR is happy to send you there, my man. So you do us a favor. Your job, your official job as ambassador of WMMR is to go have a great freaking night at that show. Can you do it?
I think I can. I'll do my best.
We believe in you. We believe in you, John. Congratulations, my man. Hang on the line. get your information,
That's
and
awesome.
that's how it works. So this goes on through Sunday, by the way, this Sunday. So there are several more tickets to go. The tickets go on sale. In fact, there's a pre-sale on Thursday, and you can get information on that and another chance to win tickets online at WMMR.com. But the tickets actually go on sale Friday at 10 a.m. I have a feeling those might sell out. All right, today's lesson question. We are going to give away a pair of tickets to see David Spade, who's going to be performing Saturday at the Miller Theater. Here's the question we'll pose to you. It's one that was not that long ago. Frank Sinatra once told George Michael it could be a lot worse. George could have been in what other 80s band? 215-263 WMMR. Let's see if you know the answer. Frank Sinatra once told George Michael it could be a lot worse. George could have been in which other 80s band? 215-263 WMMR. Let's see if you know the answer.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you by Valley Forge and Montgomery County. You can plan your holiday shopping trip to one of Montco's shopping destinations, including the King of Prussia Mall. Visit valleyforge.org for more information. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, Will Smith and Jada Pinkett Smith prompting some analysis after posting a photo of their complicated family's Thanksgiving on Instagram. Observant eyes were able to discern that Will was not eating his meal at the main table, but rather at a folding cup table.
Oh, wow. Hey!
JoJo Siwa revealing that being on the reality competition show Special Forces World's Toughest Test has made her a better person. Siwa says she no longer shies away from conflict and instead kills it.
Oh, my God.
And finally, after news broke that Daryl Hall had taken out a restraining order against John Oates over a legal dispute, John posted on Instagram saying he is taking the high road. Oates says there's actually a high road above Daryl Hall's house with an easily dislodgeable boulder. And that's your Hollywood Chat.
All righty, we will see if anyone knows the answer to this question. Frank Sinatra once told George Michael that it could be a lot worse. George could have been in which other 80s band. The problem is everybody calling in was calling in for Rolling Stones tickets. So we'll come back to this and see if we can get an answer. Or wait, it looks like we might have one. Okay. So you gotta weed through everybody who was still looking for Stones tickets to get somebody who wants to answer the question. We have them. All right, this is John who's on the line. Yo, John, good morning, buddy.
You guys rock.
All right, thanks, John. All right, so Frank told George he could have been a lot worse. He could have been in which other band?
Cockagoo.
Yeah.
What? Wait. No, hold on. One more time. Try it again.
Cockagoo.
Come on.
This is Jackie Bam.
Kaja.
I'm not going to be able to get it.
Kaja.
Kaja Guju.
Wait, what does a baby say?
What does a baby say?
Kaja Gugu.
Yes!
That was so
John, thank you. Don't thank us. Thank you for that answer.
I appreciate it.
All right, hang on, buddy. We're going to send you.
Kaja Jugu.
You're trying so hard. You kept trying so hard.
I got juju.
We're going to give him tickets to see David Spade live this Saturday at the Miller Theater. Some tickets remain at KimmelCulturalCampus.org.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Brought to you by Family and Company Jewelers. You can save big on the Passing of the Torch sale, November 27th through December 2nd. And watches for him, diamond studs for her, and yes, even engagement rings. They will be on sale, familyjewelers.com. So I'll piggyback off of the story Steve just said in the trash. The news broke last week that Daryl Hall is suing John Oates in a Nashville court, exposing a rift and the most commercially successful pop music duo of all time, whose 6 #1 hits are the most ever recorded by a Philadelphia-born act. Hall filed a lawsuit that argues that Oates' plan to sell off his share of a joint venture would violate a business agreement that Hall and Oates had made as a duo. Specifically, it moved to prevent Oates and others, including his wife, Amy Oates, from selling their share of what's called Whole Oates Enterprises, LLP. The company, which is named after their 1972 debut album, they're wanting to sell it to Primary Wave Music. Now,
So that's the restraining part of it.
No, that's not it. I'll explain why there's a restraining order. This is a lawsuit. So that's the music publishing company that owns stakes in the catalogs of Prince, Stevie Nicks, and Alice Cooper, as well as rights to pioneering rock and blues label Sun Record. So that's why he's suing him. He's trying to prevent him from doing that. Primary Wave already owns a significant interest in the Hall & Oates catalog, and Hall had said that he regretted that some of his was sold off early in his career. In a 2022 interview, he said, he and Oates are business partners. We made records as Hall & Oates together, but we were always very separate, and that's a very important thing to me. So with the restraining order, it's not the kind of restraining order that prevents a person from physically approaching another. So that's not what this is about. You see the headline and you think, oh my God, he doesn't want him to come anywhere near him.
It restrains the deal from going through, correct?
Yeah, it restrains, it prevents Oates and his trust from closing the sale to Primary Wave until an arbiter rules or the judge's order expires, which usually happens within 15 days, so the judge can extend it. So it doesn't stop it altogether. It just delays it for the time being. But the lawsuit is to try to keep it from happening altogether.
All. Right. So the restraining order is to put the kibosh on it for now.
Correct. So, no, Hall & Oates have not commented on the case. Neither has spoken directly on the case or replied to request for comment. Hall spent the holiday weekend touring in Japan and the Philippines. Oates posted on Instagram over Thanksgiving weekend sharing a message calling for communal reflection and understanding that made no mention of Hall, but instead urged fans to join in collective efforts that contribute to a more compassionate and supportive world.
Oh, and suck it, Hall, was the final sentence. It's very sad. Obviously business gets in the way a lot of times, but, you like to think that they're a little bit more benevolent to each other.
I have a feeling they haven't liked each other for a long time.
Well, there was a video clip that came off of Bill Maher's, you saw that, right? He was on the Bill Maher, his more relaxed podcast. And he referred to, this is Daryl Hall referring to John Oates as a business associate.
Yeah, that's what I was quoting from that article, that interview.
But and even more, went more in depth about why they, to add credence to what you're saying about a lack of a friendship.
It's another milestone for Metallica as the band is scheduled for their first ever performance in Saudi Arabia coming up on December 14th.
No Abu Dhabi?
No, they don't like to do Abu Dhabi. In a press statement, they called it an amazing opportunity and said, we'll be the first hard rock band to ever play at the Soundstorm Festival in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. This will be Metallica's final show of the year before taking a break for the holidays. Their M72 World Tour will resume next year with 44 concerts in 22 cities. Original Guns N' Roses drummer Steven Adler and Motley Crue frontman Vince Neil on stage this week for a special, will be on stage for a special performance. And Adler stated it's going to be great to see old friends. I look forward to seeing lots of new faces too. The one night only event will take place Thursday at a resort in Winter Haven, California. Some tickets are still available.
What I understand, Preston, they're not performing any music. They're going to do that thing that makes them look like they're floating. That dance.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah, that little shuffle move, whatever that is.
Yeah.
That thing even have a name?
What is the name of that thing?
I don't know.
Oh, gosh. Slide something.
Okay.
Slide something.
Oh.
Yeah, it looks like you're not touching the ground.
Yeah,
Do you think you could do that, Kathy?
We were actually, Jace just watched a YouTube video, and him and my nephew James were trying to
Is it
learn.
called the Juby slide?
Juby slide?
They were
Kajajubi?
calling it something different.
Kajajubi.
Jump glide?
Jump slide. Jump glide.
Yeah.
I think that's it. All right, Smashing Pumpkins surprised fans by performing the classic holiday song Silver Bells on an ABC television special, The Wonderful World of Disney Magical Holiday Celebration. Yes, Smashing Pumpkins.
Wild to see Billy Corrigan, talking about he's at Disney, and I guess he's a big Disney fan.
He is. He said when you get the call to come play Disney World, you just don't want to play any weird old Smashing Pumpkins songs.
Yeah.
He went on to say that he first came to the park in the early 70s and still goes there, quote, all the time with his family. Shot at Disney World, the band performance can be found online. They also premiered an unreleased Christmas song called Evergreen. Smashing Pumpkins recorded at a Christmas album during the COVID shutdown at Corrigan's home studio, but it was never released. And then one final thing. This is interesting. Steve sent this over to me. Casey, we'll have audio of this. It's been over 45 years since the Police recorded their breakout song Roxanne. And Stuart Copeland and Andy Summers shared a truth about the breakout single. For years, there's been a rumor that you can hear Sting's butt hit the piano keys at the beginning of the tune. And the question is it true? And they both agreed, yes, it is absolutely true. Now, I've always heard that, and I thought it was some kind of a guitar or synthesizer sound. I thought it sounds almost like Andy had strummed the guitar and had the volume turned down and then brought it up to me.
Right.
But it's actually Sting sitting on the piano. So let me play the clip of these guys talking about it. And then we'll play the clip, and then you'll hear it. You'll know exactly what it is.
True. He walked across the studio as we were still recording, and he sat on the piano.
I can recreate that moment right here.
And that's heard at the beginning of Roxanne. It was sort of a punk, irreverent thing to do, and of course, normally you go, take that off. You can't use that. But we left it in.
Yeah. So have Roxanne. It's at the very, very beginning. So go ahead and play it. Right here.
Yes.
That's it.
That's it.
I
And he
thought
laughs.
that was guitar bass. Yeah, and he giggles. You can hear him laugh. Hit it again from the beginning, Case. You're going to hear him laughing?
Yeah.
So that's him just sitting on the piano.
It's kind of wild.
What a great little piece of trivia.
And I thought that was completely orchestrated.
I thought that was...
It's a tonal thing.
Yeah, and it sounds really cool. It just sounds like this weird little thing that pops up. So that is Sting sitting on the piano. Man, Eddie Van Halen has tons of little things like that.
Yeah.
Like where and it took a guitarist to show it to me. Like, so on the back of his guitar, there's a hole that's open. It's part of the tremolo, the whammy bar. And there are springs back there.
Mm-hmm.
And in some songs, he will go back and pluck those springs, and it makes this cling, like really weird sound. I'd have to find the songs on. And he also uses at the near the nut at the top of the head of the guitar, near the neck, where the neck.
Is that on Bust a Nut?
That's the one.
Yeah.
But at the very top, in fact, here, I'll show you on this guitar real quick. I have a guitar in my hands. So this part up here.
Okay.
This,
Yeah. Right, yeah.
There are some times where he will pluck at those.
Really?
And make noises.
I know.
So-
I've heard that sound.
Yeah, so there are...
And the playing, I think I know what you're talking about on the springs. I think there's moments I could remember that sound.
Yeah, I think...
you might as well playing.
You might as well playing. That's the one. But no, it's really weird sound stuff. But there are some people that will do really odd things in the studio to get sound. Sometimes they're accidents, like sitting on a piano.
I love it. We've talked about Frankenstein as being the most iconic musical rock instrument, right?
Yeah.
That you see it and you know immediately what it is.
Yeah.
You could tell like a Paul McCartney, was it Rickenbacker?
No, it was a Hofner. Hofner bass,
right.
yeah.
So you could tell that. But I mean, this is he did all the artwork on it.
Yep, it's cool. All right, and that's it in music news. We're going to take a break. We're going to come back, and we will wrap up the program. So stay with us.
One more time, repeat.
All right.
We're playing 100 questions.
215
20 questions.
215-263 WMMR, the number, by the way.
This is 20 questions for Preston, and it's questions 1 through 5, 6 through 10, 11 through 15, and 16 through 20.
All right.
And then not at all.
All right.
Is the person in the room now?
No.
Not
In fact,
yet.
if we could bring our mystery guest into the room.
I am blindfolded. I can't see
All right.
anything.
I always get nervous when we do mystery guest. I don't know why.
It's always hard to get somebody to agree to this.
Yeah.
Because, how are you?
It is hard to get somebody to do it, and sometimes we'll eat up half the interview trying to figure out who the hell it is.
Right.
All right.
If they've only got like a 10-minute window. So,
All right, so-
if this person is here, then they have more time than that, which is good.
They're here, and we will be able to spend some time after Preston, which is good news. Okay, so I'm going to use the high-pitch process to hide this voice, which I think we'll do a nice mask. So we're going to begin, Preston. Again, yes or no, and you're going to have enough time to sort of narrow it down and ask our mystery guest your first question.
Okay. Have we ever met in person before?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Do you live in and around the Philadelphia area?
Yes.
Okay. Are you a public figure?
No.
No. Oh. Okay.
Well, Wait 1 second.
Wait, was that Steve?
That was Steve. With the processor obviously still on.
People.
Ask that question again.
Are you a public figure?
Yes.
Okay.
He's modest.
His answer might have thrown you, and his
questions is that?
That's three.
That's three questions.
All right.
So you're a man. Steve just said he, by the way, so I got that.
Oh, man.
Oh, little one out of the way. Are you in, is your profession in journalism?
Yes.
Ah, okay. Do you appear regularly on television?
Yes.
All right, wait. That's 5 questions. Do you have a guest real quick?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Matt O'Donnell. Wow, okay. All right. Did I get the wrong network and piss somebody off?
No. You're good. We wouldn't do that to you.
All right.
Mike Monsel's on line 4.
Let me tell you, your mystery guest is very good-natured. He's smiling, so.
Okay. All right. So it's not Matt. It's someone I've met in person before. They're on TV. Journalism.
You can ask more questions.
I'm going to. I'm just trying to figure out where that might lead me in my next question. Would we consider ourselves, or do you consider me a friend of yours?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Are you from an island nation?
Yes.
It's Vi. It's okay, Emma, right?
Oh, really? God, you're getting there so close.
Oh man, who else? Who the hell else is from an island nation?
You can think broader. This person may be, I think, more famous than you're thinking.
Oh, wait a minute. Shane Victorino?
No. All right.
Good guess.
That's 6.
That's not a nation, but it's an island.
So
and
now-
we have played golf together, so
Question number 11, Preston.
Yeah, I'm.
Expand your search.
Yeah.
Wise.
Yeah. I'll they live in and around the Philadelphia area. Entertainment-wise, journalism, television, island.
There are some people who do it all.
Who do it all?
No more.
Oh, okay. So, are you a musician?
Yes.
Oh. Wow. What's your name? No. You're a musician. Oh my God. I should know this, right? Okay. All right. Okay.
Everyone here is smiling because once you know, okay.
Yeah. Do we play your music on MMR?
Yes.
Wow. Do you play drums?
Yes.
Wow.
And we're friends. We're considered friends.
We're friends.
This person's gonna kill me. Are you black?
Yes.
And I still don't know who it is.
What a waste of a question.
Well, I'm trying to, More famous than I have been leading on to. We're considered friends.
I mean, if I were to liken this person, I'm just going to give you a little help.
Okay.
It's kind of like a Swiss Army knife of capabilities here.
This person's gonna kill me.
I thought you'd be better at this, Preston.
Dude, I suck at this. I'm good at getting answers.
All right, well,
Apparently, I'm good at getting yes answers.
You've got
'cause
nothing
I haven't
but yeses.
gotten any no answers yet.
Honestly, which should kind of lead you to, oh my God.
Oh, Steve.
What?
Some people texting in are starting to get it.
Okay.
Really?
All right.
Well, it's not Questlove because we're not friends.
Yeah, that's true.
And I'm.
Another guess? I mean, another
question. I got. Yeah, but what's going to help narrow it down? That's the thing that I'm trying to.
Maybe other
Trying to get to.
capabilities, other talents.
Okay. Yeah, but what? Do you like to eat?
Yes.
All right. Do you cook? I mean, like, would people know you for your cooking?
Yes.
Really? Jesus, none of this is helping me.
Why are you
You don't know the
wasting-
cooking drummer?
I mean, honestly,
The
I
cooking journalist
thought
drummer.
by this time. I know. But keep going.
The island cooking journalist drummer.
How could you? I mean, come on.
Black
How can I
journalist drummer.
not? How can I not get it?
Yes.
You know, you are on the film board. I'm going to help you with that.
Oh my God, you're right. Okay, I am on the film board. You're an actor as well? Are you an actor?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Philadelphia actor, black drummer.
You have 3 questions left, Russ.
Really?
Yeah.
I'll give you another hint. It's the person who texted in Black Tommy Lee. That's wrong.
It's not Black Tommy.
Oh, that helps
Yeah.
a lot. Acting. Dude, I'm drawing a blank.
Are you giving up?
No.
Ask a few more.
Okay.
Maybe some projects or styles of acting roles, movies.
You guys are just trying to give this away, aren't you?
Well, I mean, I
not
know
helping me.
he's dying because I know Preston knows it, but he just go ahead.
Acting roles. Do you do? Are you mainly known for comedy acting?
Yes.
Really? It didn't help.
Dude, we didn't even use a voice processor there. Did that give it away?
Tried to help him,
Did you hear the voice?
He's gonna know.
It didn't give it away. No, it didn't give it away.
Oh, man.
Don't use the voice processor. Do you have a new movie coming out soon?
Yes.
Last question, Preston.
Oh man, you got it.
Man, I don't know.
Come on, Preston.
This is terrible. Is everybody getting it right on the text?
Yeah. Everybody's narrowed it down.
And have you been in our studio before?
Yes.
You have.
That's your last question.
You should know.
I know. I don't know. I don't know.
You don't know?
Wait till you see him.
I have no idea.
All right, Preston.
Damn it.
Take off your blindfold.
Okay, let's see. Wait a minute.
Preston, this is one of the construction workers in our building currently.
He said yes to every question on purpose. You suck.
I don't even know. What is your name?
What's your name? Chino.
Chino was good enough to do this.
Oh my God.
We had a whole bunch of stuff planned and it fell through. And at the last minute, Chino was good enough to agree to come over and be your guest.
Was the actual answer yes to any of those questions?
From the islands, right?
Yeah, Nicaragua.
Where are you from? Nicaragua?
These guys are doing great work in the building
Sitting here
here.
going, I'm beating myself up. You guys are saying, oh, you ought to know. I mean, for crying out loud, a friend of mine.
Nick's like, everybody's getting it.
Black from
Preston,
Ireland.
how many black drummer, actor, comedian, musician, journalist friends are there?
Oh, my God.
Good job.
By the way, and then I take you a-hole. Okay, so you know, and here's the deal, man. What's your name again?
Chino.
Chino.
Yeah.
So Chino, I never remember anybody's name.
Right.
So when I took my blindfold off and I saw you, I felt horrible because I didn't remember who you were. Hey, Sublime brings us to In Time on 93.3 WNMR. 7 Rocks, 10:45. The Preston and Steve show, a Tuesday morning. Let's see here. What did I mention? Oh, yeah. We gave away Stones tickets just a little while ago. Yeah, 13 days of Rolling Stones. That continues on. If you want to be one of those people who's super excited about getting tickets and being able to go to that show, go to WMMR.com because all of the information that you need to know as far as how to win what that goes, we'll tell you what the song is and what hour it plays, and you listen to be the 25th caller, and then you have your chance to win. It's that
cheat sheet.
Easy. It's a full-on cheat sheet. That's it. And then while you're on there, you can check out the big friggin' deal with Bear Creek and the half-price lift tickets for midweek or weekday.
Which I think is tremendous.
Lift ticket. Thank you to Kathy Romano.
Hey!
We got our holiday activities list.
Kathy Romano's holiday activity.
And And it was presented by Acme, fresh foods, local flavors. We also want to make sure that you know that is all at WMMR.com. And you can find the information right there. PrestonandSteve.com. I'm sorry.
Remember that announcement we made earlier?
Yeah,
today,
and remember
Preston?
earlier this morning we made an announcement that Sebastian Maniscalco is coming to town.
Yes, very
And
exciting.
We actually have, we're going to give away some tickets before we're done here.
What? Really?
Yeah, but first I want to get the letter of the day and all that good stuff. And I'll tell you what to do in just a moment, what number caller you need to be. Also, it's Tattoozy, so we got to give this away.
Oh,
Is that
yes.
cool? All right, let me make sure
What are we
give
doing
this
first?
away.
Are we doing letter of the day?
We're
or are we doing
saying
tattoo?
hello to Pierre first.
Okay.
All right, we're saying hi, Pierre.
Hi, and before you go to the letter, Kathy's holiday activity sounded great, and I was laying in bed looking out the window, and it started snowing.
Yeah.
Crazy.
And I'm going, holy yes, that's really cool.
That's production.
I mean, how did they do that?
a lot of money.
Steve,
There's our budget
they
for the year.
put on the camp out, but the list, in addition to sounding great and all that stuff, but then you guys made it snow.
No.
And only until it was over, and then it stopped.
And then we stopped. Then we made it stop. We had the
Yeah.
sun come out.
Yeah, it's like the confetti machine in the camp out.
I do have a button. I have a snow button around here somewhere.
I knew it. I knew it. Okay.
So Tattoo Tuesday, and then we'll do the letter. Let me get the Tattoo Tuesday. I want to give this away. All right, our winner is Scott, and I believe it's pronounced Volin of Philadelphia. I think that's a V. Vollin.
Yallin?
Or a K. Or a Y. It might be
Is it
Yallin.
Yallin? Yo, he be Yallin.
Is it Yallin?
Yeah.
Okay, Scott Yallin. All right, so we're going to set him up with a $350 gift certificate for Floating World Tattoo and Piercing. And, of course, you can check them out, 1729 South Street in Philadelphia. For artwork samples, visit Floating World Tattoos, tattoos.com, or you can check them out on Instagram at Floating World Tattoos.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, that's disgusting.
Happy. All right, letter of the day then?
Yo.
All right, here, hold on a second. Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter
O as in open.
And we will give away this prize on Friday. 2 festive gift packages from Omaha Steaks, and one for you and one you can give as a gift. The package includes 4 butcher's cut top sirloins, 4 boneless pork chops, 4 gourmet jumbo franks, 4 caramel apple tartlets, Omaha Steak seasoning, and 4 Omaha Steaks burgers. You can visit omahasteaks.com. Take advantage of 50% off site-wide, plus use code WMMR at checkout and get an additional $30 off of your order. Minimum order may be required. So we'll give that away on Friday. So what's up today, my man?
Well, on the program, we will have Genesis in a workforce block, Soundgarden for Matt Cameron's birthday today, and a workforce block of Led Zeppelin plus Double Shot Tuesday.
You know,
Did
you
I
and
miss Matt Cameron's birthday today? I'm sorry.
And you and Matt Cameron have something in common, Pierre, because he just hosted Geddy Lee out in Seattle. So he did the job that you did here in Philly at the Met. Matt Cameron got to do it at whatever venue it was in Seattle 2 or 3 days ago.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
There was a time when Pearl Jam played in Toronto, and what's the song? I wish I was as fortunate and as fortunate.
Wish List. Yeah, Wish List.
Wish
Yeah.
List. So yeah, Wish List, and they're doing "Wish I was fortunate as me. Wish I was as fortunate as Geddy Lee."
Yeah,
because he was standing on the stage off to the side.
Eddie, Mike, and Matt Cameron are all huge Rush fans in Pearl Jam.
Very cool.
Excellent. All right, well, there's something else I wanted to do. Oh, yeah. I want to give away these Sebastian Maniscalco tickets now that we got the letter of the day. We'll take caller number 17 at 215-263-WMMR. Sebastian Maniscalco, It Ain't Right Tour. Friday, September 27th. The Wells Fargo Center tickets are on sale this Friday at 10 a.m. Complete details and another chance to win tickets at WMMR.com. So we'll give those away to you. And I think we're going to have tickets like every day this week.
I hope so.
So listen for your chance to win. I would like to thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show brought to you by Dunkin'. The Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Also brought to you by Family and Company Jewelers. Save big at the passing of the torch sale, November 27th through December 2nd is what I'm trying to say. Tomorrow, a Wednesday, Fox Good Day, secret text word, and hold on to your britches, gang. Bert Kreischer will be in our studio tomorrow morning with us. You never know what's going to happen. Yeah, I'll be in the 7 o'clock hour tomorrow morning, so it's Bertie time. That's it. We're done. Rage on and have a great day. And we'll see you tomorrow, friend. Bye-bye.
Mm-hmm.